light.
That's what I was doing. I was like, shit.
Yeah, let me blind myself.
Woo! There we go. Turn it up
Let
a notch.
me, go and have a look over here and see how we're doing. Make sure we don't have a... There we go. We did.
I feel like I'm wearing
mute
a night
ourselves.
shirt, but it's not. It's a regular shirt. It just seems to have this issue with the collar here. What the hell's happening? Oh, it's because it's off to the side. That would be why. All right.
There you go. Hey, look,
There
I
we
got
are.
my collar on too. It's a collar day.
Not so much a collar. It's just a, you know,
You
kind
look
of like
lovely.
a flannel shirt. Thank you.
So happy day, everyone. Who is sleep deprived out there? Let's see it in the comments. Happy equinox, happy autumn solstice, or happy autumn equinox. We have the summer and the autumn equinox that happens at the same time, and the solstice is the same thing. When we celebrate our winter solstice up here in North America, in down south in Australia, they are doing their summer solstice. And then, of course, when we do our spring equinox, they are in their autumn equinox, and that day is today. And we've been building up to this day for the last 9 days, collecting that beautiful energy from Sindal, who started this, right up to Phil Gruber last night. And we collected all of that energy, all of that beautiful energy from grandmother circles and from all the panels that we've had, from our walk-ins to individual presentations, to oral lectures, Dr. Rita Louise and Dr. Lesson and Janet Lesson, and on and on and on it goes. Thank you very much to all of those people who've presented over the course of the last week and help us gather this energy. So today, at the end of this day, we'll do a meditation, short meditation, and then we'll keep our friend Clarence in our mind. And when we release this energy into the world, we're going to direct it towards Clarence, so that Clarence can be healed, so that Clarence can gain some weight, so that Clarence can talk, and Clarence can breathe, so that he can come back and continue to give us the uploads that he gives through closer encounters, because he's truly an epic man. I love him to death. He's like a brother to me. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And then starting tomorrow morning, we're going to begin to collect that energy again. And then when the conclusion of this event happens, we're going to absorb that energy. And when we absorb that energy, we're going to move forward. And then when we move forward, we're going to use that energy to begin to create a new timeline for ourselves. So that's what my plan is, Rob. So what about you, brother?
Well, I mean, we're on the same plan here. And I just want to say that today is the culmination of, like you said, the 8 days and the different areas of expertise and the information. So we've activated everybody with the information. The information is the activation, right? Phil Gruber says it the best, and it really is true. And I've been preaching this for a long time, but he articulated it so much better than I could. So we've been activating you to this point. Now it's time for those who are activated to create that cascade effect that creates an entire new paradigm around the world. So it's time for us to become those frontline workers, and let's say it's time for us to become those frontline light beings and really transition the rest of the world to follow in the wake of what we've done here, to be that next better carnation of humanity.
Stone, you're down south. It's your autumn equinox. What do you say, sis?
Yeah, no, it's lovely and dark. We've got a nice storm going on. It's blowing like a gale out there. It's cleansing all of the negative energies that have been around us. And tomorrow, when it dries, when the day comes, when the light comes in, it will be all cleared. So there's a mass storm clearing here going on. So I mean, totally, everybody is being activated now. We're all coming into the acknowledgement and the appreciation to ourselves that, yes, we were right. Yes, we have been right the whole time through. We've done the work. We've earned the right to say, no more. Now let's shine. So raise your voices, raise your energies. We are a new frequency. We're going into a new dimension. So, fun. I've got goosebumps. I'm ready for the next downloads to come in. Everybody has been sharing little tidbits of their knowledge, and it's all been confirmation. So bring it on.
Right on. I love it. Let's before we begin to commit some blasphemy here, who's ready to commit some blasphemy here? Because I know I'm ready to commit some blasphemy. I commit blasphemy every day. Just call me Omar the Blasphemous, because really that's my name from now on. I love the blasphemy. I really do. And our next guest, my good friend Michael Feely, has raised my awareness on that, because before I thought blasphemy was something negative. And then Mike came along and then made me aware of what blasphemy actually is. Now I'm proud to be a blasphemist. Then you guys should be proud to be blasphemists as well, because Mike will explain to you exactly what blasphemy is. If you guys are not familiar with Mike, then you will find out. If you are familiar with Mike, then you already know.
If you're not familiar with Mike, you're probably living under a rock, as I like to say.
Let's change the view on this, maybe like that. There we go.
on
So, guys, today,
channel.
like we were saying last night, is going to be an amazing, amazing day. As you can see, we have very little speakers today, but we have some very powerful speakers today. And this day was designed in this way. So we're going to begin the day off with our friend, the blasphemist, Michael Feely, and we have him for exactly 2 hours. So he's going to do a brand new presentation that's being, featured here for the first time. And then after that, we're going to get to pick Mike's brain, because the last few times I've brought Mike on, he's on for an hour and then we kick him out, cancel him, and out he goes. And I'm not kind of, happy with that. So I've been trying to work around that on how I can engage in a deeper conversation after the presentation. So we got Michael Feely, and then right after that at 10:20 we have Dr. Michael Cremo, and then after that we have Dr. Smear Osmanagich, and then after that we're going to get a download from Flo Kruna and get some conscious music. And then after that we're going to have a feature film, There's Got to Be More to Life by Jennifer Koofman, and then after that we're going to have a panel discussion. After that, we are going to have our very own Paul Anthony Wallace, one of the sponsors of this event, come on, and then we're going to close the day off with Oli Demigard. So that is the schedule for today. Please share this out and give this stream a like on whichever platform that you're watching, and give it a like. And if you feel compelled to make a donation, please do so through the pinned comment in the chat room. So with that being said, let me bring up Michael Feely. I really don't think this guy needs any type of, bio reading, because we've just done so much work with him that majority of our viewers are quite familiar with him. And if you're watching on other platforms like on New Realities and such, or you've seen Michael Feely on Portal to Ascension. But just as a quick note, Michael Feely is a former police officer. He's an esoteric code breaker, and he's an investigator. And the years that he spent as a policeman, that investigation skills, really prepared him to, investigate and crack codes of our ancient past and the esoteric past, especially, and from the Bible and other religious books that are out there. And Michael's decoded those. And, he's an amazing guy. And I will be sharing links to his website. Here, I'll show you guys one of his many books that I have. This is, I really like this one right here, Alchemy of the Gods. It's an incredible book. And Michael is also working, like the light worker that he is. And I love it that he's creating children's books with the same type of messages that he has for books for adults, so that we can begin to teach our kids the real, true history of our past. So with that being said, Michael Feely, welcome, my brother from another mother, my fellow blasphemist. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time here, your afternoon, my morning, and your contribution to Humanity Unplugged.
Well, thank you very much, Omar, and as always, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invite. Just to go before I start into blasphemy, since it's been mentioned, A tree comes from the same word as true. Now, the only parts of a tree that you cannot see are the roots. So the roots are symbolic of the unseen, the unknown, secret information. Now, the word blasphemy means to uproot. So in other words, you are uprooting the unseen into the manifest world. You are exposing what was once a secret information, what is truth, into the public arena. So if you are basically a blasphemer, you are helping to uproot secret knowledge into the public arena. So hello to all you fellow blasphemers there. So
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, I guess we all blasphemous, huh?
absolutely,
Yeah,
anyone that exposes what is hidden is a blasphemer, which is good. So what I'm proposing to do today is that the first part will be, to say, a brand new presentation, and after that we can obviously have a Q&A, we can have a chat, and we can get together and have a sort of esoteric chat just to conclude. So this is me, Michael Feely, and even though you can see who built the pyramids on there, the actual title of this talk is Beyond the Illusion, because that's really where I wish to take you. So if you can just confirm, Alma, they can see the...
Mike, you want me to add it to the screen? Okay, just go back to your previous slide and I'll add it to the screen. And Mike, if we have like audio issues, because remember last time when you were running GIFs in your presentation, we had a bit of an audio issue. We'll try that out. And then if we have the same audio issue, maybe we'll go back to the same thing, open up your presentation in the background, and then we'll do the old share screen where the GIFs aren't playing so that your audio will be unobstructed.
Okay, thank you. Once you confirm you can see my slideshow, I'll get it.
Yeah, I see an angel on top of a pyramid, and then I see another angel on the right side on the bottom. And yeah, coming soon, the new book by Michael Feely, Who Built the Pyramids. Oh, boy.
No problem at all. So let's take you beyond the illusion. So most people's reality, or most people's reality, is not what reality really is.
Yeah, Mike, we got sound issues. So let's just stop your screen share. Yeah, there we go. Let's do it like that, brother. It's probably better. Let's hear your voice now.
Is that any?
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah.
Wonderful, no problem. So it's really a construct of the brain. So today, I aim to shatter people's illusion beyond the illusion. That is, the truth seekers who are coming into the truth. It's also those who've been here for some time who really don't have the truth, who talk about the light of a one world order, which is really not a new concept. It goes back to ancient Egypt, when they predicted that humanity will be governed from one center, one stable, and one shepherd. They asked the question many, many thousands of years ago, should civilization be united as a single culture of man? As I say, it is nothing new. People say to me, how do you get the information that you do? A lot of it is inner sight, which is inner knowing, which is downloads, and that really is how I get a lot of information. It's quite clear that we all live in a prison planet. We have all this surveillance, every move we make is monitored. Everything that we do is legislated against. We live in a prison planet. And yet, when we have the likes of this famous flag of the EU, it is 12 stars. 12 is really a Lamed, which is the wisdom of Solomon, or the book of wisdom. It urges nations to seek knowledge. Unfortunately, they don't. So we send our children off to school every morning. We send them to be institutionalized into a world that is false, and they grow up believing that it to be true. They are told that Neil Armstrong was first on the moon, but on the ocean of storms there are Egyptian obelisks So quite clearly, someone was there before Neil Armstrong did ever land. They are told that Christopher Columbus found the Americas. That being the case, who are the natives that met him when he got there? Surely they were the first to find the Americas. However, when you look at the likes of Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, you can see that in the architecture, they've given you some kind of clue that they had been and found the Americas. Now, this is the maize and aloe plant at Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. Now, we are told by history that Christopher Columbus found America at the age of 42 in the year 1492. However, we have a native to America only maize plant carved into Rosslyn Chapel, and this was built literally 2 years before Columbus ever set sail. So Columbus was not the first to be in America. So let's go back in time, to wind all through the universe, to a place of nothingness, to a place of silence. And we'll stay in that space just for a few seconds. That is the creative space. Beyond the mind is the witness, who's the observer. Beyond the witness, there is silence. The cause wished to know itself through the medium of effect. And so it separated, it split. But as a result of that split, we had to have the creation of what we know as duality. That is the only way that we can have perception. That duality is a mirror symmetry. It is the division of an object into two mutual mirror images. With duality, you always have a manifest and an unmanifest presence that are in simultaneous existence. It can be no other way. When we look at the likes of the Hegelian dialect, it tells us that the human mind can only understand with duality. To give you an example of the manifest and unmanifest, at the moment, life is manifest and death is unmanifest in simultaneous existence. At some point, they will change positions and death will become manifest and physical life will become unmanifest. When that happens again, that is what we know as reincarnation. Now, we see reincarnation within the laws of nature. Every year we see the leaves dying, dropping off the tree, and then we see them growing again into full bloom. That is a reincarnation that we see within the laws of nature every year. Something is only recognizable if it becomes separate from unity. The visible world that we know is only recognizable because it has separated from original unity. Because then we have a comparison, and we can only have a perception if we have a comparison. Now, with reincarnation, sometimes people will have what they call déjà vu, which is really a conscious self-memory. It is the recognition of things that you may have seen before or done in a previous life, and you have some kind of self-memory of doing that. The word divine means to divide. In other words, to separate into parts. And that is exactly what we did. We separated into trillions of different parts, which is all part of the unity. Now, things turn out just how they turn out, not necessarily how we want them to turn out. It's almost as if somebody else is at the wheel of your car, the wheel of your vehicle. Because the creative force is not influenced by humans. A realization is to be. It is not thinking or talking about it. So therefore, praying to God is thinking of God, but it is not realization. Man can never find God outside of himself. It is something for the church book conveniently not tell anyone. Our physical body, when we come from a celestial place, is the cross that we must carry. The physical body is the burden that we have to carry. The cross, the Christian cross, is the body. It is man with arms outstretched. The position between the shoulders and the top of the head is the fourth way, which is the return to universal knowledge, which is our Father. At creation, without motion, there is no such thing as material existence. Even at absolute zero, there is still motion. So time is really a discrete series of movements. And it is almost like a movie reel called a flickery. So our eyes and brain work like that movie reel, and anything that goes faster than the flickery between the frames is invisible to us. When I was doing a talk at San Francisco, I pointed my camera out of the hotel window just to take some scenery shots as a memory. About 4 weeks later, when I actually got the photograph, I saw this UFO, which was whizzing past my hotel window, which I couldn't see with the naked eye. It was moving faster than the flickery, faster than the movie reel between the brain and the eyes. Creation is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of life. Now, when duality is created, it is what we know as good and evil. It is positive and negative. When we become unified once again and go beyond duality, we then become authorized to eat from the fruit from the tree of life. This is what the Apple Corporation logo is telling you. It is telling you it is beyond the duality. It is the unity, once again, the unity of self, which gives people the authority to eat from the fruit of the tree of life, which is creation. Now, in 1936, there was an excavation 50 miles outside of Athens in Greece. Part of that excavation, a 12-foot-6 box was discovered. Now, the only content of that 12-by-6 box was another smaller box that was about 3 times the size of this cigar box. Inside, 2 scrolls. And they related to beneath the base of the Great Pyramid, where they spoke of something called the abyss of universal intelligence. When excavated, it revealed sacred, secret, advanced technology, almost extraterrestrial-like technology, inside or below the base of the Great Pyramid. It also showed the history of mankind, from the metaphor, which is Adam, to the 7th civilization, who are the flame bearers, who are the torch bearers of knowledge, as we move to a different reality, to a different timeline on Earth. It also posed a riddle. That riddle was, at the preciseness of 1, a passage of revelation befalls the seeker of eternal truth. Its key of knowledge lies with verbal tones for 35 of 60. That was the riddle that were found on these scrolls. At the top of the Great Pyramid, there was a secret entrance, whereby 1 stone slid open upon the usage of the correct word and the correct frequency at a time which was divisible by 7. Number 7 is important in the physical world. Now, the 7 continents, the 7 chakras, 7th heaven, all of these different things that relate to 7. Now, all the laws on which the pyramids and other monuments are based, together with the history of those who built them, are inscribed on the stones of the pyramids. Now, I don't know if you can actually see it on this slide, but every one of those stones where that gentleman is has an inscription. And that is the history of those and all the laws of the universe, astronomically and nature. It turned out that the riddle, the preciseness of 1, meant 1 single stone. 35 of 60 related to 35 seconds of a minute. So in other words, at a time divisible by 7 of the exact day plus the correct tone vibration, key words, there was an opening whereby 1 stone, the preciseness of 1, slid open for 7 feet, enabling people to go inside. One day, soon, I will tell you that secret word, the secret time, and where the entrance is. But nevertheless, it rolled away the stone and people were able to access. What they discovered, that this stone, which is at the top of the Great Pyramid, led them down to subterranean chambers that were at least 980 feet below the ground. Now, just in kind of perspective, that is just short of the height of the Eiffel Tower going down into the ground. A pyramid, the word pyramid in Hebrew, means, which means the revelation in measures. In Egypt, pyramid is shuti, which means light. It is a revelation to all mankind as to its divine truth. Biblically, we are told that Moses was born in Egypt, correct, but not in the way that you think. Now, the real name of Egypt is Kemet. The K is knowledge, and Emet is truth. So within the word Emet, the letter M is a capital letter. Therefore, it is written, as you can see on the slide. The letter M is Mem, which means water, when you cross that language over into Hebrew. And the word Moses means drawn from the water. So therefore, the M within the word Kemet, Egypt, is Moses. Therefore, Moses is born in Egypt, but it is in a way that it is displayed there, not in the way that we are taught to believe. Now, Israel was in Egypt for 216 years. 216 is 6 times 6 times 6, which is the number of animalistic man before the rise out of captivity, which is the lower chakras. That is the exodus from the lower chakras to the promised land, which is the mind. Even the Islamic prophet Muhammad derives from the same secret coding, Muhammad. Now, when we have the likes of the feast of Ramadan, it comes from Remetz, which is ashes. Now, ashes means repentance, which means the removal of sin, which is really ignorance, nothing more, nothing less. So to be without sin is to acquire knowledge. Now, a feast, as in the feast of Ramadan, is a banquet, which, contrary to belief, signified the drinking of wine. Wine is symbolic of transformation. Now, the fast begins at night, which is darkness, which is ignorance, and it ends at the sunrise, which is light, which is knowledge. So when you have breakfast, you separate the two words, and you break fast. That is really what we are doing. We are breaking fast by eating breakfast. So there's two types of fasting. There's exoteric fasting, which is keeping the mouth closed to food. And there's esoteric fasting, which is keeping the mouth closed in order to hide the secret truth. Now, when you look at Christianity, Islam and Judaism, they are all the Abrahamic religions. Abraham comes from Abram, which gives us Brahma. Abraham means the father of many, Brahma means many, which is then brings Hinduism into the mix. When you bring Allah, you can then bring Ella, which means tree, which means oak tree. This relates you to Judaism. So all of these religions are really just one base, one foundation. So, who done it? 17 years of a career in law enforcement, I found many fingerprints at the scene. Even though this is not a crime scene, it is still a scene when we're looking in terms of monuments and monoliths of the ancient past. So who done it? A group called the Beni Elohim. So what does that mean? It means God. And when we look at the numerical value of the word sons of God, it is 153. What you can see there is the 153 fish of Christ. When we look at the 153, which is a numeric fingerprint, the entrance to the Great Pyramid is on the 17th course level. When you add up all the numbers from 1 to 17, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, and so on, they equate to 153. And when you get 153 in what is known as digital summation, which is adding up all the different numbers, 1 plus 5 plus 3, it gives us 9, which I'll get to in a moment. There were 153 fish caught by Christ and the apostles. The ministry of Christ lasted for 153 weeks. The inner part of the vesica Piscis, from right to left, horizontally, is 153 units. The 153 fish called Bride Christ, obviously again relates to 153, and also the number 153 relates to Mary Magdalene, because the name Mary Magdalene in Greek has a numerical value of 153. The Grand Gallery of the Great Pyramid has 153 steps and is 150 feet long. The word self, which contains the word L is 17, and as I said, 17 relates to 153. So the God within self, the God man are the sons of God. When you look at the key of Solomon, the center diamond, the central geometry, is the number 9. It is the seal of Solomon, which is the harmonic key to the Great Pyramid. It has a secret formula of 131919, which equals 24, which is the alpha and omega, which is the beginning and the end. When we look at the number 24, we can attain the number 24 by 8 plus 8, which is the number of Christ in Greek. The Giza Plateau is on 13 square acres. When you times 13 by 13, you get 169, which relates to the legs of the bed. That is our foundation. That is where we stand. So we all approach the Creator through the legs of the bed. In order, we've been able to put the Great Pyramid in the exact landmass center of Earth, where all land north, east, south and west is equal. It would have required a bird's eye view. Now going further into the sons of God. Historically, there's been recordings of elongated skulls. We can see these here. Of course, there are always the fallen ones. They their knowledge into black magic and the black arts. Sons of God were the likes of the pharaohs and the high priests of the temples. In other words, the initiates. At this scene, when I have the screen large, it's actually GIFs and these pictures move. But because they're static, I will describe them. This staff in the film 10 Commandments, when Moses puts staff on the floor, it changes into a serpent. What it's telling us is that the staff used to this staff is used to control the forces of nature. It is an extension of the holder's personal developed powers. So in the Bible, the sons of God were shortened to the Son of God, from lots to one individual character of worship. The symbol of the sons of God was the lion, and we can see many depictions in Egypt of lion men, etc., etc. The sons of God operated from the 7th sphere, which is that of divine consciousness. The past and the future they could see consciously through witnessing the cause and effect simultaneously. They were telling us that they were able to see into the future. As you can see in this depiction, you can see helicopters, you can see boats, etc. There was one such report during an initiation inside the sarcophagus, where the candidate was able to take their consciousness to the future, and they described the scene as metal birds flown by the sons of men that dropped evil eggs. They were relating or speaking of World War II. We look into the past every day. Every time we see the sun, we are looking at 8 minutes and 43 seconds into the past, because that is how long it takes the light of the sun to reach the earth. Then we have the gigantic lion, the representative of the sons of God in the middle of the Giza Plateau. The Sphinx, the riddle of the Sphinx, is man. It is self. It is the elevated self. It is the conscious enlightened self. That is the riddle of the Sphinx. It tells you how to attain this God self. Now, when I looked at the measurements of the Sphinx, I put together a mathematical formula. So the Sphinx is 240 feet long, it is 66 feet high, and it is 20 feet wide. When I added those numbers, times those numbers, it came to 316,800. 316,800 just happens to turn out to be the pyramid itself, the New Jerusalem, which is the city in the sky, which is really the biblical heaven on earth. When I took those numbers further, as in the Sphinx, I got 144, which is God as man, or man as God. So God in flesh was the Son of God, or the sons of God. And the sons of God are God consciousness on earth, or as we're told biblically, on earth as it is in heaven. When you work in the seventh sphere of divine consciousness, you are anchoring universal knowledge, the knowledge of our Father, down to the earth. What you are witnessing in this Giza Plateau and all the other monuments around the world is a legacy and silent witness to the wisdom and the knowledge that once reigned upon earth. It contains within it astronomical and natural law. That is why there is so much advanced mathematics inside the Great Pyramid, for instance. My sense of humour calls it star laws, because it really is astronomical law that is within the Great Pyramid. Fortunately, it is a time capsule to help future generations of humanity. Fortunately for ourselves, it was timed to re-emerge on the 17th 360th cycle, which relates to Egyptian star codes, which later related to the Hebrew calendar. We are now in the 17th 360-year cycle when this knowledge was timed to re-emerge. That is extremely fortunate and a privilege to us. Going into more clues, into more mathematical code. When I took the height of the Great Pyramid, which is 481 feet, and I divided that by the numerical value of 481, so 4 plus 8 plus 1 is 13. So 481 divided by 13 equals 37, which equals the numerical value of Christ, the word Christ. In the Old Testament and the New Testament, the mystical body of Christ is likened to a pyramid with Christ as the apex stone, the capstone. Now, the return of the knowledge, the return of the missing capstone is the return of the Christ, is return of the Messiah. It is the completion of ourselves, the knowledge bearer, the Olympic flame, the flame of the Statue of Liberty, are the knowledge keepers of the seventh civilization which is to come. When I took the numerical value of the word Jesus, which is 73, and the numerical value, as we've already said, of Christ, which is 37, 73 times 37 is 2,701. Is the numerical value of all the words in Hebrew of Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now, when you do 37 dots as a hexagon and 73 dots as a hexagram, it gives you the Star of David. David relates to the number 14, which relates to the hand, because there are 14 joints in the human hand, which then relates to 5 fingers, which is the pentagram. It is the completion of microcosmic man. The pentagram is the symbol of the mysteries. Now, the land where Egypt now rests or now sits was once called the land of Nod, which is really sleep, which is ignorance. Within the east of Eden, which is really symbolic of the right brain, which the biblical character Cain named after his son Enoch. But Enoch comes from Pahanok in Egyptian, which means the house of Enoch, which relates to the phoenix. The phoenix is rebirth of self from the flames, from the ashes. The god Osiris was also referred to as the phoenix. The word Osiris means open eye, which is relating to your pineal gland. Even in shamanism, shaman means to heat up. It is your inner fire. It is God's baptism. It is the alchemical water, which is fire. The word Enoch, or the name Enoch, means to initiate. Enoch was the seventh from Adam, which is relating to the 7 chakras, which is relating to completion. which also relates to Noah. Biblical Cain means to be empty. To be filled with the Spirit, we must be emptied. Now, the number 24, as in the 24 biblical elders, 24 relates to a word kad, which means cup. So what it is telling us, that we are all cups in need of filling. When you look at the Egyptian ankh, it is the emptiness of the head. The oval at the top, the body, the arms and the head. The head demonstrates a creative void, which is perfect enlightenment. So when Mary and Joseph went to the inn and the inn was full, it is telling you that you can't enter the kingdom of God if your mind is not empty, if you do not have a creative void. So Abel, which means breath, which means spirit, was killed by Cain, was killed by emptiness. In other words, the spirit was not able to enter Cain because he was empty. And when we see Christ at the Feast of Bethany, Bethany comes from Bethanu, which means the house of bread, which has the same meaning as Bethlehem. Bread is Lord, which is spirit. It is telling us that we need to be filled by spirit. The House of Lords in the United Kingdom is basically the Lord. It is telling you that they are not spiritually empty. And when the Queen gives out her knighthoods and the person knighted becomes entitled Sir, the word Sir comes from Ser, which is Leo the lion, which is the symbol of royalty. The word royal comes from the Hebrew word Malkuth, which means the Godhead manifest. Regulus, as you can see there, means regal, which means royal. Again, the symbol of royalty is the lion. So thou shalt not kill, or in other words, thou shalt not kill the spirit and prevent its entry. By consuming certain things, junk food, drugs, cigarettes, alcohol, you are killing the spirit within. That is why, esoterically, the followers of the likes of Islam and other religions do not smoke or drink alcohol. Now, the word alcohol is alcohol, which is really a fine metallic powder to darken the eyelids, which is a form of alchemy. This is exactly what the Egyptians were doing with their eyes. Black dot is the Aten, which is the third eye. It is the Egyptian equivalent to the Hindu bindi. And the wings are really to walk upon the wings of the wind, which is air, which is knowledge. When we see the likes of the Illuminati pyramid and the all-seeing eye, at its steep level, we are saying remove the blindfold, which is Masonic ritual. This is where we see the light. It is to bring into view an eyewitness to the sublime truth and the acquisition of knowledge. We're going back to the rulers of Egypt and other locations of sacred sites, the elongated skulls of the sons of God. These elongated skulls have been found at many sacred sites around the world: Stonehenge, Egypt, Peru, Malta, Russia. All of these different places of sacred sites, they have found graves of elongated skulls. Now, an elongated skull is necessary for a fully developed master, which is the greatest spiritual abilities and capabilities. In other words, they were able to absorb and take in higher divine energies. They would use this in the likes of the Ark of the Covenant. And this is the Ark of the Covenant. It's a sarcophagus within the King's Chamber, which ironically is exactly the biblical measurements of the Ark of the Covenant. They're going back into passages. That's what you can see in between the red circle, has a hairline crack between the actual cement fill and the stone. This is one of those secret passages that you can open with the voice. Initiation really is where you increase the body's capacity to receive higher frequencies. You have to also expand the nerves, your nervous center, in order not to blow the circuit. If you are not ready, if you are not capable of taking these increased powerful energies, it can result in death. That is why the likes of Egyptian initiates and others spent many, many years preparing their body. Now, when we look at this depiction, this Egyptian depiction, we see a baboon with Thoth. Thoth is really thought, but what is the baboon? The baboon is the olfactory tract within the brain, which deals with, ironically, the nervous system. This is what they needed to expand in order to take in these additional energies. The first initiation, however, is birth. It is baptism in the waters of the earth. Then we go on to the counterparts of the sons of God, which is the sons of men, who are really only interested in materialistic power. There's your likes of your governments, your priests, all of these. So when we look at ancient depictions of giants, that is really talking about spiritual giants. And a giant is a metaphor for someone with greater insight. So they were spiritual giants. The word Anu, who was the chief god of the Anunnaki, in Egyptian means man. So when the Bible tells us that the sons of God took the daughters of men, what that is really saying is that in order to create an hereditary chain of incarnation, the sons of God had to implant their special power into the daughters of men in order for them to reincarnate at a future time in history, in order to come back and help humanity. The daily struggles of humanity takes them further and further into matter. And who is the Lord of matter, or what is the Lord of matter? It is the character that we know as Satan. Satan is the law of matter. So when we see the likes of money, when we see the likes of power over others, when we see the likes of lustful sex in pop videos, that is really materialistic. It is satanic consciousness. It is the law of matter, which is Satan. It says in the book of Job that Satan came among the sons of God. In other words, the sons of men, the materialistic, power lustful sons of men, destroyed the rule of the sons of God. But the law of spirit is God, and as I say, the law of matter is Satan. It is the constant battle between the two. So how does the planet Saturn or the satanic matrix come into this? Well, the planet Saturn is the limitation of matter and time. Because the matrix is the mind, it imprisons the brain and it keeps it within the chains of matter. To such an extent that people are drifting further and further away from the shore, in this case spirituality, until the shore completely disappears and all they can identify with reality is their flesh and blood. They cannot see anything else beyond the horizon. They have no awareness of, or they deny the existence of, anything beyond the world of flesh. It is an absolute reality for them. So when we fell from the celestial to the terrestrial, which was heaven to earth, in order to incarnate into the third dimension through the Holy Grail, which is the womb, Satan, who is the Lord of matter, fell out of heaven with us. Earthly things are creation, not the creator. This is not the way to God. So all of these materialistic gains, all of this gold, all of this wealth is really not the way. We have spiritually advanced humans that have come back to assist us. They continued their journey in other star systems, the Pleiades, Sirius, Arcturus, etc., etc. They were no longer vibrationally compatible with the Earth, which they had expanded and exiled beyond. Due to their genetic link to us, they have come back to help us, because after all, we are really them in the past. Now, in the 1980s, there was a UFO landing in Rendlesham Forest, which of course the authorities denied. But nevertheless, one of the airmen spoke to one of the beings and said, "Who are you?" And they replied, "We are you in the future." Now, what you can see in that picture under UFO lands in Suffolk is binary code. Now, when a particular airman touched what looked like hieroglyphs on the side of one of the craft, he had an automatic download of information into the brain. And that download was in binary code. Some of that binary code set the evaluation of humanity. In other words, they'd come back to evaluate humanity, and that's what that message was. That is what hieroglyphics are. They are downloads of information which, when touched, that information comes into the mind, it comes into the heart, it comes into the soul. This is the download of sacred advanced information. And of course, the Egyptians documented that they had contact with beings not from this world. Many of them, some of them are on the ground, some of them are working within Earth's atmosphere with the ground forces, the ones walking on the land. But of course, in a world of duality, in a world of simultaneous existence between manifest and non-manifest, positive and negative, you have to have an opposing side. So the sons of God are connected to the sacred sites of Earth and beyond. That is the likes of pyramids, that is the likes of Stonehenge. And they did not use slaves, but they built with the use of the forces of nature. They used lasers created by sound in order to cut bricks. They also used sound to levitate those bricks. The word stone, and again, you're looking at the Great Pyramid, but the word stone is also biblical, because the original Bible is the Giza Plateau, which is really sacred knowledge in stone. So the word stone is Eben, which means father and son. Son also means Bena, which means to build. So in other words, son not only means to build, but son gives us the word, such words as sonic, resonate, resonance, and sound. So son is sound. In other words, they are telling us that the monuments were built by sound. The word sons of God also means the builders of God. I've personally experienced this kind of sound resonance when I took this group to the inner circles of Stonehenge in the UK. As we were doing it, one of my co-hosts on the day went into the central circle and began to do what is known as tonal wheels, which is voice harmonics. She didn't know she was going to do that. She just walked over into it in a trance. But when she did, she made stones sing. Now, this is really known as sympathetic transference. If you have things together like these tuning forks and you hit one tuning fork, when it gets close enough to the other one will also start to reverberate. So in other words, it is a sympathetic transference, which is what happened at Stonehenge that day. These squares, again, are built with purpose. This is the square of truth. When we look at the cornerstone, biblical cornerstone, it was put in the direction of northeast. And why was it put in the direction of northeast? Because northeast is between dark and light. Now, when you look at this Masonic checkered floor, the corner that points to northeast is where the two squares meet. That is between dark and light. The pyramids were using matter to manifest divinity on earth. When we see the Great Pyramid and its 8 sides, they are telling us that that particular monument was built using the perfect square, the square of truth. If we were to stack all the stones that we used for the Great Pyramid, it would take us from Cape Canaveral in Florida to the alleged landing site on the moon. So the divine creative force is nothing and everything in simultaneous existence. But in order to know, to interact, to understand itself, and to see itself from the perspective of effect, it had to split into fragments. We, in this particular incarnation, are matter with a human consciousness. We could well have been a cat with a cat consciousness, but we are human. We are matter with human consciousness. But when the creative force recognizes itself in the third dimension, this is what happens. It manifests as the triangle. In other words, one becomes three, and three becomes one. It is the Trinity. Pyramids represent divinity manifest in the third dimension. They represent divinity manifest in the earth plane. Those who walked with the God consciousness were in direct communicado with the creative force. They were able through their hands to build these monuments through the instruction of the creative force. They walked around and anchored the creative divine energy and divine knowledge. They walked around as walking gods on earth. This is why we have the monuments all around the world and beyond the world. Now, when these sons of God left the likes of Egypt, or some of them left the likes of Egypt, they went to different parts of the planet. That is why we have elongated skulls in graves, as I say, in Malta, in Egypt, Stonehenge, in Russia, in Peru, because wherever they disembarked, they built these monuments, monoliths, to insulate their advanced technology. This advanced technology has been found within secret chambers. When people using the correct word on the correct day, anything divisible by 7 with the correct tone, stones open up that you can't see with the naked eye, and it allows access to these most sacred of places. As I promised, I will one day in the future presentation tell you the word, the location, the vibration, and what happens when you use them. Each and every one of us are all reflections of the same thing, one. We just have different levels of understanding as to what that thing is. As I say, people who have gone through an awakening, people who are realizing certain truths, people who realize that this reality is not what we think it is, are the ones who can see beyond the absolute reality that is matter. Those who are stuck within the absolute reality of matter are the people who only think that they physically exist. They believe that they are born, they work, they retire, they die, and there's nothing else. That is what they're being told by their rulers who have satanic knowledge, which is the knowledge of matter, because they wish to keep people down by making them believe that there's nothing else. There is something else. There is everything else. Matter is only one part of the great plan. The great plan is really to relieve humanity from its darkness, from its misery, and from its ignorance. That is the great plan. Each and every one of us are divine. We are a divine spark. We are a fragment of the original one, who is nothing and is everything simultaneously. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. Not your governments, not your authorities, not your peers, not your family, not your friends. You are divine creation. Thank you. Before I end, I would just like to talk about another Trinity. So over the last X amount of days, you would have sat here and listened to many different speakers. When these events are put on, there is a host. Now the host needs the speakers, but speakers also need a host. Beyond that, hosts and speakers need an audience. So thank you to Omar, and thank you to the audience, and of course thank you to every single speaker that has spoken over the last week or so and who will speak in the next couple of days. Together we are a trinity: the host, the speakers, the audience. Thank you very much for your time, and now we can go into a question and answer or just a general chat.
Wow, Mike. That's what I can say. Wow, that was amazing. Are you with me?
Yes, thank you. I'm back now. Just removing my screen. Thank you.
Wow, brother, that was quite the revealing. I now that's some blasphemy happening there, and I love it.
That was deep blasphemy.
That really was. I truly enjoyed it, and there's so many things that you said in there that caught my attention, and I took a few notes down while you were talking. And one of the things that stuck out to me was when you were talking about the legs of the bed. Now, can you expand on what you meant by the legs of the bed? Because I don't think I've ever heard that saying before.
Okay, basically everything stands on legs. So you have, the bed. You have the monument. You have the Great Pyramid, which stands on its base, which is its legs. We do stand on our legs. Everything that in existence in this form stands on its legs. So in other words, when we face the Creator, when we return to the Creator,
Mm-hmm.
we face that Creator from a certain stance, from a certain way in which we've conducted ourselves, and a certain way in which we have had a belief system or a conception. So that really is standing on your own 2 feet, really. So we have to stand on our two feet, and those are the legs of the bed, which is obviously mathematically the number 169, which relates to that. So really, we make a stance, and we face, we face the mirror, we face the reflection of ourselves. We face the things that we've done and the decisions that we've been made, standing on our own 2 feet, the responsibility of those actions.
No, I like that. That's very, very enlightening. Yes, we do have to stand on our own legs and take responsibility for our own actions, especially when it comes to this programmed reality that we're living in. And once we expose that reality, that false reality, then we have to take responsibility for it. Is that what it's meaning? Instead of like ignoring it and putting your head in the sand and saying, oh, I don't want to deal with it. That's it. I'm just going to put my head in the sand.
Well, the one thing this mission really is responsibility. The amount of people that demand to be rescued, Christ coming on a white horse, or UFOs landing on the garden of the White House. There are so many people that are demanding to be rescued and expect to be rescued. The people who are shouting to be rescued and rescued to be helped are the ones that are not giving any help. So what it's basically saying is each and every one of us is responsible for our own actions. We are responsible for our own ignorance. We are responsible for our own awakening. We are responsible for our own lessons. So it's really a responsibility. And that is what we're faced with. And until humanity really matures and realizes that we're not necessarily going to be rescued, we need to rescue ourselves. We have all the component parts that we would ever need. We have all the keys that have been left for us as a legacy, as a silent witness, in all of these stone monuments around the world and beyond Earth, on Venus, on the Moon. All of these different things are being left. But we're having these crops that are telling us the same thing. We have Nazca lines that are telling us the same thing. We have hieroglyphs, which are downloads of information. In a world full of potential knowledge, it is it's down to us to seek that knowledge. It doesn't come easy. What I always say is, anybody can say, what does the Star of David mean? And just type into Dr. Google or Dr. Bing and a lot of information about what it means. But secret information doesn't come that cheap. And if you can find information in a split second on Mr. Google, then it is not the deepest truth. It is probably there, of course, but it is not the deepest of truth. So you have to put in the effort. You have to put in some kind of effort in order to find this truth. And it is extremely well hidden. And it is extremely well hidden, for one, so you could keep it away from the wrong hands. I mean, for argument's sake, people look at tarot cards, but tarot cards tell you more about the past to the future, because the tarot cards, or Torah, was really a mechanism that the Knights Templar used to keep secret information away from the Church of Rome. So when you look at the likes of, the Fool, or in modern day playing cards of the Joker, that is really talking about the new initiate who's just starting out on his journey of discovery. And all of these different cards are really secret information. It is the same with dominoes. It is the same with dice. And I've said before, when I've demonstrated with dice, that every opposite number on a dice equals 7. So 7 is the unmanifest factor, which again is an important part of the third dimension key. Now, when you add up all the words, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because there's 6 faces on the dice, in a secret language known as cipher, that equals 103. So 2 dice, it is 206, which is the amount of bones of the body. So Eden means paradise, and what you have with the secret information is the paradise. So it is talking about the temple as the body. That is what the dice is really indicating. We have all these different mechanisms of secret information there for us all to understand and to decipher. And as I say, it doesn't come easy. When I've looked at things, we've been knowing with this thing, and I've meticulously pieced everything together. Sometimes I can't remember how I've done that. I just have. And when I look at mathematics, and I just have these ideas that come into my head. That what if the question and the answer come at the same time. When I look at why is the Great Pyramid 481 feet? It's not just random, thing. Why not 482 or 480? Why 481? It encrypts Christ within the Great Pyramid. 481 feet divided by 13 equals 37, which is the number of Christ. It is encrypting all of these biblical things because it is the original Bible, and the Bible was extracted from that and then rehashed, rewritten, in order to reflect something else, whilst it maintained this secret original information for those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. So it really is, everything is deliberate. When you look at 481 feet, it gives you 204 course levels. Now that gives you the age of the pyramid, which I've said in other previous talks of 73,440 years of age, because using Egyptian star codes and using Hebrew calendars, which come from Egyptian star codes, which was then hidden within the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Common Cave Scrolls, which was then hidden by the Knights Templar, and I found that it's in Roslin Chapel in Scotland. It tells you the age of the Great Pyramid. It tells you how to work it out. And in the same way that you would work out the age of a tree with its rings inside the bark, when you look at the 204 course levels and you put them as 360-year cycles, which is what the Hebrew calendar is, then when you make that mathematical equation, it's 73,440 years of age, which is how old the pyramid is. So wow. All of this is really deliberate mathematics, which is the law, astronomical law, it is the law of nature, and of course, it is these laws that are encrypted also within the pyramids, the Great Pyramids, and every stone, as you saw on one slide, if you could see that, has inscriptions. And those inscriptions are telling you the history of the people who put them there and the laws that were used in the construction. Now that construction, Beni Ha Elohim, the Son of God, means God's builders, as well as build with sound. And these monuments were built with sound, through sound levitation, through sound lasers, the square stones as a square of truth. So we have this re-emergence of knowledge that is coming forth. And again, when you look inside the history of man inside the Great Pyramid, it mentions the year 2001. Now, the year 2001, some people have wrongly believed to be Armageddon, to be the end of the world. But the year 2001 was the beginning of the 17,360-year cycle, which is now. And that is when the knowledge was timed throughout eons of the thousands of millenniums to come back now we are basically now living the 2001 generation when this information is set to emerge. So we are quite fortunate and extremely lucky that we are now at a time where knowledge was set to return, and it was set to return now because they believe that it had the best chance of succeeding now as humanity grows into its seventh civilization at the end of the sixth.
How profound. Mike, just very quickly, can you just check your mic connection? It seems to be breaking up a little bit.
Is that hopefully that's a bit better? I'll just put it in a bit better.
Oh, yeah, that's a little bit better. I've got lots of questions here for you, Mike. I'm going to keep you busy here for the next hour.
Okay.
Guys, visit Michael Feely's website and to place your orders for his books at michael-feely.com. I have this one right here. Actually, I got all of Michael's books. Well, pretty much all of them, but this one was a very good read, Alchemy of the Gods. So head on over to michael-feely.com. So here's another question for you. Popped up on the screen by Steve Lee. He says, thanks for your time. Really enjoyed your talk. 3 questions, please. What can we do or are we able to do with this knowledge? 2, how can it help our human lives? And 3, how can this info assist our soul energy?
Okay. What we can do with this knowledge is share it and pass it on, because the more we are aware of it, they become.
There's still a little issue with your mic, Mike.
Is that better? Mike?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. It seems like it's really crackling.
Sorry about that, but basically we need to share this information as wide and as far as possible, because when we do, when I was talking about in the talk about people are taken further and further and further and further into matter, so that all that they know as an absolute reality is the material, is flesh and blood. The more people that know about this kind of knowledge, it reverses. So it's almost like an antidote. It reverses that. People start realizing that they are more, realizing that there is more to life, more to existence, more to reality than they believed. So that really is knowledge, really is power if it is used in the correct way, in the right hands. So how can this help humanity? Well, humanity is in quite a bit of a mess, and so because it is in such a mess, and there are people who have come back here to help. There are people who are helping from different places, who are connecting with those who are here, who have sacrificed themselves. They've come out of retirement to come back and help and walk amongst, should we say, an ignorant, infantile race. We need to reverse the process, and the way in which to reverse the process is to put more ingredients into the mix, because then people start to get different flavors and start to taste the different flavors and start to realize that there are different flavors. So that's really how we can help humanity, by spreading knowledge, by spreading information, by spreading validated truth. Because, you can have lots and lots of knowledge which is not right. You can be a professor of physics and not be right, or you can have validated knowledge which will help people. The soul, the third part of the question, the soul really is the unmanifest animator, and the soul's quest is to become fire, which is not a physical fire, it is a spiritual fire, because a spiritual fire is of a higher vibration than physical fire. So when we have a physical fire, we look at our sun. When we have a spiritual fire, we look at Sirius, the planet Sirius, which is in the binary with the sun. And that is why Sirius is held in such high regards in the likes of ancient Egypt. It is the spiritual sun of higher vibration. The soul really wants to become a baptism by God, really. And fire is God's baptism. It is the purifier. It is the ultimate knowledge. So when you look at alchemy and the baptism by water, which to alchemists is really fire. So it is really a deep cleansing purification, but it is the inner spiritual fire where we raise our inner self. So the soul really wants this information. The soul really wants this information to come to it. The soul really wants to pass this information on, because it recognizes that that is what it needs to fulfill its own goal. And as I say, when you look at the likes, when you touch the likes of hieroglyphs, that is giving you a download at the soul level, which is the unmanifest aspect, but it animates us. And when the body is no longer usable, it is cast away, and your true essence continues. But if you imagine Earth is really a school, it is a university. And whereas in the days of old, your initiations to expand your body, to take in the higher divine frequencies, these initiations were done in the temples, in the Great Pyramid. In modern day, they are largely done in the crossroads and the decisions of life. So when you make important decisions, when you have tests where you have to make a decision, that is really modern day initiation. And initiation is also at a soul level. So if you imagine that you are now, if you want to increase your muscle base, you need some kind of resistance to make your muscles big. So people go to the gymnasium, they pick up 150 pounds with one finger, and that is really the resistance to build their muscles. But we all have the same muscles, but they've enhanced theirs, they've built theirs up. And that is the same really in a soul way, in a spiritual way, in a maturity way. We have the resistance, shall we say, in order for us to become stronger, in order for us to have a greater realization, in order for us to learn, in order that our soul can advance. Now, when it goes beyond Earth, you have really compatible frequencies. So if you never get this, if you never listen to this, if you are always within the absolute of matter, then you will remain compatible with the frequency of this planet, which means you're going to keep coming back. If you imagine that which has been cited as, and held prisoners under the surveillance of the satellites and the prison yard cameras, unless you spiritually advance and awaken, you will keep getting recalled to prison. If you use this opportunity and advance yourself, you become mature spiritually. If you become a more, enlightenment is what we are anyway, but it's just the remembrance of that enlightenment. If we remember that enlightenment, then we get parole, and it means that we are no longer compatible frequency-wise with Earth. So we continue the journey in different star systems, in different places. So really the aim for the soul, for the vessel, for the animation, is to advance, to learn, to listen, to see. And that really is down to ourselves to do that. So that is how we help humanity, that is how we help ourselves. What looks good for the parole board is when we help people. And we can sit there and say, I've helped all of these billions of people to awaken, to escape. That looks good for the parole board, the end of life review, what should we say? So put it in different terms of understanding. This is now our opportunity to learn, to advance. But true enlightenment is not only learning and advancing yourself, it is advancing others and helping others. And that is basically my answer to that 3-part question.
I got a follow-up question on that, Mike. But first, your mic is crackling up pretty bad. Is there any way you're able to use the mic from your camera instead of your actual mic? Because I think the connection, right up in here, back here, right? I think that may have an issue. So maybe if you can try to use your camera mic.
Okay. Can you hear me? Is that okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Cool.
I'll do it that way then, if that's any better.
Oh, that's way better. Let's do the presentation over again. I want to hear it again.
Have you got 3 hours? Yeah, I'll do this well then, if that's better. But yeah, basically that is my answer to the 3-part question.
Okay, so I've got another question. I'll ask Heaven's question actually last, because I'd like to hear the answer on that. Let's get a question in from Grandmother Suzanne. She was on a couple days ago with the Grandmother Circle, and she also did a presentation by herself. An amazing presentation. You guys should go back and watch that. I'll take the feather right here. The question is, how are these sacred sites being connected now to help humanity ascend? Actually, before I go to that, I want to ask that follow-up question, Mike. Now, when you were saying reincarnate and, pass this test here, we're approaching this, prophecy that many Aboriginals on the planet have called for, and most famous of them is from the Anasazi that has been given to the Hopi about the two roads. And we are at those two roads at that merger point. Now, this vibration that you're talking about, right? If we don't vibrate at a particular distortion, then we're going to have to incarnate and come back over and over and over and over again until we actually learn our lesson. But I was saying yesterday that I hated to put in us and them type of vocabulary, but that's really what's available to me. Us being people that are on this path of ascension and awareness and trying to raise our awareness and educate ourselves. And then there's the other camp where people seem to be under like a black magic spell where, they're not really aware of what's going on, and our effort to help them, to bring them over here. So people that are walking on this path right here and are beginning to ascend and become aware, and their vibration and distortion is increasing, would those people have to come back and incarnate, or would they come back to like a different vibrational earth and begin like new lessons and new way of life than what we've been accustomed to for like the last, Kali Yuga, I would suppose?
First of all, they are under a black magic spell, because there are those with high knowledge that bring that knowledge to the black arts, to black magic. Now, when you see any system that imposes its will on another, that is black magic. So humanity has been under the chain of black magic now for a long time, for many Christmases. So it really depends upon where you're at in yourself, because if you remain where you are and you don't change that, and you don't do anything to help yourself or help others, then your vibration is the same as it is now, and your compatible vibration of atmospheric to planetary chemical reactions and whatever is the same vibration. So you are really coming back to where you nestle in, to where you are compatible with. So for those who don't do anything, for those who can never free themselves, because they never look, because they always believe what they're told to be true, even when it's pointed out, that they still don't believe what they're saying. So unless they make some kind of effort, then they have to seemingly keep coming back until they get it. Now, when you look at the likes of Egyptian mummies, when an Egyptian becomes mummified, it's just telling you that they no longer need to reincarnate. That is the end of the reincarnation cycle for them, because their body can't come back, because it is encased, that there's organs removed, that there's different things. So basically, they don't need to come back. They have made it. The initiative made it. They don't need to reincarnate. And that is the same for everyone, because we are under the same development. We are in the same frequency. We are on the same planet. But it's how we choose, or what we choose to do with our time here. And if we choose that in development, in the development of ourselves and others, and our frequency automatically rises. With advanced knowledge comes the frequency of advancement, because everything has a frequency, everything has a vibration. So the words that are used, the things that we say, anytime we talk, we are talking mathematically, we are talking as a vibration, we are expressing a thought. So when someone says something that's not particularly nice, that is a verbalization of a thought that wasn't very nice. So we need to control that. We need to control what we say, because what we say, we can either bring in real divine energy through the voice, or we can destroy someone. And we can destroy somebody with an instrument that has no bones, which is the tongue, because we can speak. So it is our responsibility to raise that. So yes, if those people need to keep coming back, then they will. And yes, you can turn around and say, well, they've been programmed, they've been brainwashed, but it's still their choice to be brainwashed. It can really take minutes to start chipping away at the truth. And as I say, you have to go sometimes largely further than Google and Bing and all of these search engines. But nevertheless, you still have all of this information around you all the time. And it is your choice whether or not to look at that information. So, if you don't, how can you expect anything to be different?
Mike, I get the impression here because, throughout this entire conference, we've been talking about incarnating and learning lessons and, having to come back here again and again and again, that incarnate death. And then eventually, if you learn your lesson, then you no longer incarnate and then you can move on. But, from hearing all of this, I'm getting the impression that there is no free will involved there, right? Because if there was free will involved there, then I would choose not to incarnate, to come back and say, okay, well, I don't want to learn the lesson on this planet. I'm going to go somewhere else and learn it over there, right? But it seems like that we just continue to, go through this cycle, and that gives me the impression that I don't have the free will to choose for myself whether I'm going to incarnate here or not. And it's almost like it's being thrust or forced upon me to come down here to do whatever it is that I need to do, right? So is there free will involved in this, or is free will just like a fantasy that we, hope exists because that's kind of what we want, but in actual reality, there is really no free will involved here, because it seems we're just being told, you go, you didn't learn, go back. You didn't learn, go back. It's like putting a kid in the corner when he makes a mistake on a timeout and he comes out of that and does the same thing, and you put him back and say, no, you didn't learn your lesson, back to the corner you go. And that's the impression that I'm getting from this whole incarnate death cycle.
Well, if one of the comments in psychology is free will or determinism. Now, my argument is, regardless of how much you plead, regardless of how much you pray, regardless of how much you scream and shout, things turn out how they turn out. And that is not necessarily how you wanted them or pleaded them to turn out. So in other words, as I said in the presentation, it seems like somebody else at the wheel of your automobile. Who is actually steering that automobile? Because ultimately, they seem to be in control. And however, whatever highway that they wish to take is the highway that you get taken down. So that, for me, leads to the impression of it is determinism. So when you look at what am I, what are you, we are fragments of information that feed back to the original nothing and everything. That being the case, whatever my microchip has to feed back is what will be fed back. So until I feed back that information, then I have to keep trying. So my argument would be, we have very, very, very small free will within, the zone of determinism, because what will be regardless of what we a lot of the time what we want. So that could only lead to somebody else steering it, somebody else has a particular outcome in mind, and someone is going to take us the direction in which that outcome will be fulfilled. So that is the determinism about this. And we are really the original one that is experiencing everything. If you imagine nothing and everything, well, in order for everything to be nothing again, and in order for nothing to be everything, it has to experience everything. And that's like Thomas Nagel once said, or words to the effect of, he was a lecturer at New York University. He said, you could understand every single working of the brains of a bat, but you still would not be a bat. You would still not know what it is like to be a bat, because you've never experienced it. So to know everything, how can you know everything if you've never experienced it? It is empty. So each and every one of these things seems to be fulfillment or filling that empty space.
Yeah. Yeah, I get the feeling in that as well, that we have that limited free will, because one, we have the free will to choose the avatar, the meat suit, and all the people that we want to be born to, and put together an itinerary of what we want to experience, and then, or what we want to learn. We come down here, and then we have like very limited free will, because when you're moving from point A to point B is determined, is going to happen regardless of what you say, what you do. That point B is going to happen. Whatever you do in your life is going to lead you and direct you into that point B. So from point A to point B, you have that limited free will of do whatever it is that you want, but B is going to happen, right? Regardless whether you want it or not, whether it's good or it's terrible. So that's where, I'm seeing it, that there is free will involved, but like very, very, very limited amounts of it, right? Almost like a droplet's worth from an ocean that says, here you go, just a little flavor, right? You can do what you want, but comes with stipulations. And if you don't do that, you're going to come back and do it over again. And there's the boss telling you, right? And
Well, that's right. Again, if you look at everything as macro, micro, and you look at, I walk out this house now. Do I turn left or do I turn right? I guess that's my choice. But what I'm saying is left and right has already been created. So it's still a limited choice that I have within, the primitive creation.
yeah.
And when you take that into a microcosmic level, now do I vote for Republican or Democrat? Well, again, that is an extremely limited choice, because those two choices have been chosen for me, and I have a very limited choice from what's already been chosen. So even though you can turn around and say, well, I have the free will to turn left or to turn right, those are the only choices that I have in that particular circumstance. So it is a very, very narrow, small bandwidth of possibilities. So yes, I have that very, very small choice, but that choice has already been chosen for me to choose from. And that is more determinism than it is free will.
Well said, Mr. Mike. Let's do a question now from grandmother Suzanne. She was asking, is it popping up here on screen? Here, let's go with that. I need to press harder. Grandmother Suzanne asks, how are these sacred sites being connected now to help humanity ascend?
All of the sacred sites are upon lines, magnetic lines, ley lines, whichever you wish to call them, that they are all connected by energetic lines. Now, when you look at the longitude and latitude mathematical coordinates of each of these monuments and monoliths, they not only pinpoint precisely their location, but they also tell you how to find the other sacred monuments in other places. So, for example, the famous face on Mars tells you precisely how to find Stonehenge.
Mm-hmm.
Stonehenge tells you how to find the face on Mars. The Great Pyramid tells you how to find the Fiery Pyramid and Sidonicity on Mars, and so on within the mathematics. So all of these monoliths and monuments were created by the same cosmic consciousness, and they were all connected by sound, by energy line, by mathematics, which is natural law, which is astronomical law. When we start to get the knowledge back and this knowledge re-emerges, then the pyramid capstone is replaced, which is the second coming, which is the completion really of the Messiah. The anointed one is really us, each and every one of us. Every single one of these monuments is connected. So when you switch on one, you switch them all on. It's like one central light switch in a house. When you switch one off or on, it affects every other room. It affects every other light. And that's really what these monuments and monoliths are doing, because they were created by the same people with the same thing in mind, by the same group of advanced minds who had a direct communication with the creative mind, who used the hands of these people basically to do that. So when you flick on the switch, it activates the grid. And when you activate the grid, that is when you see the fireworks. That is when things start to happen. So what we're seeing now is, a lot of this, the information that is contained in. One of the reasons that we see many of the shafts that have been sealed is because it is insulating the dangerous in the wrong hand technology. So they were basically insulating it inside these monuments, so the wrong hands couldn't get out of them. So when consciousness of humanity changes and we become responsible enough, then we will start to get these technologies back, and we'll start to get this sacred knowledge back, and then the pyramid capstone will be returned. So in essence, in a nutshell, it is a gigantic energy grid, and that's exactly how the stars are. Even though we can't see the star lines, the lines in the sky, the different stars, they are all connected to, and everything is really a gigantic network grid. So one affects all of them. When you switch one on, they all come on, and that is really a higher frequency for the planet, and that is how humanity will be helped and assisted by these monuments and monoliths, which are really crystalline amplifications of sound. And sound, if you use as a sound healer or uses sound to heal, you will know that these sounds, the preciseness of one, the ultrasound of something, for argument's sake, the initiate, the candidate would lie on that, they would hit the stone, and the vibration would go all the way through the body and awaken them. So sound can awaken humanity, and each and every one of these monuments and monoliths are sound amplifiers.
With these monoliths and megaliths that we have, these sacred sites, like for instance, the Serpent Mound in Ohio, or Machu Picchu and Pumapunku and the Great Pyramids and etc. Now, what about the sites like Stonehenge, and also what about the sites that are like so ancient that they've pretty much crumbled away, but we know that our ancestors, when they built these monuments, they built them on energy grid points around the earth. So now those sites that have been activated by our ancestors in the past, would those count as well within the activation of the planet, or are those gone like dormant now instead of? Because I'm wondering about the residual effect of the sites that are like so ancient that they're like almost crumbled to the ground. But I don't think it's about the actual structure that's there. It's more so the energy that is being collected there.
So you always have a manifest, you always have an unmanifest that is unseen, but is in simultaneous existence around. So they were always intended to be part of the grid because they were put on energy lines, they were built for a specific reason. But just because one or two of them doesn't work doesn't mean to say that the grid doesn't work. You can send the juice in different directions. So in reality, the energy of the place is still there, and it will still work, and it will still have its desired effect. And if you want to find these hidden places, just follow ley lines, just follow them all the way into the Amazon forest, and you'll find these temples, these places. So all of them will work. The very reason that the likes of the British government is talking seriously about putting the highway underneath Stonehenge is because for anyone who's been to Stonehenge, you will realise that there's miles and miles and miles of fields around that you don't need to anywhere near the sacred site. But they understand that if you put a highway underneath Stonehenge, you are disrupting its energy. And they understand that. That's why they're doing it. When you have the likes of the Egyptian government and wherever they are preventing people from going to certain places, when people are looking for these stones that I'm talking about that slide open by certain sounds, they are guarded. The things that are found that go against the official mainstream narrative about advanced technology and things, they are under armed guard, military guard, under the authority of the government, so people cannot see them and cannot know about them. So they understand, the powers that be understand the significance of what is going on, and they are trying their best to disrupt them. And if you disrupt the flow, you can't stop something. As I say, if you have something that is determined and predetermined and pre-written, you're not going to stop it, but you can try and disrupt it. And that is what they're trying to do. There is no need whatsoever to build a highway underneath Stonehenge, but there's a deeper reason for doing that.
Man, I almost feel embarrassed that, I do feel embarrassed. You're saying that these people are going to come along and build a highway underneath Stonehenge, and we know it's just not Stonehenge, there's Woodhenge as well, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So we know that there's like massive amounts of energy that's happening there. So they must know something in order for them to do this. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, I got a follow-up question on this, because this is very fascinating with the monoliths and the megaliths around the world. Our Schumann resonance fluctuates up and down, depending on the mood of the planet. Now that we're going into this parallel timeline and the shift that's happening, how do these Schumann resonance will affect these megalith sites and these sacred sites around the world? What I really mean is like the position in space, right? And then with all the stars and all the planets that are around, like Venus and Mars, for instance, they're dancing together, the masculine and the feminine, across our sky. And the Schumann seems to be rising, and sometimes it just goes totally blank because it's so high. How would that have an effect on the activation of these sites?
The Schumann resonance, obviously, is when they've done experiments and they've deprived people access to the Schumann resonance, that those people have become very ill very quickly. Mm-hmm. And then when they were being reintroduced to the Schumann resonance, then they became healthy again. So this was done multiple times, and it had the same result. So clearly we are reliant upon the frequencies of our planet. Our DNA is really compatible with the frequency of the planet of birth. Our vibrations are compatible with the planet of birth, and that is part of the Schumann resonance, which we seem to need in order to have health. When you alter the vibration or the sound of the dynamics of something, and of course sometimes it can have an impact. What I found with sound is that when you have a higher frequency of sound and it comes into contact with a lower frequency of the same pitch, for argument's sake, the lower frequency, the lower pitch will always raise itself to the higher frequency, always. So when people sometimes have strange sort of sounds in their ears and different pitches in their ears, what they're hearing is sound waves that are low and high, in other words, opposite, are meeting each other, and the lower sound is raising itself to the higher sound. That is what they're hearing in their ears.
That's what ringing, right? The tinnitus or tinnitus, whatever they call that.
Yeah, I mean, tinnitus is more of a medical condition, but people hear frequency, the change in pitch in their.
I get that.
And so do I. And that really is two sound waves of different frequency passing each other, and the lower one is raising itself to the higher one. That is how it works always. So these monuments and monoliths were built with the highest of frequencies.
Kind of like the tuning fork that you were talking about?
Yep, which is really...
Where the low is trying to match the high?
It is. It's a sympathetic transference. So basically, if you have two tuning forks next to each other and you hit one, then you put the other one that wasn't hit close to it, and it will start to vibrate. Yeah. And that is really sympathetic transference, which is what happened at Stonehenge on that incident. So these things are built with the highest of frequency, with the highest of knowledge of astronomical law and natural law. And because they are such a high frequency, any other frequency that is inputted into it will automatically jump up to match the high frequency of the monument. Yeah. So again, because they were put there with such special power, that's not going to be changed. And the idea is that humanity will be removed or helped or lifted up from its slumber. That is the grand plan. That is what the grand divine plan is, to help humanity. And all of these different tools that have been put there for us to decipher, to learn. But like anything else, we have to, when we're a child, when we're growing up and we want to read a book, we have to learn to read. So until we learn to read, we have adults and other people telling us, this is what the word is, this is what the word means, this is what the sentence is, this is what the paragraph is. So we have, at the moment, people who, speaking at these events and wherever, who are explaining to people what the narrative means. And then once they can read for themselves, that's when they begin to understand the narrative themselves and decipher it themselves. And when enough people decipher this information, because it's written everywhere, on every side of the pyramid, it tells you, then when we are mature enough, then we will rise our settlements. But regardless of what you input or try to disrupt with, it will always find a way, because it is with the highest of mind, with the highest consciousness, with the highest degree of natural and astronomical law.
Now, Mike, I'm just wondering, it's like the tuning forks, right? I'm trying to wrap my head around that. It's amazing that it's a sympathetic transfer of vibration and frequency. Why does that not happen with humans? Let's say if you're vibrating at a high distortion and then somebody else comes along and stands next to you that's vibrating at a lower distortion, at a denser distortion, how come they're not getting that sympathetic distortion transferred from you to him, right? Kind of like the quantum entanglement, so to say.
Good question, really. I mean, everything is built to a certain blueprint, and just like with all other blueprints, sometimes it doesn't work, but it is meant to work. And there's a comment in there by Stone about the frequency that come in and out of the air in different pitches is really information downloadable. Yes, because information can travel within sound waves. When you look at crop circles, the pitch and the sound that is coming from crop circles is the exact same pitch and the exact same sound that is emanating from the rings of Saturn. Within this sound, there are letters, there are phrases, there are sentences. It is a language. Now, when you look at some of the famous composers, Mozart, Bach, they used to deliberately put messages inside the sound waves of the symphonies. And that's how, and they used to pass information between families and different people, because they'd encrypted messages within sound waves, which is what's happening at crop circles, Nazca lines, hieroglyphs, all of these things. We all are really a vibrating, frequency-led vessel. And when we become ill, or a part of us becomes ill, it's because that part of the body has reduced its frequency and has become, again, incompatible with health. When you put these things close enough together, they have sympathetic transference. And tuning forks, monuments, monoliths, people, we all affect each other in different ways. If I have a massive argument, then you can feel, even though the argument may have stopped, the energy of that argument remains in the room for some time. So anybody else who walks in that room can feel that energy. It has an effect on them. They can instantly feel it. And everything has an effect in different ways.
Kind of like the Monday morning blues. I think we talked about that before, where if you go to work on a Monday morning and you say, I hate Mondays, and then you create that negative, energy in that environment around you, and when you go to the office or to your work, then that rubs off on people. And then even if you're not in that environment at the moment, somebody else comes in, they feel it, and then they begin to respond with that lower emotion. And right, so it's almost like it's magnetically attracted to people, and depends on their distortion as to how they're going to respond to it.
Well, you can feel it, and you can't get out of it, And when I go to a busy shopping centre, for argument's sake, what I'm doing when I'm walking through a shopping centre is I'm walking through the negative energies of many people, lots and lots of people. So it's almost like walking through a shower of mud really, because you can't escape everybody else's feelings, emotions. You can't help it. You just walk past 27 people who've had an extremely bad day, and their energy field reflects their bad day. And because I'm walking through it, it's almost like when I get home, the soul needs cleansing. Something needs to happen to get rid of all this tar that I've inherited. So we do all reflect and affect each other. And when everybody's feeling the same, oh God, it's Monday morning again, that becomes picked up as an accepted reality. And we all feel it. We all feel the same. And you can feel the build up of it on Sunday evening. You don't have to wait anymore. You can start. Come Saturday night, you're still fairly happy, and then come to Sunday, you're thinking, "Oh God, it's Monday again tomorrow." And if you didn't,
that's in.
there's thousands and thousands of people having the same thoughts. Now, when you have collective thoughts, you can actually create astral entities.
Yeah.
When you look at secret rituals in some of these secret temples, they are actually creating, through the power of collective mind, astral entities to interact with. Now, you can do that in a negative way, you can do that in a positive way. We have a powerful mind, and when those minds are together with a single focus, then you can move worlds. So, of course, if everybody's having the same negative thought and they're really focusing on it, then that is really a powerful force of creation. Because we don't understand how to control our thoughts, because we don't understand that every thought that we have is a creation that goes out beyond the mind, goes out beyond the skull, and it goes into the collective, and it can get picked up as a collective and become an absolute reality for people. It becomes the accepted reality, because we don't understand our mind, we don't understand the subconscious, we don't understand what thoughts really are, we don't understand how people are picking up on our thoughts, we don't understand that a lot of the thoughts that we have are not our own. We're picking up on other people's thoughts. So there's a lot of things that we need to understand in part of who we are, what we are, how we really are created, how we act, how we behave, how we live, how we exist. And then when we do that, we'll be starting to control those thoughts. All the biblical chariots are really the wayward thoughts that need to be controlled and steered to a certain destiny. But again, it's all about the understanding of self and how we are a mirror of each and everyone else. And the way in which we react, things that we say, things that we think, the things that we do, have a ripple effect. They have an effect.
Makes sense, Mike. That really does. You're blowing my mind here. Let's switch up a little bit of gears here now, and let's take this question from Huna Meraka, I believe that is. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly. So Huna asks, can you speak on the recent inner chamber found in the Giza pyramid called the Void and found through cosmic rays? Now, I know that you've decoded a lot of the pyramids. Like, what is your finding? Like, what is your thought on this chamber? Because I know that you've said that when you take the pyramid chamber and you put it on your head, right, and it has the blueprint of your head in there, where does that void come in to play within your construct?
Well, the void, you see, inside your brain, which obviously is in Golgotha, the place of skulls, by the pineal gland, you have a gap. Now, all of what I'm about to say is confirmed by Gray's medical dictionary, but there is a gap by the pineal gland called the vault. Now, it is a void, it is a vault. So that is really the tomb of your inner Christ. So when your processes of enlightenment are going through the body and they reach the tomb, you have the Easter and the resurrection inside your head. With almost like an eureka moment of enlightenment. When you are looking at the Great Pyramid, then it reflects the endocrine system of the human mind, which is really the seat of consciousness. Now, the word seat comes from heart set. So again, you're talking about spiritual center, the seat of the mind, the seat of the heart, etc., etc. The one thing with the pyramid is my father's house has many rooms. Now, a house, the word pharaoh means great house, and a house is synonymous with the mind. So my father's mind has many rooms, which is represented by the Great Pyramid. What you find inside the Great Pyramid in particular, because that is the epicenter, that is the center of all other monuments.
Mhm.
There's no other like to the Great Pyramid. It is unique. You will find that there are many secret passageways that are voice activated with certain words, certain times, certain frequencies, and they lead you to many different places. Now, when you go into the Great Pyramid, or in the depths of the Great Pyramid, through the voice activated doors, there are multiple rooms, there are multiple voids that contain the information of different eras of humankind throughout the ages. These voids and these chambers that are sealed, they contain technological advanced equipment machines that are far beyond what we know. They are far beyond what we are capable of using. They are dangerous in the wrong hands. Every single stone of the likes of the Great Pyramid is a note, it is a tune, it is an octave. And as I say, certain tunes and octaves will open doorways to slide open stones that you cannot see with the eye. Each of these voids, each of these rooms that will appear as a void, contains sacred information of the history of humanity and also secret technological advanced equipment that has been insulated inside these monuments. Now, the pyramids are thick stone because it stops things like dangerous frequencies seeping out. Now, many people have recorded hearing thunder inside the Great Pyramid, and they have heard correctly, because in the shafts and the tunnels of the Great Pyramid, what they were doing is they were releasing opposing forces, positive and negative, and the tension of those forces as they passed through the chambers and the tunnels created thunder, created light. They were able to control the weather using this kind of technology, the shafts and the tunnels of the Great Pyramid. There's a lot to be discovered, but in essence, the answer to the question is it will be a room that contains sacred information or advanced technology. That there is somebody, I believe, that is planning on doing a complete sweep of the Great Pyramid with such technology, and that will reveal that there are many rooms. But those rooms are not empty rooms, they contain information, and it was insulated from the outside world in order to protect him.
Great answer, Mike. That was brilliant. Thank you. Let's take this one from Rockers Los Angeles. Heaven, I haven't forgotten about you. I see your question. It's on my list. And that's the last question I will ask Mike because I feel that's very important. So Rockers Los Angeles asks, where the beings with the elongated skulls have the ability to use a larger portion of their brain?
Yes, the elongated skulls is really a full and complete brain capacity. So what they did with that brain capacity, that they had greater spiritual abilities and greater spiritual capabilities, such as the astral brain, which is astral travel. You know, that they were able to see into the future, see into the past. I've actually had an Egyptian pharaoh travel to my time, and I've walked next to him, and that is a fact. You know, and that was in 2017. Consciously, I have also gone back in time to witness an event 159 years previously. So when you actually go outside time and space, then you can actually see different time events. So they had a greater capacity, they needed a greater brain, a bigger brain, a different brain to have these spiritual capacities. And that is why they had elongated skulls. Obviously, the sons of men have the skulls that we have today, which don't have that spiritual ability, or certainly that spiritual ability has been dormant for a long time. So the elongated skulls is a completed greater brain capacity, brain center capacity.
Do you think the people with the elongated skull were humans or hybrids or ET?
I think that they were an advanced human. Now, when my view on the ET phenomena is largely, not all of course, is that they are spiritual advanced humans,
Mm-hmm.
and they basically continued this journey of discovery in different star systems, which is a different frequency, which is now compatible with their frequency. So a lot of these ET races are advanced spiritual humans who have come back to help us. You know, what parents would not want to come back and help their children? So
My parents.
there's always the exception in the unmanifested.
Yeah. That's too funny. Thanks, Mike. Let's hit up a question from Crash, I believe it is. Asks at Mike also, are you aware of the ancient Egyptian references to Ta Marie and the American Egypt connection here? What are your thoughts?
Yes, there is a connection. There is always a connection, and even the Knights Templars, you know, spoke about a place called America, the great land of America, which of course is America.
Mm-hmm.
Every single sacred site throughout the world, Venus, Mars, the moon, Saturn, the moons of Saturn, the moons of Mars, have monoliths and monuments. They are all connected. Egypt is the epicenter when it comes to Earth monuments and monoliths. It is directly in the exact center of Earth. It is the monad, it is the middle, it is the central radiation. But every other single monument and monolith is connected in a divine way, in mathematics, in astronomy, in astrology, in spiritualism, in the advanced knowledge that was put into it in order to build it. Mm-hmm. So yes, there is a connection, and it is the same connection as you see between Stonehenge and the face of Mars, Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, and you know, Stonehenge and Quetzalcoatl. All of these things are intrinsically linked, intrinsically connected by theme, by mathematics, by natural laws, and by astronomical laws. So nothing is separate.
I believe you on that one, that nothing is separate. Everything is one, right? It's just an expression of separation, I suppose. Here, I'll hit you up with a funny one from our buddy at Inception Podcast, Gloria. Guys, head on over to Inception Podcast and subscribe to Gloria's channel. Gloria, if you can, please post your YouTube channel in the comments, please. So Gloria asks, question, have you shared everything or holding back? I believe you said earlier you're holding back a little bit because the time is not right for us to get the frequency in the word.
The honest answer is I've not shared everything yet, no. I've shared a lot. The information that I haven't shared relates to the information that has been shared. But no, there is part of the information that is still to come out. Mm-hmm. Again, as you quite rightly said, you know, the word, the frequency, the time, the day in which to open these stones at the top of the Great Pyramid to get in. So that is something that I still hold on to and will share at the appropriate time. So the honest answer, Gloria, is no, I've not shared everything yet.
I love the honesty.
Otherwise, you wouldn't ask me.
It has something to do with humming and whistling, right? You gotta come up with that right frequency, and then it'll just open right up like a Stargate.
Well, of course, it's also our conference security. If I told you everything in one go, you'd never invite me back. So, you know, I do a little bit for myself.
Regardless, I'm bringing you back no matter what, because I've read enough of your books to pick your brain for like the next 10 years anyways.
Well, the new one will surpass by a long way everything that's come out so far. So there's a lot of information there where I'm not holding back.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, for sure. Guys, visit michael-feely.com and go there and check out the book collection he has. And you can actually schedule a time to speak one-on-one with Mike. He has that service on his website. So let's jump to another question here. This is actually a follow-up from the earlier answer with the stars and the moons, and it's from Heaven is Here, one of our members here on Watchers Talk. She asks, have you heard anything about the stars, sun, moon, and other luminaries being electromagnetic projections from technology built by Creator located underground, also tech located under sacred sites?
Yeah, just to that part, there's lots and lots of technology under each and every sacred site.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it is underneath the base. You know, in the abyss of universal intelligence for one, under the base of the Great Pyramid, in all the voids and all the rooms we're talking about, there's lots and lots of technology. There's lots and lots of races that have transcended and have actually gone in Earth, whereas others have transcended and gone into a frequency that we can't see, because there's lots of realities around us. In relation to the universe and the stars and the planets that we know of or think that we know of,
Mm-hmm.
my view really is that the third dimensional world is a construct of the brain, and we have really a pulsating, should we say in computer terms, a central processing unit that is creating a software, but software is something that appears to be real.
Mm-hmm.
So my view of the planets, of the stars, you know, the Egyptian view of the stars was in the name of a star, which is Saba, SBA, which means gateway. So some of the ancient people believe that the stars were gateways. Some believe that they were souls that had left the earth. But my view really is that space is computer storage space. This is a software program, and what we think to be reality is a construct of the mind. You know, for argument's sake, our eyes see everything two-dimensional. Now the brain transforms that into a 3D model. So the 3D world is a construct of the brain. So nothing is what we think it to be, and stars and luminaries and planets would fall into that category. And certainly, another way of putting, you know, the defragmentation, the return to oneness, all of these different terms can be summed up with the projection returns to the projector.
Nice, thank you, Mike. Let's hit up another one. We're on a roll here. I love this. I know you love it too. I know you do, because we've talked about this many times. That's why I did it, Mike. Let's take a question from Huna Mereka again. This is a good one. It says, question, also, have you made a connection with 3168 in with John 3:16 in the Bible and the sun and 8 turned sideways equals infinity?
Yes. Again, 8 turned sideways, the lazy 8. When you have a singular timeline, a singular line of numbers, it is infinity. Now, when you get beyond infinity, you have negative infinity, which is shrinkage. So when you see the, you know, like the Virgin Media infinity lazy 8 symbol, you have one of the loops which is smaller, which is negative infinity, which is shrinkage. In terms of John and the numbers of John, as I said, the original Bible is the Giza Plateau in Egypt, and that is mathematically, I can prove that. You know, if I can prove that in the mathematics and the height and the diameters of the Great Pyramid, it mentions Christ, who wasn't even around or even thought of in those days. It's almost a prophetic vision. Now, all the mathematics of the Bible, you know, again, I've told you before, and we had a little bit of a laugh over it, but somebody on one of these call-in shows before said to me that the Bible or numbers have nothing to do with the Bible. And I said to them, well, why is there a scripture, a book of the Bible called Numbers? Because there's so many bits of mathematics that is hidden within the Bible, which is hidden within the pyramid. The sun serves the material. That is why there's lots and lots of sun worship, especially those who wish for humanity to remain in the material. because the sun, serves the material realm, which is where they want to keep us. The spiritual realm is served by Sirius, the blazing star, because Sirius means scorching. So the blazing star of Masonry is Sirius, the spiritual sun, the central sun. But all of these biblical passages and numbers in John and Genesis and all of these different places is found within the pyramids, within the monuments. And again, 3168 is another one of those, because it's, again, when you look at the Sphinx and you look at the diameters of the Sphinx, it is 316,800. If you just remove the 2 zeros, it becomes 3168. So that is the parameter of New Jerusalem, which is heaven on earth. That is the mathematical diameters of the Sphinx of Egypt, which represents enlightened man and how to get to enlightenment. So the Sphinx, the 3168, the New Jerusalem, the pyramids that relate to Christ, it is all a mathematical, numerical Bible that is found in the 13 square acres, the legs of the bed. So yes, it is all connected. Yes, I have found that connection and more connections as well.
So when the John 3:16 says, I'll put it up on the screen here. Where did it go? I believe it's something to do with the sun. It says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life." And that's really saying that if you can connect with that Christ consciousness and that you've become aware of yourself, that you'll have eternal life. Now, is that correct? Or
when you look at, for God loved the world so much that he sent his only Son, then look at, again, when you look at biblical scriptures, you need to identify certain key words and you need to analyze what those certain words mean. For example, the amount of religious people that have told me to fear the Lord, to fear God, not really realizing that in Hebrew the word fear is yirah, which means to know and to understand. So it's not saying be scared, it's saying understand God, understand the Lord, understand what they are. So when you look at the sun, as I said in the presentation, what is sun? Well, sun is stone, sun is to build, and sun is sound. Now the secret word,
like a 2D.
yeah. So the secret word that are used between initiates is the word Om, the chant Om, which is a word for the sun, which is what Hindus believe was the primordial sound of creation. But it is also a sound wave of 7.23 centimeters, which is the exact same distance between the chakras of the body. So when God sends his only Son, he's basically building the temple. And it says in the Bible that God is not in the temple built by the hands of man, but this temple is built by God. So we are sons of God, really. We are the temples of God. We are God's builders. So you have to analyze what they mean. So if you're just looking at the physical sun per se, yes, the physical sun gives life as we know it on the planet. It irradiates heat, it radiates light. But we have to analyze the meaning of specific words, because sun worship was really not necessarily the physical sun, but the physical sun is a personification of the solar logos, which is really the forces of universal light. And they saw that as the pie in the sky, the circle in the sky. So yes, we need to analyze the meaning of the words, which gives us the correct understanding of what those phrases mean.
Excellent, Mike. This has been just a wonderful session, and we just got a couple of minutes left before we bring Dr. Michael Cremo on. And I want to ask this final question that I've been hanging on to forever, and it is from Heaven is Here. And I'm interested in this too, because I just got a granddaughter, and I want to educate her in this type of information so that when she grows up, she has the real truth. So when can we expect your children books, and how many of them are you working on simultaneously? or is it a series? And tell us, give us a download on that so we can get prepared.
Yeah, but basically, at the moment it is a series of 7 books, because the idea was that the
There's 7 again.
yeah, number 7, which again is extremely important, and all the numbers within the Great Pyramid are 7 or divisible by 7.
Mm-hmm.
So the stone that I talked about that moved opened for 7 feet, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a series of 7 books which relate to the 7 chakras. The idea is we have this lonely child that spends a lot of time in his bedroom, which is really typifies me in my childhood. And one day there's a knock on the door. He goes downstairs. There's no one there, but he finds this book on the doorstep. So he takes this book, thinks nothing of it, puts it on the shelf, and every now and again he just gets this really, really strong urge to read the book. And he just opens it up, and wherever he opens it up, he basically gets transported to different times in history.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes to monuments and monoliths in history, and he's met by a messenger. And this messenger lets him have his childhood fun. He does what he wants as a child, to have a laughter, to have a play. But then at the end of that, he takes his character to one side and says, now there's some important information that I need you to take back to your time. And he then goes into the true meanings of the location of where it is. And again, that is Stonehenge, that is Atlantis, that is the Great Pyramid, and so on and so on. It's already, all the books have already been written. I'm just waiting for my wife Sarah now to illustrate them for me, which is obviously a question in the chat room. Once that is done, they will be out. I don't have any specific time at the moment, because I'm also writing Who Built the Pyramids, and that is really taking a lot of time to do that. I hope that it would be sometime this year is really as specific as I can be. But my idea is that children through mainstream education, and children through what they see in historical books, not getting the truth of the situation by any means. And their reality, their life is really dogged by falsity. And I just wanted to address some kind of balance, just to give them just to give children and their parents an alternative viewpoint. And as I say, this is not just my theory. I have mathematical and different evidences to prove what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Who built the pyramids, why they built them, how they built them, all of these kind of things I can now answer, which is a rarity, because there's not many people that can. So I wanted to bring that information also into the mind of a child as well.
Right on, Mike. Give us just a quick upload on level 1, 2, 3, 4 if people want to sign up.
Well, again, level 1 is basically just free if you just want updates as to what I'm doing, when and where. Level 2 is simply just a weekly newsletter which contains esoteric information. Mm-hmm. Level 3 is the newsletter, plus every time I do a live webinar, you get free access to that. And level 4 is all of those things plus a one-on-one monthly Skype call with me. So those are basically the different newsletters, but there's also other stuff on there which won't cost anything, that they can look at and learn from.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, my brother, my star brother. I really totally appreciate your contribution here to Humanity Unplugged. And man, this last 2 hours just like that, just gone. You're having fun when that happens, right? I just look down at the clock and I'm like, oh my God, Dr. Cremo's going to be in like 5 minutes. I better start wrapping this, because those questions were just fantastic questions, guys. Thank you for that. And what a amazing session, Mike. So before I let you go and bring on Dr. Cremo, do you have any final words for our audience? And before I say that, guys, I will be sharing Mike's YouTube channel in the comments. So be sure to head on over there and subscribe to his channel. And also don't forget the bell, because it's a 2-step process. If you don't hit the bell, then there's no point in subscribing. So just quickly, Mike, give us a download, brother.
Yes, as always, I like to let people know who they are, because it's something that they're never taught, they're never told. Imagine the creator of everything separated, and you become one of those fragments. So you are really the creator of everything. You are the mind of everything. You are experiencing what it is to be everything. You are the effect that fulfills the cause. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not divine. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't have divine rights. You are powerful. You are the creative force. You just have to realize that and reawaken that within you. Then there is no stopping you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mike. And Greg Herrera was asking here in the comments which of Michael's books explains about the pyramids. He really talks about them in all of them, but here's this excellent book, The Secrets of the Pyramids, Message for Humanity. This is an excellent book. Earlier, this picture that I shared here, I'll just quickly toss it up there. This image that I shared is from this book. Right, so it's an amazing book. I know it's not a very good picture because I took it with my cam, but I just wanted to give an example. So you can grab that book at michael-feely.com and the other books that Michael has as well. So thank you very much, my star brother. I appreciate you. And with that being said, we will bring Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe on, and Dr. Michael Cremo. And guys, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share this video so that everybody can get the truth. So, Rob, that was an amazing download, brother.
Epic.
Yeah,
Epic. Every time he speaks, I just sit there and I'm like, right? Okay. No, I get it. I get it now. And I have to hear it a few times because there is so much information, even in between the information, the topics that he talks about, and the way that they congruate, there's a congruency between it all. And I keep using these same words because everything's connected. So when you hear one thing and then it kind of connects to something else, you're like, oh my God, that's right. And then you go back and it makes more sense than it did before. And now you've got to reevaluate the whole thing. So it's pretty wild that it was like that. But now we have one of my personal favorite people is Dr. Michael Cremo.
Yeah, so let me, before we do that, let me just quickly just show off a few books that I have of Mike's. So if anybody is interested, here, put me on full screen for a second, Rob.
Gotcha.
You can get this book, guys. It's the Code of Christ. And then we have The Ancient Code, A Serpent Fire. Excellent book. Read that as well. In fact, I read them all. And then, of course, we have The Pyramids, The Secret of the Pyramids. And then we have The Alchemy of the Gods. Every one of these books is excellent. I got a couple more, but it's time to bring Dr. Cremo on. So I will alleviate myself from the screen, and looking forward to this, Rob.
Yeah, me too. So just to give you a quick bio on Mr. Cremo, Mr. Dr. Michael Cremo. Michael Cremo is the cutting edge of science and cultural issues. In the course of a few months' time, he might be found on a pilgrimage to a sacred site in India, appearing on a national television show, lecturing at a mainstream science conference, or speaking to an alternative science gathering. As he crosses disciplinary and cultural boundaries, he presents to his various audiences a compelling case for negotiating the new consensus on the nature of reality. Michael Cremo is a member of the World Archaeological Congress and the European Association of Archaeologists, as well as an associate member of the Bhaktivedanta Institute, specializing in history and philosophy of the science. So without further ado, Mr. Cremo, how are you?
Good to be with you, Rob and
Oh,
Omar.
it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I always love when you come up here and give us an incredible information, because you're always so in tune with not just the archaeological side, but the spiritual side of those archaeological expeditions you've been on, and it's just it's incredible. So
Yeah. So I did have a PowerPoint presentation prepared, but I'd just like you to feel free to interrupt at any time and ask questions. I just wanted to have something to say.
of course,
prepared,
I'll
but
definitely interject and ask some questions as we go
yeah.
along. Do you know how to share the screen on this, where you hit the share screen?
Okay, I'm going to hit the share screen now.
It's the plus sign.
And it says share screen, slides, video file. So
Is it a lot of slides? Is it a big presentation?
It's fairly long, I guess.
Okay, so we're gonna go to share screen. You're gonna tap it again, and then it's gonna have
Okay.
another box come up where it says share screen with the big blue bar.
Okay.
And
Entire screen.
so right in the middle, next to the entire screen, you're gonna see Windows.
Right. Go to the
Now,
windows.
click on the Windows and then look down, and you should see the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. I'll click on that.
Click on the PowerPoint, and then the bottom right corner it should say share screen.
Okay. I can't see the bottom right corner.
Are we able to go to slides in the share like we did last time, Dr. Cremo? When we go to share and then we go up top to slides and then upload from your computer.
Oh, okay. So I guess I'll have to start again.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did that the last time and it worked out pretty good for us. So if you just
okay.
Stop sharing screen and then share, and then right up at the top you'll see slides with an arrow.
Okay. The problem is this thing that just came up, the choose what to share. It goes off the bottom of my screen, and I can't get it to move up. So I'm kind of stuck here.
Yeah. Let's stop sharing screen. Right? We'll start the process over again. Let's just stop share screen.
Okay. Yeah, I can't.
Usually you see that at the top of the, like below the URL up top. You see that? Usually if you're sharing the screen, it'll have a bar where you're,
Oh, it's okay.
Why does that keep
We'll come
happening?
back. I think it's the internet, right? The internet is it's a little choppy here on my end as well. And Dr. Cremo will come back here pretty quick. Are you frozen too? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Rob is frozen too. So all good, guys. We're experiencing this internet difficulty for the past few days anyhow. But, hopefully it will rectify itself and fix itself. So we'll just wait for Dr. Cremo to come back. And
there you are.
yeah.
Oof. I was just stuck in a matrix for a minute. That was wild.
Yeah, I know,
There
right?
it is. All right.
Okay, I'll stop.
You stop.
Share screen.
Yeah, and then go
and then
up
at the top, it's going to say slides.
Slides.
And then upload from your computer, Dr. Cremo.
Okay, upload. Upload file from the computer.
Yeah.
Let's see what files up. Okay, I have to select this.
And then it's going to take a moment to process and put the slides through once you find the presentation.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay.
Now it says processing, correct?
I hope so. I clicked on open that file.
Perfect. It'll let you know if it's too big or not. But, Dr. Cremo, just to ask you a question right off the bat is,
yeah, right.
While we're waiting for that to be done, we had you on the panel the other day with, I believe it was Dr. Sam, a couple of other people talking about the pyramids themselves, right? We're looking at so many different aspects of the pyramids in Giza. What do you feel is the main function, and it's just your point of view, of those specific pyramids? What do you feel is the main cause or functionality of them?
Well, I'm not a pyramid researcher. So anything I say about it would just be my opinion as a person who's just encountered whatever I've heard. So I haven't really looked into it, as a matter of research and trying to understand myself about it. But they, it depends upon your whole worldview. I accept a consciousness based universe rather than a matter based universe. So I connect things like this with things that other people might consider to be unscientific or uh, if we look at the Egyptian cosmology, like many other cosmologies in the world, they accepted there was a an overall guiding intelligence that was responsible for the manifestation of the whole universe and everything in it, and that there were different personalities involved. They had different names for these personalities: Osiris, Isis, Newt. They had different names for them. So I think their pyramid was a method of connecting consciousness on this planet with the larger spiritual consciousness or that functioned in the universe. And how the pyramids were constructed and what their purpose was has to be understood in that context, rather than just looking at it in terms of, well, there are these blocks of limestone that were somehow or other carved out of some quarry some distance away, and somehow or other, mechanically, according to the laws of physics, they had to be transported and lifted and set in place, at the Giza Plateau. There may have been other powers involved, like a few centuries ago, some of the scholars, Islamic scholars in Egypt, they were saying, well, these pyramids were made by King Solomon, and he used jinn. In other words, some kind of magical or mystical beings to manifest them. So I think that has to be taken into account, that there may have been some powers involved in the construction and the conceptualization and the use of the pyramids. I think they were used to establish connections and communications between humans on this planet and higher dimensions, higher beings, extraterrestrial beings, extra dimensional beings. And they had some purpose for equalizing or adjusting or harmonizing the energies on this level with energies of higher and lower levels of reality, because they had a concept of the underworld as well. And they also had a concept of transmigration of the conscious self or soul. So, sometimes it's difficult to, for a group of people who exist later after the original culture has dissipated and gone, to fully comprehend what that other culture may have actually been all about. So,
Right. And you talk about, especially in your work, the de-evolution of the human kind of the human species as we get through. Your presentation did come up here, and
uh,
we're going to bring it up in 2 seconds. But that de-evolution, if we're talking about ancient Egypt and when those pyramids were probably built, we would have probably been maybe on a higher edge of that before that drastic downfall, coming in the later years. But let's get into the presentation itself. I'm going to do this. And now, Dr. Cremo, do you see up there where it says next slide, slide one? You can
uh,
click the arrows to go to the next slide. Do you see that?
no, I
If
don't.
you hover your mouse on the
Oh,
screen,
there it
Dr.
is
Primo,
down
you'll
there.
see it
Yes.
as well.
Okay, I see it. Yeah.
Also, if you hover your mouse on the main screen, you'll see the slide thing pop up, and you'll be able to control it from there as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So, of course, we were talking about something very interesting there. I mean, you were talking about the downfall. I think you're absolutely right about that. Because if we look back around 5,000 years at all the various cultures around the world, uh, and we see that they had some very common features. The idea that as conscious, intelligent, personal, individual beings, we're not from this world of matter, we're from some higher realm of non material substance. That's our original home, and we're part of a whole cosmic hierarchy of beings. And the self, the conscious self, the soul, doesn't become extinguished at the time of death. So they all tended to have ideas like that. And they were talking about connections between human society and these higher dimensional beings. They were regularly visited by them and communicated with them. But that all seemed to stop about 5,000 years ago or so, which kind of corresponds with the Hindu idea of cyclical time, that there are yugas that pass one age to the other. And there was a change in the yugas where things dropped to a lower energy level on this planet, which resulted in people becoming more concentrated on trying to dominate, control, and exploit the resources of this planet in competition with each other, which we see still going on today. So their attention was focused elsewhere, not on their connection with the whole cosmos, but with a very narrow focus on their own uh, desires to dominate, control, and exploit others and the resources of nature. And those connections between human society on this planet and the extraterrestrial or extra dimensional elements was left aside. So, but to get that's part of what I mean by devolution. Can I go back to the slides now? Do I just click on okay. So that's what I had prepared for today. And, sometimes people ask me, well, why a spiritual perspective? Why is it necessary? Isn't science enough? And why, in particular, a Vedic perspective? And that's because I am, like many of you are, a transcultural person. Now, to be trans anything is difficult, and transcultural is also difficult. A little bit of my personal history. In you go back to the 1960s, I was part of American Cold War culture. My father was an intelligence officer in the Air Force. I went to school, went to the university. I was preparing for a similar career in one of the intelligence services or the diplomatic service, the State Department. But after a couple of years at the university in those days, I became a little bit radicalized. I became part of the counterculture. And even that really didn't completely satisfy me. I won't go into all the reasons for that, but I wanted to turn on a more spiritual path. So I became a disciple of a guru from India, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And today I'm kind of a transcultural hybrid, integrating East and West and science and spirituality. And I think many of you also have an experience like that, that you're taking elements from different cultures, different worldviews, and blending them in with the culture and values with which you were connected through family, society, nation, and so on. It's a big feature of our world today where communication is facilitated by things like the internet and the ability to travel widely. So what I'm really interested in is the question of human origins, and the Vedic teachings, especially the Puranas or the historical writings of ancient India, talk about human populations that have existed on this planet for many millions of years. Now, that's quite different from the picture of human origins that we get from modern science, which tells us that humans like us first appeared between 200,000 and maybe 300,000 years ago, having evolved from more primitive ape-like human ancestors. I think there's a lot of evidence that contradicts that. There's many discoveries of human bones, human artifacts, and human footprints going back tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years are there in the original scientific literature, although we don't hear very much about it today. So I collected all those reports in this book, Forbidden Archaeology. And I would say that this evidence isn't well known because of a process of knowledge filtration that operates in the world of science. And this evidence, it contradicts this widely accepted theory, which means we need new explanations for human origins. But what I proposed in this book was that before we even ask the question, where did human beings come from, we should first of all ask the question, what is a human being? So that's an ontological question. What are we? Today, many scientists are going to say we're just a machine made of matter. That's because their ontology, the ontology of modern science, is materialist. They think matter is the only thing that we should be concerned about. they say, well, we're machines made of molecules. This implies that life came into existence when in some ocean water a few billion years ago, the chemicals combined to form some self-reproducing organism, and somehow uh, they say that it happened, but they can't say how it happened. Um, it's an unsolved problem in modern science. It's, as you can see from this quote from a recent scientific paper. And then once you have some small, even if you grant, you can get some small one-celled creature. How did all these different body types of so many types of plants and animals come into existence? They say it happened by evolution, but there's no real detailed scientific explanation how that happened. Again, this is one of the unsolved problems in biology. Like this article says, foremost among the unresolved problems confronting modern biology is the origin of biological complexity, most notably the shape and form of our own bodies. So, then there's the question of consciousness. Uh, Most scientists say it's produced by chemicals in the brain, but they've never shown exactly how. So I would say the materialist ontology, this idea that everything can be explained by transformations of molecules, is a failed ontology. They can't explain the origin of life by it. They can't explain the origin of species. They can't explain the origin of consciousness. Now, they may say, well, but we're trying and we will figure it out. And they'll just stick to the same ontology that's failed in the past and hope that it'll be successful in the future. But another approach is to change the ontology. And many scientists have kind of come to that conclusion when they've reached a dead end in their attempts to explain everything by combinations of matter. Some of them are thinking, like Rodney Brooks of the Artificial Life Lab at MIT, there might be some extra sort of stuff in living systems outside our current understanding. And among the possibilities he mentioned were some ineffable entities such as the soul or elan vital, the vital force. And you have other modern academics like Thomas Nagel in his book, Mind and Cosmos, who says, we really have to take this seriously, that modern science can't explain consciousness. It's conscious subjects and their mental lives are inescapable components of reality, not describable by the physical sciences. So, what is a human being? A human being is not just a collection of molecules, not just a purely material being. Matter is there, yes, but beyond that, there is a subtle mind element, a mental body, and there's also the spiritual body, which is the source of consciousness. There are Sanskrit terms for these things, which I won't go over, but you could consider it like a computer analogy that the matter, the material part of our body, the gross physical part, is like the computer hardware. The mental body, which allows the gross physical body to interact with the conscious self, is like the computer software. And the conscious self, the soul, the spiritual element, is like the user of the computer. And there's a lot of evidence for these things. For example, there's evidence for a subtle mental body associated with the human organism that can act in ways that contradict the laws of physics as they're currently understood. Like, mind is something we can't see, but we can detect its effects. Like, air is invisible, but you can observe its effects when it blows over the surface of a lake, for example. You can see waves forming. So similarly, we can't see mind, but there are scientists who have, like Alfred Russel Wallace, who, along with Darwin, was the co-founder of the theory of evolution by natural selection. He was doing experiments with mediums, like he would observe cases of mediums floating into the air, or okay, we're not going to the next slide.
I see that. Why it's not.
Yeah.
Let's go back a little bit. See, hang on. Let's try and get it to go past there.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, it went too far. Okay, well, we'll start here. So there have been many famous scientists who've investigated these subtle powers. They're almost like yogic powers that people have. Pierre and Marie Curie, who got Nobel Prizes for their work in discovering radium, were doing research with mediums like Eusapia Palladino, who had psychokinetic powers, the ability to move material objects without touching them. You don't read about that in the textbooks because of knowledge filtration. Okay, now, in more modern times, you have researchers like Robert John and Brenda Dunn of the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Group, who have done experiments with random number generators showing that people can mentally control the output of these random number generators just by mentally willing. They can influence the output. And then there are also remote viewing experiments where people are able to perceive what's going on at remote locations. There are researchers like Stefan Schwartz who have engaged in this kind of research. So beyond that, there's evidence for a conscious self that can exist outside the body, outside the brain. Evidence for this phenomenon comes from medical studies of out-of-body experiences, where the conscious self temporarily separates from the brain and then re-enters the same body, becomes associated with the same brain. Of course, that leads to the idea of reincarnation, that a soul can not only leave one body and re-enter the same body, but can leave one body and enter another body and retain memories of its previous existence, as has been studied by Ian Stevenson originally, and now there's Dr. Tucker who's carrying on his research. So in this process of the evolution of in this process of transmigration of the soul, there can also be an evolution of the soul through different species, different kinds of bodies, to the human body, and then from there it's possible to go back down. So there's a kind of an evolution or devolution also of the soul. So basically, if we're going to talk about a human being, we have to understand what a human being actually is. And what we are ultimately is beings of pure consciousness. And the cosmos itself is divided in these different ways. There at the bottom, there's a level of the cosmos dominated by ordinary matter, and that's where we exist today. There's another level of the cosmos dominated by subtle mental and intellectual energies, and it's inhabited by beings that people have called gods, demigods, angels. There are all kinds of names for them in different cultures. And then finally, there's the level of pure consciousness, which is where we're originally from, and we're meant to go back there. So this idea of a cosmic hierarchy of beings with three different levels is something that's found in most cultures in the world. Terrestrial level, a celestial level, and a purely spiritual level. So there's a lot of evidence for these different categories. I'll just mention here the work of Dr. John Mack, who was head of the psychiatry department at Harvard University. He wrote in his book, Passport to the Cosmos, "It appears ever more likely that we exist in a multidimensional cosmos. The cosmos appears to be filled with beings, creatures, spirits, intelligences, gods." Now, he got in a lot of trouble at Harvard University for writing things like that. They actually tried to get him removed from his position, but he successfully fought that. I remember meeting him once we were both speaking at a crop circle conference in Glastonbury, England, and we went to each other's lectures and we agreed to stay in touch with each other, but he died in an automobile accident in England shortly after that. And he was walking by the side of a road, and a car went up on the side of the road and killed him. But I'll put this concept of devolution together for you now. As beings of pure consciousness, we originally exist on this high level, the level of pure consciousness or spirit. Some conscious selves come down to the mental and intellectual level, the level of the subtle material energies, and some go further down to the level of accepting gross physical bodies. But it's a process that can be reversed. That process of devolution can be reversed. And okay, originally we're beings of pure consciousness. We can go down to the more subtle levels and then down to the gross physical level. But we can transform ourselves back into beings of pure consciousness. And that's the purpose of different systems of yoga, meditation, contemplation, and prayer. And that's the actual purpose of human life, from which many have become distracted by the the forces that are in control of society today, who want to direct our attention to purely material things. Uh, the antidote to that is to direct one's attention inward towards the light, the spiritual light. I do that by Hare Krishna mantra meditation, but there are many different systems of transforming consciousness to be found in the great spiritual traditions of the world, including indigenous peoples' worldviews. So these are some of my books: Human Devolution on this topic, My Science, My Religion, and these others as well. So, yeah, I wanted to have something prepared for today, but I really enjoyed speaking with you, Rob, and Omar, when I have a chance to speak with you.
Omar is in the background. He's coming in. He was doing some screen checks. But, Dr. Cremo, one of the things that I love your explanation on is your reasoning for following the Hare Krishna model of what you feel is your spiritual side. Could you delve into that a little bit in the sense of what drew you to them initially?
Uh, well, initially, I received a copy of Bhagavad Gita from some Hare Krishna devotees at a Grateful Dead concert in upstate New York in the 1970s. And I, I, I liked the ideas in the book. And I also liked that there was some practical advice about what to do. And, that, you have to take control of your life because, there are so many things that are competing for our attention. There's the media, the news. I mean, if all the news is talking about a certain thing, then you become fixated on it. And when I could see that, so many things are competing for my attention, and what is the result of giving my attention to those things? It it seemed to be focused on convincing me that I'm a machine made of matter and that my purpose in life is to consume and produce as many material things as possible in competition with others who are doing the same thing. And it becomes like, well, am I satisfied with that? And to, because, and they were trying to fix my identity in that way, that, yeah, I'm a producer and consumer of material things, and certain people profit from that. And, it generates wealth for other people, and they may exploit it in different ways. So I thought too, I would rather have this other kind of identity that's described in this ancient text. I'm not saying that the Bhagavad Gita is the only place you can get these insights. It just happened to be what resonated with me. But I decided that, well, yeah, maybe it would be good to focus my attention on something that would allow my identity to be less under the influence of these other things. So that's what got me into meditation, to being able to focus on the nature of the self beyond its material coverings. So I think that's what really got me into it, the need to, like I said, take control of my mind and intelligence and focus on the essential self, which then allows me to see others not in terms of their external covering, but in terms of their nature as beings of pure consciousness. And that's because if we don't know who we really are, then we can't act in our own best self-interest. And if we don't know who others really are, we can't act in their best interest. So I think it's fundamental that we arrive at a correct understanding of who and what and where we really are, because otherwise, if we have incomplete or incorrect understandings of our own identity and those of others, we don't really know where we are or where we should be going, we can't orient ourselves properly, then we're just going to become victims, or worse,
Right.
Victimizers of other people, other living things, and ourselves.
I love how you describe that too, and there is a balance between, of course, we have to purchase certain items, but if you stand principled in those in that side of your life, it's numbing, it's non-fulfilling, and it becomes this dichotomy that essentially you become eventually the one who's profiting in a way that's not fulfilling. And one of the things we did at an event in the beginning of January, when we were trying to create intentions for this year, was we kind of went into that two roads model where there's this inevitable split that's coming, and the low frequency is one way, higher frequency is the other way. What's your take on that specific type of I think it was it was the Hopi text, but I think they've talked about it in other areas of the world as well.
Well, basically, there are two types of conscious selves in this material world. One type is trying to understand, I'm a being of pure consciousness, you're a being of pure consciousness, we're all beings of pure consciousness, we're all related on that platform, And as you were mentioning, Rob, yeah, we do have material necessities. That's a fact. But if one is in this group, like trying to understand our real nature as beings of pure consciousness, we would try to figure out ways in which to satisfy our material needs in the most simple, natural, fair, and efficient way possible. And we would find ways to do it without dividing ourselves into competing groups that are in conflict with each other for survival and for control of scarce resources. It's the other type of person is just totally into trying to control, dominate, and exploit the resources of nature to the greatest extent possible in connection with uh, other individuals and groups in competition with them for the same thing. And depending upon which group is more numerous or dominant, you're going to have a particular type of world that you're living in. And we can, I think, see the results of a world that is focused on this other idea that's being widely promoted by the scientific world through its control of education systems. Namely, yes, we're uh, machines made of matter in competition with each other for survival, and you see what the result is.
Well, for sure, we're living in it right now. I think that you're right. There's this symbiosis that the indigenous peoples used to live with on this planet while exploring that consciousness side of themselves, and that ability to connect to the planet, but not only the planet, each other at such a greater level. And
And not only each other, but with the whole universe, the whole
right,
cosmos, and what
for
lies
sure.
beyond that, even.
Which is incredible. I think that that's incredible. And I think we really need to look back at all of those different teachings and try and bring that back, because that's kind of what this awakening process is all about, is kind of reevaluating where we are now and saying that this isn't really working. As we can see, there's a lot of downfall on either side of it, and we're losing who we truly are as a species into this level.
See, the difficulty is that on the materialistic side, you think people can be compelled. If you just organize them and educate them, and you can get them to do what you want. Whereas on the other side, you understand it's got to be voluntary. People can't be compelled. It requires uh, people to change something deep within their hearts about their whole attitude towards life and what they're about. So,
Absolutely.
this
It's very difficult, because
voluntary,
they're not going to want to give up the creature comforts, or they don't want to have to get uncomfortable to be. But see, this is kind of where the path, I think personally, is. You may be uncomfortable for a time, but it'll prolong life, as and if we keep going at this rate, we may not be here in 10 years.
well, it's uncomfortable the other way as well. So,
Hmm.
uh, but I don't think that life on the path of light is necessarily going to be uncomfortable. Uh, that's, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think if people learn to function in that way, respecting that everyone is a being of pure consciousness, it can be more comfortable than living the other way.
Well, of course. You know what it is that they would feel uncomfortable in the beginning because we would be ripping them away from what they thought was comfortable. It's sort of like like a psychosomatic, uh, where they keep telling you, "Listen, you're comfortable, don't worry about it," but really you're uncomfortable. But then you truly believe that you're comfortable because they keep telling you, like you said with the media. But you're right. Going back to the light is essentially that it wouldn't be the same type of, they would be comfortable. They just wouldn't realize it at first, possibly. I mean, that's really what, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of, people have been so programmed to just feel specific things at specific times when told, and it's, we're really trying to break that paradigm and shed that programming so people like shake them out of it, like wake up,
Yeah.
it's I think we're close. I think we're close to that. I think this is what this event was all about, and I think that, today being the equinox, it's fitting that you're here, Doctor Cremo, and I appreciate you. We enjoy these conversations, and I love when you come through because we get to talk about so much of that aspect of us going down that hill of de-evolution, but now back up that hill of re-evolution. And what do you see for humanity over the next 100 years if we stay on this, not so much the path, but as the collective community stays on a path of trying to reach for that re-evolution? Where do you see them over the next 50 or 100 years?
Well, I think that depends upon the decisions that each individual makes. If we keep going down the current path and we kind of see where it leads to more conflict on all levels of human society, more environmental disturbances, it's it could go in that direction. And the other direction it could go, there's some positive signs, even in the world of science. Many of them are starting to confront this question of consciousness in a more serious way. They're understanding, okay, we've been trying for 150 years to explain how consciousness can arise from matter in the brain. We were thinking that if matter was arranged in a certain complex way, it will generate consciousness. They haven't been able to show that. So many in the world of science today are turning to what's called panpsychism, the idea that, well, maybe we're going to have to consider consciousness to be a fundamental property of matter or something. And I think that would be a step in the right direction. Actually, I believe the real truth is matter comes from consciousness rather than the other way around.
I agree.
Right. And like the previous Michael Feely was indicating in some of his remarks that I heard, that our whole construct of the material world existing in its independent three-dimensional state is our mental idea rather than the actual situation. But so I think that's a hopeful sign. And another sign is that most people in the world, according to surveys that I've seen, Gallup surveys and others, show that they have some belief or acceptance of paranormal, what are called paranormal experiences. They appear to be actually quite normal. People have sightings of UFOs, or they believe in reincarnation, or they've experienced some paranormal phenomenon like remote viewing or something. People they have all kinds of ideas that contradict what the mainstream elements in the scientific world and education system have been trying to lure them away from for quite a long time. So, so it's not a very stable situation for those who are dominating the financial and political and economic institutions and power centers that most people don't, if you get right down to it, really don't accept the worldview that they're promoting.
They're on their last leg for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely on their last leg for sure.
Yeah, so there could be some shift in another direction, but as I said, that's every single person who's listening. It's going to depend upon their individual decisions about how they're going to live their lives. And of course, I assume most of the people who are listening in or viewing, they're already moving in that direction or have gone way beyond even what I'm able to comprehend. But it has an effect on the people around them. It may not be immediately visible, but people, if they're presented with options, if they can see, oh, this person is doing this, and then it becomes an option that they begin to consider. They may not take it up immediately, but at a certain point, they realize, well, yeah, I I I would like to move in that direction. I would like to hang out with people like that or work with people like that. So
You're absolutely right, Dr. Cremo. And we're out of time today. And I just wanted to thank you again. It's always an honor and a privilege to speak with you. And I can't wait to speak to you again because I feel like off what you just said now, we could do a whole other show about how the ripple effect happens when, you talk to people. But we don't have the time for that right now. But I appreciate you. We love you here at Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe. You're one of our go-tos for information, and we truly appreciate you, Dr. Cremo.
well, I appreciate what you're doing because we're part of a community of people who are trying to move things in a certain direction. And we're all making our different contributions. There are researchers and speakers and writers. There are broadcasters, people who are communicating and creating platforms for us. And then there are the people who are listening and being influenced. And actually, any particular individual may be doing all of those things, creating platforms for communication, generating research and writing and lectures that inform and educate and enlighten and inspire people. And then there may be people we may be doing all three things, each one of us. But it's not something that's done alone. And your efforts are also appreciated. And for all of you who are viewing and listening into Humanity Unplugged, you're doing it also. Like I said, you may be doing all three things. So are we off the air? I've lost you, Rob. You appear to be frozen. Omar.
Looks like Rob froze up, Dr. Cremo. Thank you very much. I so appreciate you and the knowledge that you have to share. It is utmost important at this particular time in history when we're trying to create a new timeline and a new way of living than what we have been living with division and fear and all of that. And we need to move away from that. And your information really helps shine a light on what we need to be doing and how our ancestors operated and what knowledge can we take from them and apply it into our day-to-day life so that we can create this beautiful timeline that we're all trying to create for our grandchildren and our children. So thank you very much, Dr. Cremo. I so appreciate you and I love you very much, and thank you for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged.
Thank you very much, Omar.
You're very welcome, sir. And I will be in contact with you at the end of this event, and we will talk to you then.
Okay.
Have a great rest of the day, Dr. Cremo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cremo. Love you. Have a wonderful day.
Wow. Wow. I love talking to him, and it's just I remember the first time that I was able to talk to him through one of these events, and I was like almost emotional talking to him. But now I feel like we've got now. Oh man, now we've got a good rapport.
Oh, I got quite the lag on your internet on your end of the your end of the internet, Rob. But that's okay. We've got Leanne Curtis, our very own star sister, Leanne Curtis, coming on to give us a stretch before we get an upload from Dr. Sam Osmanagich. And guys, raise your awareness and visit Dr. Cremo's website at mccremo.com. I've got it here in all of the chat rooms. Place an order for his books. He's just an incredible man that's been sharing knowledge with us for decades now. And visit the site, raise your awareness. I go to that site quite often, actually, and I read up on articles and things like that helps raise my awareness. So head on over there and check it out, bookmark it so that you can go back and reference it, because Dr. Cremo has a lot of great information on there. Okay, so with that being said, Rob, I'm going to remove myself from the screen. I am converting and downloading a film that we're going to be watching in a couple hours from now. So let me pay my attention to that, and we'll bring Leanne Curtis on.
Boop, boop.
Hi, bonjour. How you doing, everybody? All right. I love Dr. Michael Cremo. He is like, everybody's so awesome. I always feel funny when I say I love this one because I love everybody. I can't help it. All right, so here we go. This song is always appropriate. End of a new beginning. You can figure out what that meant. No new world order. and back. All right, take a deep breath. Feel your feet in the ground. Happy vernal equinox.
I have a burning question. Where do we come from?
Breathe in again.
Everything is spinning.
We're gonna get everything to stop spinning. Except maybe the earth revolving around the sun.
Love's the only answer.
Stretch up and out.
It's only just begun.
Arms straight out. Let's move our ribs to the left and then to the right. Just start isolating some body parts. All right, let's make some circles with our arms. And back the other way. Put our palms up. And stretch way, way up over our heads. And then go to one side. Keep breathing. Inhale and come up. And then go over to the other side. We are love. We are rising. All right. Take your neck around in circles. Go the other way. All right. Let's do it the other way. Let's start with our knees. Bring your knees together. Feet together. The other way. Switch. And switch. Okay, hands on your hips. Rotate in one direction. Switch.
Light and love, my star is shining.
That's right. Light and love. Our stars are shining. Are they not? Yes, they are. All right. Time to run away with the moon. Let's go down on our hands and knees and warm up a little bit and do a couple sun salutations. All right. Look up and inhale. Look down and exhale. 2 more. Last one. I love breath. All right. Come on up into downward dog and walk it out. Walk it in time to the music if you like. That's what I'm doing. All right. Push yourselves back. Lift those hips up. Stretch those fingers out. Push yourself out of your hands and up. Okay. Breath in. Step up to your hands. Exhale, come all the way down. Inhale, come up. And then backwards if you can, or just go straight up. Exhale, come down into chair. Inhale and stretch up again. Get up on your toes. And then hinge back down. Come halfway up. All right, here we go. Plank, plank, plank. Put your knees down if you like. Otherwise, come down with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fabulous. I like my six stretch. You do it, you guys.
5 minute heads up, Leanne.
What's happening?
Giving you a 5 minutes heads up. We have Dr. Sam, so we'll wrap it up in like 5.
Keep stretching. Back up into down dog. Exhale. Inhale, walk up to your hands. Exhale all the way down. Inhale, hinge up. Stretch up, stretch back. Get down into chair. Inhale, up to your toes. Hinge back down. Inhale, come halfway up. Get ready for plank. And here we go down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Exhale. 1. Fabulous. And now give yourselves a nice stretch here. Push back up into down dog. Exhale. Walk it out a little bit. Keep breathing. Take a nice, delicious breath here. Inhale, come up to your hands. Breathe. Exhale all the way down. Inhale up. And backwards if you can. And then exhale down into chair. Come on up again, up onto your toes. Hinge back down all the way. Inhale back up halfway. Last plank. Make it count. Here we go. Exhale, come down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. Give yourselves a nice good stretch here. Exhale, come back into child's pose. And just breathe all that out. One more big deep breath. And come back to sitting as you can. Cross your legs. Sit up tall. Palms up. 3 deep breaths. As a matter of fact, let's do our tantric breath. Tilt your heads down, inhale through your nose. Tilt your heads back, exhale twice. Let it all out. Inhale what you want. Beauty, love, peace. Exhale. All the things you don't need. Let go of everything I don't need so I can rest and be present. Be the awareness. And with that, I say namaste. Thank you for letting me stretch you out. And I'll see you a little later. Love you guys.
Thank you very much, Leanne. That was much needed because we've been sitting in front of these computers and our couches and our beds and kind of what
Days.
We're not standing like that. Sorry. Here.
now, and it's always important to have this stretch so that we can stretch ourselves out, especially when we have an epic speaker coming up next. We need to make sure that our body computer avatar is stretched out so that we can take the information in for the next few hours, and then we will do this stretch again, right? Healthy mind, healthy body, and then you will learn. So this is one of my very, very favorite people in the world coming up, and he has got to be the most traveled archaeologist in the history of the world. In the history of the world. You guys catch that? In the history of the entire world. This guy's probably been to every megalithic sacred site 10 times over across the entire world. He's amazing. He was with us just a few days ago at the megalithic panel that we did, and what an amazing panel that was. And my next guest is Dr. Sam Osmanagich. Dr. Osmanagich is a scientist, megalithic, and pyramid site researcher, internationally acclaimed author, and businessman. He's Bosnian-born American citizen who lives and works in Houston, USA, and Sarajevo, Bosnia. He has discovered the Bosnian Valley of pyramids that consist of at least 5 colossal pyramid structures and huge networks of prehistorical underground tunnel networks near the town of Visoko in central Bosnia, Herzegovina. He's been principal investigator of project from 2005 to the present. And this is just scratching the surface because Dr. Osmanagich has clearly done way more than that. So Dr. Sam, welcome. thank you very much for being here, and thank you for this beautiful upload that you're about to give us. I know it's going to be, because every time it is like that. You're a brilliant man, and I just adore you, and I just have so much respect for you that words just simply can't explain that. So thank you very much for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged.
Well, thank you so much for a very kind introduction. We live in amazing times, and even though we are surrounded by nothing but bad news, it's always good to go back to the past and realize that we are not the first and we are not the most advanced civilization on this planet.
That we have to keep in mind, that there were smarter people before us. And as Dr. Cremo has said, in his book, The Human Devolution, right, that's been happening to us for a very, very long time. And the hope is, with this stream and many other streams that are happening across the world today on this, very special equinox of 2022, that we can create a new timeline that the Anasazi and the Hopi and the Aborigines in Australia and other Aboriginal groups around the world have been talking about. And this is the time now. So we're hoping that with your information and Dr. Cremo's information and all the other 9 days, the speakers that have come up, that we can use the resources and the information and the wisdom that you're giving us, so that we can project with our minds and with our thoughts this new consciousness, this new timeline that we're co-creating, because we are all creators. So with that being said, Doctor, I'm going to give you the stage, and I'd say in about an hour's time, I'll give you a heads up, and then we'll jump in there and we'll pick your brain, and we'll take questions from the audience, and then we'll have a nice discussion back and forth. And guys, I want to see questions in the chat room, from all of the chat rooms for Dr. Sam, because this is the type of opportunity that you don't want to miss. So whatever that's on your head, toss it into the comments, and I will address that with Dr. Osmanagich. So it's all yours, Dr. Sam.
Thank you. They've been teaching us in schools that the history of advanced human societies is about 7,000 years. They tell us that everything started with Sumerians. However, just 30 years ago, Encyclopedia Britannica and other official mainstream sources were telling us that Sumerians are actually about 5,000 years old. And just 50 years back, we were taught that it was only 3,500 years old. However, the history of advanced human societies are much, much older. We can witness that only in the last 10,000 years, we've been having civilizations like Sumerians, but also Babylon, Akkad, Assyria, Hittites, ancient Egypt, India, or China. But this is only the last cycle in our civilizations. Before that, we did have more cycles of civilizations. Now, every time that humanity would reach the peak, then the global catastrophe would come. And that was the case 12,000 years ago, with the end of the last ice age. Before that, we had another peak of human civilizations. Most probably, we talk about the civilizations known as the legendary land of Atlantis, Lemuria, Motherland Moon, Og. And before that, there was another catastrophe, 18,500 years ago. And before that, another one, 34,000 years back. Then the solar flame would destroy most of the living creatures on the planet. Before that, 55,000 years ago, and 75,000 years back. Then we had a huge volcanic eruption in Indonesia. For hundreds of years, the sky couldn't be seen. So in the last 100,000 years, we had cycle after cycle after cycle. Instead, the mainstream science is telling us that human history is just the evolution. And then, tens of thousands of years back, we were nothing more than primitive caveman. And only today, in 21st century, we are the most advanced, the most intelligent, and the most beautiful. Well, we are not. There were times when humanity would reach very high spiritual peaks, and there are different ways of obtaining the knowledge. Today, it is through science, technology, and scientific ways to get information that allow us progress. Before, there were in other ways. For example, today, if we want to move big, heavy weights, we invent cranes, forklifts. Then we move 5 tons, 20 tons, or 50 tons. Well, we can see in many examples on all 6 continents that civilizations would move hundreds of tons in mass of just a single block. In Lebanon, we have a case of blocks of 1,650 tons being moved for 1.5 miles. In Egypt, the biggest stone block in the second largest pyramid, the Khafre pyramid at the Giza plateau, was 220 tons. Unfinished obelisk in Aswan, in the southern part of the country, 1,450 tons. Just when mentioning the pyramids, the biggest, the largest Egyptian pyramids, the Great Pyramid of Egypt, more than 6 million tons. In Peru, we can see amazing examples of construction techniques where the ancients were using polygonal blocks, not with 4 corners only and 4 sides, but with 6, 8, and there is a block in Cusco, in eastern part of Peru, with 26 corners. And what they would be doing, they would be installing them one next to each other, and you could not get a piece of paper in between them. How did they get this knowledge? You go to Easter Island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and you can see the famous stone heads and stone bodies. The biggest one, over 300 tons, on one little remote island. You go there, you talk to the guides at the site, they will try to convince you that the ancients were using little pieces of stones as tools, shaping those beautiful, perfect heads and half bodies, moving them for miles, and installing them so they can watch the ocean. There must be another explanation. The megalithic walls, the stone spheres all around the planet, dolmens, hundreds of thousands of menhirs, huge megaliths present in Western Europe, but also America, or Pakistan, or Bangladesh, or India, or Nigeria, or Senegal in Africa, and of course, the pyramids. Those huge stone structures require an explanation. First, from a construction point of view, and then second, even more important, what was the purpose of those monuments? They've been telling us in schools that Egyptian pyramids were built by the pharaohs as tombs. Well, wrong. According to non-scientific Wikipedia, there are 118 pyramids on Egyptian soil. Wrong. I've been researching, investigating, and visiting 155 pyramids in Egypt, and not a single one has a mummy discovered within the pyramid. So, where the mummies were buried? In the Valley of Kings, 200 miles to the south from the famous Giza or Gizeh plateau, near the Luxor, Thebes, Memphis. Those sites were having the bodies or mummies of the pharaohs from the first dynasty, second, third, fourth, 19th, and so on. The second thing they are telling us about the pyramids is that they were built in Egypt and Mexico. And again, wrong. The pyramids were built on all 6 continents. In Australia, there is a Gympie pyramid, 1.5 hour to the north by car from Brisbane on the eastern coast of Australia. It is nicely shaped hill with several tiers, steps, megaliths on the top, forming the circle, and 4 more megaliths showing the cardinal points, east, west, north, and south. And even though the Aborigines were present in Australia for most probably 55,000 years, they say for themselves it's about 20,000 years, so many generations. But we do not have a proof that Aborigines did indeed build this structure. And then in Asia, there are more than 250 pyramids in the Chinese central province of Shanxi. 20 biggest one are more than 12,500 years older, and the rest of them, 230, were built from 2,300 years back until 1,000 before present. Interesting thing is that the newer pyramids are not bigger, they are smaller, made from inferior materials, from the mud bricks, and they do belong to the known generals, princesses, or members of royal families in China. But the biggest one were built from granite blocks and sandstone blocks. And the Chinese archaeologists, as they told me, do not have permission to open those pyramids for another generation, another 25 to 30 years. Who built those pyramids 12,500 years back when official mainstream archaeology is telling us that this was the era of Paleolithic times, when people did not have tools, technology, or techniques to build such magnificent structures? In Indonesia, western part of the island of Java, our friend Dr. Danny Hillman discovered the pyramids in the middle of the jungle. He named it Gunung Padang, the Hill of Light, or Pyramid of Light. It is more than 24,000 years old, and it changes the history of this part of the world. Unfortunately, the mainstream science, the cultural establishment is against the investigation, so he was stalled for almost 15 years. Cambodia, in Southeastern Asia. Besides the beautiful, magnificent Angkor Wat, the capital city of the Khmer state from more than 1,000 years back, which has many pyramidal temples, also is a home to the beautiful 7-tier, 7-step pyramid called Koch-Kerr Pyramid. Perfect orientation east-west, north-south, built from the volcanic stone and the sandstone, with a lot of quartz crystal, with a lot of running water, with the resonance chambers inside the pyramid, tunnels, and so on. Now, when I would be visiting those sites, I'd realize that there are certain criteria that has to be met in order to have a functional pyramid. You go to Africa, besides 155 Egyptian pyramids, we have 224 Nubian pyramids in the northern Sudan. To the eastern coast, in the middle of the Indian Ocean, 7-step pyramid in the island of Mauritius, built from the volcanic stones. Their orientation to the major astronomical and calendar features. For example, the side is oriented to the sunrise during the summer solstice. And look at us today. The spring just started. The ancients were observing what was happening on the sky, and they knew the value of the major dates like solstice or equinox, not only because of the calendar, because of the agriculture, as archaeologists are telling us, but also because during those days, our planet, our mother planet, was the strongest. If the sun rays are the strongest and the sun is exactly above our heads, like during the summer solstice, then our planet, the health of our mother Gaia, is the strongest. And it's important because of the purpose of the pyramids, megalithic sites, and stone spheres. We realize that those sites, those stone monuments, actually amplify the natural energy sources. When we go to the western coast of Africa, Canary Islands, the largest is Tenerife, total of 104 pyramids on 2 islands over there, step pyramids. The Spanish scientific community do not recognize them as pyramids. They are saying it is just a pile of rocks built by local farmers a couple of hundred years back. Why not? Because they don't want to admit that there was a civilization which was advanced called Guanches, who had direct ties to the land of Atlantis from 12,000 years back. If we go to the South America, we will realize that there are more than 300 pyramids in Peru. Tucumã pyramids, for example, more than 200 of them in the northern part of this exciting country. In Bolivia, there is Acapena Pyramid Complex, a beautiful, but today, unfortunately, mostly destroyed. But we can see granite blocks, perfectly shaped, like they had some type of the machining work apply over there. Central America, my favorite. My PhD is about the Mayan pyramids. Sometimes people ask me, can we map all the pyramids around the planet? I said hardly, not only because we have not discovered all of them, but because of their number. In the 5 Central American countries of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Belize, the Mayan civilization built way over 100,000 pyramids. 97% of them are still covered by soil and vegetation, most of them in the forests, jungles. For example, the most beautiful Mayan town of Palenque in the Mexican state of Chiapas, 25 ancient pyramids were uncovered. The dirt was removed. But originally, there were 1,229 pyramidal structures in this town only. The tiny Belize, the smallest Central American country, had more than 1,000 Mayan villages, towns, and cities, and every one of them would have several, if not dozens, of pyramids. Let's go to the United States of America. Nobody teaches us that the pyramids were built in the US. However, in the state of Illinois, there are 120 Cahokia pyramids in the Cahokia National Park. Everything they tell us about this location is wrong. Cahokia is the name of the minor Indian tribe that came to this part of Illinois in the 17th century, and they had nothing to do with the pyramids. As a matter of fact, they call them Cahokia mounds. Well, the mound, according to the definition, is something made out of soil, dirt. But these are not mounds because they have 4 different construction materials: sandstone, blocks, pebbles, rocks, sand, and when they completed the structure, they cut the squares of grass and soil, turn them upside down, and cover those structures. Today, 120 survived, but there are no investigations. I asked archaeological at the site, why? He told me, well, because of 2 things. First, it's very hard to get permission to investigate it, which was odd, because there's the government land, there is the government-established museum, and the government paid archaeologists. It should be very easy to get permission. And secondly, he said, archaeology is very expensive. Of course, archaeology is expensive because it takes years or decades to get the full information about certain sites. But if tiny Bosnia can have the most active archaeological site that we've been running, and Bosnia is one of the poorest countries in Europe, how come the world's leading superpower cannot finance those research? It seems that it had to do with something else, change of the history. Those pyramids were not built by the white colonists, Europeans. They were not built by the people who lived there, American Indians. They were built much before by advanced civilization. Finally, we are coming to Europe. 3 pyramids in Spain. They are called Palencia pyramids. Unfortunately, out of 3, 1 has been destroyed completely just 10 years back. In Italy, 5 pyramids in the continental parts, 43 pyramids on the island of Sicily, and 1 step pyramid in Sardinia. Greece is a home to 16 pyramids, Hellenicon being the oldest beautiful stone structure. And finally, Bosnia. Back in 2005, armed with the pyramid knowledge, I came at that time from Houston, Texas, where I spent more than 2 decades. I came to my home country where I was born and to little Bosnian town of Visoko to visit the local museum. But what really caught my attention was this hill, as everybody called it. And even though it was covered by soil, vegetation, pine tree forest, I could clearly see 4 sides, 4 triangular faces, obvious corners, and the same slope from bottom to the top. So it did have pyramidal shape. I took compass and it showed me that those 4 sides are perfectly oriented to the cardinal points, east, west, north, south. And that's how the pyramids were built. I immediately knew that it was an artificial structure that's been covered by soil after thousands of years. We had wind bringing the dust and the soil, and then rain and the seeds, and the vegetation started growing. So back in 2005, I asked for the permission from the Ministry of Culture in Bosnia to do some preliminary research. Everything we did, geological core drilling, archaeological trenches, lab analysis, were pointing to anomaly, anomaly, anomaly. So, I wrote my first book about the discovery of the first European pyramid back in 2005, and I announced the news to the world that we have pyramids in Bosnia. At that time, Reuters was there, Associated Press, France Press, all the regional media, TVs, web portals. So, 2005, the world learned about the pyramids in southern Europe. I went to the National Museum offering them collaboration in this project. They refused. They told me, we never had pharaohs in Bosnia, therefore we cannot have pyramids. I went to the Department of Archaeology of University of Sarajevo, and I got similar answer. We know every square meter in Bosnia we have no pyramids. And then I realized that those people still live in the 19th century. They were programmed to think that pyramids can only be found in Egyptian desert. So I established non-profit, non-government foundation under the name Archaeological Park Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun Foundation, named at the major structure which I named the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. We started the investigation, and it has been a very exciting project ever since. We discovered 6 pyramids so far, which we named the Pyramids of Sun and Moon and Dragon, Earth, Love, and the 6th pyramid. We discovered a tumulus complex. In archaeology, the tumulus is conical artificial hill. For example, Silbury Hill in England, in southern part of the country, is the best known in the world, but also Marlborough and some others. And also we discovered 6 entrances to the prehistorical underground tunnels. In the last 17 years, we have cleared more than 2 miles of those tunnels. And we suspect that probably 60 miles of those tunnels are hidden below the ground. So when it comes to the archaeology, this is a huge discovery. The size of the pyramid. As we know, the height of the famous Great Pyramid of Egypt is 146.6 meters. Well, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is more than 360 meters, 2 times higher and 10 times the size, the volume of the great Egyptian pyramid. When it comes to the orientation to the north, which is extremely important, mainstream scientists do not know why. Independent researchers also, they have no clue why the orientation was so important. When the researchers don't know, they use general terms like because of the religious purposes, because of the ceremonial purposes, but they don't know. They don't realize that everything is energy. Let's remember the brilliant mind of Nikola Tesla. He said, if we want to understand the universe, we need to watch it through energy, frequency, vibration. Well, our planet is nothing but a huge energy ball which vibrates. And in such a huge energy balls, we have movement of the energy. And the strongest movement is north-south and east-west. When you build the four-sided pyramid and you perfectly orient it, it initiates the movement of the energy within the pyramid. Well, the Great Pyramid of Egypt has a perfect orientation to the cosmic north. The error is just 0 degrees and 3 minutes. The Khafre, the second largest pyramid, 0 degrees, 3 minutes. Myceren, which is the fourth largest in Egypt, 0 degrees and 18 minutes. Bent Pyramid in Dahshur, bent, 0 degrees and 12 minutes. A beautiful red pyramid, also in Dahshur, the third largest pyramid in Egypt, 0 degrees, 5 minutes. Well, these are almost perfect orientations with the 0 degrees error. But according to the State Institute of Geodesy from Bosnia, the orientation of the northern side of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun has an error of 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and only 12 seconds to the right, using, of course, scientific instruments like total station connecting to the satellites. So, this second element was important because the Bosnian pyramid is having the most precise orientation in the world of all ancient monuments. The next element when it comes to the pyramid construction is the material. In Egypt, limestone and granite from Aswan and limestone from 4 quarries around Cairo were used to build those magnificent monuments. In Mexico, sandstone and granite. In Guatemala, shaped volcanic stones. In Peru, adobe bricks. Adobe is when you mix clay, sand, water, and you place it under the sun in the molds for 20-25 days, and you get your construction materials. In China, they use sandstone and granite as well. So every different location were using local construction materials. In Bosnia, when they were building the tunnels, they were doing that in the material called conglomerate. And conglomerate is made out of pebbles, rocks, and sand. So they had to remove hundreds of thousands of tons of conglomerate. What did they do with this material? They mix it with the melted clay, and they got the strongest concrete ever. When we make concrete, we use sand, water, and cement. Our concrete material, when it comes to hardness, that determine the durability of the concrete, are in the range from 10 megapascals to 60 megapascals. Well, the Bosnian pyramid blocks have hardness from 73 to 155 megapascals. It's superior to our concrete in 21st century. And the second element of quality of concrete is water absorption. If water can get inside the concrete during the winter times, especially in the area where we have freezing temperatures, then the water turns to the ice. And ice has a tendency to expand, and then the concrete breaks. So we try to keep the water absorption very low, up to 3%. These are our standards in 21st century. And the pyramid concrete in Bosnia, only 1% of water absorption. Superior. The next beautiful element of this pyramid complex in Bosnia is the age. In the last 16, 17 years, we have done 28 radiocarbon dating and uranium thorium analysis to date the samples of organic materials. Well, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is covered in concrete blocks, at least 4 layers, 4 rows. We discovered fossilized leaves between those concrete layers. How did they get there? During the construction, the builders were pouring the first layer of concrete, the second, third. The wind was blowing, bringing those leaves, and then they placed the final 4th layer of concrete. Since since the leaves are organic material, then we can date it. We sent it to the radiocarbon dating lab and we got the results back. 29,200 years plus minus 400 years. This is a radiocarbon date. The calibrating date, or the calendar age, the real age, is about 14 to 15% more. So, the official age of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is 33,600 years. So now we do change the history. Instead of 5, 6, 7,000 years, we go back for tens of thousands of years, and we have scientifically confirmed it. Imagine the shock to the cultural establishment of Little Bosnia, region, Europe, and the world. All the history books will have to be changed. When you change the beginning, you don't add one paragraph in our history books, because when the beginning is changed, everything else has to be changed in Sarajevo, Paris, London, New York, New Orleans. So what are we going to do now? Are we going to do those tectonic changes? Are we going to realize that PhD dissertation of our archaeologists and historians are not valid anymore? The professorships are not good anymore. The way they teach our kids are not good anymore. Or are they going to try to do something else? Try to stop this little non-profit foundation, to stop this project, to stop that little man. And that's what they've been trying to do for years now through their highly controlled media, like Wikipedia, National Geographic, archaeological conferences, and so on. Despite all the resistance we've been having domestically and internationally, we've been growing year after year. We have opened the project to the volunteers from all over the planet, and they've been pouring to Bosnia. Until 2019, the last normal year, we've had 3,550 volunteers from 63 countries and 6 continents coming to Bosnia, joining us for a week or 2 weeks or 3 months, helping us. And they became a part of a discovery. They were discovering more ancient, oldest, and the best quality concrete blocks, more prehistorical tunnels, organic materials, artifacts. In the years to come, they'll be able to tell their kids or grandchildren that they were there in Bosnia at the source when we needed them the most. This is the most open archaeological project in the world. You cannot go just like that to Egypt and start digging Egyptian pyramids. You will not be allowed. The same thing, Mexico, China, or Peru. But you can come and join the Bosnian Pyramid Project. When you go to the other sites, you try to talk to Egyptologists. They are nowhere to find. You try to talk to the diggers, they said, we cannot talk to you. What we do is confidential. Well, guess what? No confidentiality in Bosnia. We are open for everyone. There is interaction between diggers, archaeologists, geologists, with the visitors, with the media, with our guests. And everything is done with the smile. This is the vision of archaeology and any other science for the future. We don't exist here to hide the knowledge, because everything we find from the ancient historical sites belong to all of us. When Egyptians went under the Sphinx at the Giza Plateau back in 1999, when they discovered the tunnels under the Giza Plateau, when they discovered the remnants of civilization older than 12,000 years back, that was not the sign that it had to be hidden from us, but the opposite. And this is not the only case. When the Mayan archaeologists discovered that this civilization is much, much older than 3,000 years, and they have direct connection to the civilizations before the biblical flood, they have to share it with the world. When the Chinese archaeologists discovered that the biggest pyramids over there were built after the spaceship has a wreck 12,500 years back, they had to share that knowledge and the knowledge of the clay tablets that describe those visitors and builders. Unfortunately, just a very few archaeological objects, artifacts, are accessible and public knows about them. But even then, they are highly controlled. For example, the Turin King List in Turin or Torino, northwestern Italy. It lists all Egyptian rulers. We have 3 phases. The last phase, phase number 3, is the phase of sons of gods, or the pharaohs, as ancient Greek established the name. They started ruling 5,100 years back with the King Menes, who united Upper and Lower Kingdom. But before that, we had phase 2 with the demi-gods. They would rule Egypt 200 or 300 years each. And before that, we had the era of gods, who descended from kingdom of heaven to the kingdom of earth. And they were ruling Egypt 1,000 years each. When you rule 1,000 years and you have mortal humans who live 30 or 50 years, then of course you look not only royal to them, but divine. Who were those first rulers? Who were those gods with a small g? The first one appeared 42,000 years back. 42,000 in Egypt and in ancient Sumeria. They had 4 phases. First or last 3 are the same like in Egypt. But the first one in Sumer was from 273,000 years back. And the first rulers, the first gods with a small g, would rule Sumeria 30,000 years in average. Alajar, 28,800 years. So now we can see that history of our civilizations, humans and others, is much more complex and much more interesting. And then we come to the question, what was the purpose of those monuments? The ancients knew that the most powerful geometrical shape when it comes to the energy is the 4-sided pyramid. On our planet, they would amplify natural energy sources. And we know that through the Bosnian pyramid example, because we applied interdisciplinary knowledge, not only archaeological knowledge, Egyptology, geology, paleontology, classical sciences, but also high-tech methods, geothermal analysis, satellite analysis, georadar analysis, different types of dating, but also the experts in energy phenomena, the physicists, electrical engineers, sound engineers, telecommunication engineers, experts from Serbia, Croatia, Finland, Italy, Germany, US, and other countries, medical doctors. So now we know that below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun is a huge iron plate. Iron generates electromagnetic field. The pyramid pulls this energy and makes it stronger. How do we know that? Because we have measured at the base and at the top of the pyramid. At the top, the signal is 50 times stronger. The pyramid is amplifier. Below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, underground water flow, water moves, releases negative ions. Negative ions are so beneficial to our body and to the atmosphere. They clear the atmosphere from dust, from pollen. They clear our body from microbes, viruses, bacteria, fungi. The values of negative ions in the Bosnian Pyramid tunnels is 50 times higher than on the top of the mountains in the pine tree forests, which was considered the healthiest place. There is a second water flow below the pyramid. Between the two, there is a charge. The pyramid pulls this charge, electricity, generating energy beam through the very top of the pyramid. We are the first one to scientifically prove that the pyramids have this energy beam, in our case, electrical in nature. 28 kilohertz frequency, continuous, because we measure it during the 4 seasons: spring, summer, and fall, and winter. It is focused. It is focused exactly towards the path of our sun. In the morning, it's moved a little bit to the east, noontime south, afternoon southwest, evening west. This energy beam in science is called Tesla's scalar waves. The brilliant Nikola Tesla, 123 years back, in his lab in Colorado Springs, was experimenting with the subtle, soft energies, concluding that those scalar waves, those energies, move quicker than the speed of light. They can carry the energy, they can carry the information quicker, much quicker than the speed of light. Therefore, this energy beam is ideal media for the communication. So the pyramid is the communication device, the first purpose. The second, people feel excellent when visiting our Bosnian pyramid tunnels. They breathe so well. Deeper they go, better they breathe. Not very logical, but nothing in Bosnia is logical. People with asthma, with other respiratory problems, after one visit, they don't need air pump, inhalator, no more. The sugar, the glucose in the blood, drops for 5, 7, or 8 points. Pains, very often gone. Very serious diseases, also, we can see revolutionary health improvement. So our second conclusion, the pyramids were used to protect what is the most precious to us, our health. Why? 9 elements, very shortly, absence of 5 harmful radiations, cosmic radiations, natural radioactivity from underground, geopathogenic radiation, signal for cell phones, signal for Wi-Fi. No bad radiations. Our body don't have enemies in the tunnels. Our body cells, they start doing their job. They start doing the solving of the problems in our body. They start the regeneration process. They start the detoxification process in our body. The purpose number 3, the pyramid energy improves the molecular structure of the water. The water that we drink, the city water or bottled water, the same thing. No viruses, bacteria. Why? Because of the chlorine, and the chlorine is a poison. They place the fluorides in our water, poison. We can find traces of heavy metals, poison. Traces of plastic particles, poison. The water that we drink is energetically dead. The water from underground tunnels in the Bosnian Valley of Pyramids, energetically alive. The molecular structure shows that. The samples from city water, they look ugly, low level of energy. The samples of pyramid water, hexagonal in shape, hexagon, the most powerful geometrical shape, with a lot of crystal-like structures, energetically alive, high vibrational water. That was the third purpose of pyramid energy. The fourth purpose, to improve the food, the seeds. We did experiment with the seeds of beans, and we noticed that the beans that we exposed to the pyramid energy would grow 2 or 3 times quicker, richer, healthier than not exposed seeds. The fifth purpose of pyramids, to improve our immunity. That's the key word today, immunity, not the vaccine, immunity. Number 6, our blood. Number 7, the atmosphere. Number 8, our spiritual abilities. So now it all makes sense. Why would somebody build 6 million ton structure, Great Pyramid of Egypt, to bury one dead body? But if the purpose was to serve the communities, the living bodies, the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, the human kingdom, it makes sense. Because they would be built, those pyramids, to last forever, for millennia. And this is the revolutionary discovery that we have in Bosnia. Once you come with the new ideas in any field, people attack you. It doesn't matter if it is science or archaeology or culture or music or sport or corporate world. There are so many people who always want to keep the status quo. They don't want changes. The bigger the idea, the bigger the obstacles. Imagine you come the biggest idea in the world of archaeology. The pyramids are not tombs, they are energy machines, and they were obviously built but by somebody who knew better the energy, the frequencies, the vibrations. 20 years ago, I remember when watching Discovery, National Geographic, History, or Science Channel. When they talk about Egyptian pyramids, they always mention the pharaohs. Nowadays, they started to talk about the energies connected to Egyptian pyramids.
Dr. Sam, want to
Yes.
give you a 5 minutes heads up before we start taking questions?
Yes, I'm just about to finish.
Okay, great.
So we can see that in the future, people will realize more and more that there was a high purpose to those structures. Not only pyramids, megalithic sites like Stonehenge in southern England, Avebury Hill in southern England, Karnak in France, Alesteiner in Sweden, Rujum al-Khiri in Israel. All those sites would focus the energy. Even the largest discovery in the mainstream scientific world, Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. It has always been about the energy. And with the energy, we have our communication activities, we protect our health, we have healthier food and the water, immunity, atmosphere. People live happier. They have fulfilled lives. And I want everyone to understand the mainstream is actually trying to hide this. They are not out there to help us live better in the more prosperous world. The same thing probably goes for our political establishment. They don't realize they are there to serve our needs, not the opposite. Thank you.
Amazing, Dr. Sam. That's amazing. Wow, what an upload. Thank you very much. Hoo-wah. I'm not quite sure where to start. I have
Yeah.
I have this thought running through my head, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. There's been speculation, and a lot of people have researched about the water canopy that was around the Earth at one time. What effect would that have had on the pyramids, or do you think when they built the pyramids, they had that water canopy in mind? Because from what we see around the world, they obviously had technology to orbit the planet or see the planet from very, very high perspective. So I'm sure they would have been aware of something like that. That amount of water, what effect would that have had with the pyramids?
You know how in schools they did teach us that about 99% of the universe is actually the empty space. They talk about the vacuum, but I would disagree. I did mention the Tesla scalar waves. In order for those waves to travel through space, you have to have very tiny electrical particles. So the energy, the information can move. So I don't think that there is something like a vacuum, there is something like empty space at all. We always have some tiny particles everywhere. When it comes to the water, it is really a great mystery. The origin of the water on our planet. Is it possible that we do have huge quantities of water in the space, in the universe? I think it is possible. If we have it on one little planet like Earth, it has to be abundant throughout the universe. And then, is it possible that we did have a dome over our planet in the ancient past? Of course, some of the holy books do mention that. And there is a reason for that. I mean, it had to be based on something. Now, was the reason that somebody built protective shield around our planet or something else? It is, again, very possible. But what we do know is that when the last ice age ended 12,000 years back, there were huge changes. For example, the ozone layer on our planet was, until then, 5 times thicker. The atmosphere was different. The environment was different. Our planet was much, much stronger. And you know, when our planet, that living energy organism, is much stronger, when you build those monuments in order to amplify the energy, then the energy was also much stronger. When we talk about our spiritual abilities, what I did not say was that besides 5 physical senses, we also have 30 spiritual senses. And senses like feeling the energy, seeing the colors of our auric field, seeing the colors of our chakras, their positions, how much they open, telekinesis, telepathy, and teleportation becomes possible. In order to have teleportation, you have to have 2 elements. The first one is technique, and the second one is energy field strong enough. Now imagine when our planet was much stronger, and those megalithic sites, including pyramids, work much stronger than today. Most probably they would make very strong energy fields, especially during those 4 major days, like solstices and equinox. And I would say that traveling through space and time was possible. And then most probably, during such travel, or even during the astral projections, those who are making them, they would be in much better position than us to say if the water was present everywhere in the universe.
And that's that's amazing. I don't know where to begin with that either. You're just full of it today, Dr. Sam. Your uploads are just always amazing. We'll take a question from heaven here. I just had a thought when you were saying something and I lost it. So let me recoup myself there, and then I'll ask this question, and then I'll do a follow-up question on what you just said. Heaven asks, obvious question. Earlier on, when you were talking about the cycles, right? She's asking, when is the next event, and is this what we feel in the horizon?
What we can see in the last 2 million years, that we had the change between Ice Age and warm period. Ice Age lasts much longer. We have had at least 20 times with the Ice Age. When it comes to the warm period, they last usually between 8 and 12 12,000 years. And guess what? The end of the last ice age, 12,000 years ago. So the new ice age is coming very, very soon. Is it matter of years, decades, or at the most couple of hundred years? I'm not sure, but it's coming for sure. You know that all our media, they were talking about the global warming in the 20th century. Well, guess what? The temperature actually did not go up in the last century, but down for 0.7 degrees. So they changed the narrative. Instead of global warming, now they talk about the climate change. There are certain powers, and you cannot do anything about it. The power of our planet, the power of the processes that are coming, they cannot be controlled. Some of the civilizations in the past realized that. When I mentioned the gods with the small g, demigods, they knew that they could not prevent certain events. Some of them were planetary events, some of them were coming from the deeper universe. For example, when that planet exploded, that used to be located between Mars and Jupiter, they could not do anything about it. So when those huge rocks, pieces of planet, hit our planet and caused the tragic chain of events with the end of the last ice age, they could not prevent it, and most probably they deserted. At that time also, very beautiful planet. What's going to be done next? We don't know. Some people, like Elon Musk, thinks that there is no hope for our planet. So they think about leaving it, which is a shame. Imagine the resources that this planet offers us. We are 7.8 billion people. They are telling us it's too many of us. Wrong. All of us could fit one state in the US, the great state of Texas. Everything is so large in Texas, everything's so big in Texas. It's just a matter of distribution, equality. You have 2,500 multi-billionaires who have more than 90% of resources of this planet. It's a shame. So it's just a matter of the equal distribution of different social organizations. And we could live in peace and friendship, and we could be happy. Ordinary people like you and I, we don't need much to be happy with our family, with our kids, with our wives, with our partners, with our mistresses, with whatever, with little travel, seeing the sights, talking to other people. We don't need much. We don't need to have 10 villas or 5 planes or yachts. I mean, you cannot live at 10 places at the same time, obviously. We don't need much. So it shouldn't be about the greed, about the ego. It should be about the social interaction. It should not be about the social distancing where every person is considered a potential enemy. It should be about the harmony. It should be about the happiness. It should be about the communication among us. So it doesn't matter what the future holds for us, but if we live in a dignified way, if we cooperate with other people, then there is a future. Not for our physical body, it is for one use only anyway, but for our soul, because our soul is going through different experiences. And this is one of them. He has chosen to come to this body at this particular time, not to hide, to be afraid, to live life in fear, but to experience it and to try to do much more to our fellow friends, citizens. And we have to think if we are going to pass this test. Let's not be afraid. And there is a hope for us that this experience will be rewarding to us, and then that we will grow much quicker than during some tedious and boring times with no challenges.
Hmm. I like that. I like that. I really like that. And to go back earlier when you stumped me with the power of the pyramids, you know, I was thinking when you were saying that, I was thinking about Pharaoh Onus, and he is said to have traveled to Orion a number of times using a pyramid. I believe I forgot which pyramid, but he was using a pyramid to travel back and forth. And then when you were mentioning the energy and the power, it would have been a lot more. Do you think that he would have been able to use the pyramid to travel, use it as a stargate to travel between here and whatever planet that he went to around the Orion belt or in that cluster?
Since 90s from Robert Boal and then later on Hancock and the others, there is an idea that those three pyramids at the Giza Plateau match the layout of three stars in the Orion belt.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible, even though the third pyramid is always a little bit off from the third star in the Orion belt. Matter of fact, the star constellation of Cygnus is probably the better fit. But let's say that there is a connection between the Orion belt, the stars over there, two bigger stars and one miniature star, and the Egyptian pyramid. Is it possible that there was a connection there? Is
Mm-hmm.
it possible that we have a signature from potential builders? It is possible. Is it possible that the Aborigines of Australia were visited by their space brothers tens of thousands of years back, who explained then that their origin is not of this planet? And is it possible that the Aborigines ever since were trying to go back to the lands
Mm-hmm.
of the people who actually came to this planet, their ancestors? You know how people are saying that during their dream states, or maybe astral projections, they
Mm-hmm.
actually did find their way to their planet where their origin stands. It is very possible. For us, 50 years is a lot, or thousands of years. But for the universe, it's really almost nothing.
Yeah, not even a.
Travel, yeah, the travel between star constellations can be done in different ways. Not in the rockets that we build today. That's probably the most primitive way to move, we think, at the higher speed, but it's always below the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
And even with the speed of light, most of the star constellations is out of the reach. There are different ways to travel. Not only our soul, but also in the physical dimension. There are probably not one but many possibilities to travel, to move our body from one point to another, to
Mm-hmm.
dematerialize in this world and materialize at some other point. So the idea about the cosmic gate that you just mentioned sounds so logical,
Mm-hmm.
because our civilization is, no, the new civilization is very recent. And even if we had number of civilizations on our planet before us, they are still very new.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I would say that the life, especially advanced forms of life, requires several things. And probably the major thing is how approximate, how close those planets are to the source of the energy.
Mm-hmm.
So closer to the center of the galaxy from where everything started, closer to that point, probably the life would start much, much, much earlier, billions of years back than on our planet. Because let's not forget that our galaxy, Milky Way, is at the outskirts of the universe, so far from the center of galaxy. And our solar system is really so far from the center of the Milky Way. So the life that's been started here actually started so late that probably millions and maybe billions of different civilizations, different life forms, started reaching their peaks and disappeared so long time ago.
Mhm.
So let's not be naive and think that we are the only form of intelligent life and that God created us,
Mhm.
using his picture that, we equal the gods. Because if that would be a truth, then the God had a really bad day.
Oh, that was a good one. I loved it. Let's do a final question, Dr. Sam. And this one is from our grandmother that we had on the other day, Grandmother Suzanne. And earlier on, when you were talking about the pyramids in Illinois, Grandmother Suzanne said, why do you say the Illinois pyramids weren't built by indigenous civilizations? I've been to scores of petroglyphs across the US that tell the ancient stories on the rocks.
The petroglyphs are done almost in every US state. You have them in Texas, in Nevada, Arizona, you have them in
We have some on
Colorado,
Vancouver
Utah.
Island
Yes,
here as well.
you have them everywhere, east and west. But not only the petroglyphs. Of course, the petroglyphs do belong to the original people of America. But on the other hand, we have structures, constructions. For example, the mounds phenomenon in Ohio. Today, in 21st century, 2022, we have more than 42,000 recorded mounds in just one state, state of Ohio. Originally, more than 200,000 of them. And of course, the famous Serpent Mound of Ohio is over there. There are some tumulus structures, huge, like, almost pyramid-shaped structures over there. They are mostly in the central, eastern, and southeastern parts. Unfortunately, majority of the mounds were destroyed from the last quarter of the 19th century, ever since Smithsonian Institute and Smithsonian Museum was established. And there are some interviews in Chicago daily paper from like 1884, 1886, where the journalists were talking with the teams sent by Smithsonian to those sites, and they admitted that their purpose was to destroy the sites, and whatever archaeological material they would discover, they were supposed to take them to Smithsonian and hide from the public. So the major museum institutions were not established to show the stuff to the public, but to hide it from the public. When it comes to the builders, I am aware that indigenous people were there while most of those mounds were created, but they were used either as labor to build them, but in a nice way, not as the slaves.
Mhm.
The original builders would teach them certain energy properties of those structures. They would teach them astronomical features. They would teach them the calendar elements. But they were no builders. They were not builders because still they did not have the construction techniques to do that. When we mentioned the Cahokia mounds, the biggest mound over there, which is called the Monks Mound. Why the Monks Mound? Because in the 17th century, Cahokia Indians came there, but then also the white settlers, they bring the monks over there, so they call it Monks Mound. It had nothing to do with the original builders. The largest structure over there is 12% bigger, larger in surface than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. It took 122,000 trucks of material, or equivalent of 122,000 trucks with the construction materials.
Wow.
20-ton trucks. I mean, that's unimaginable quantity of material. Today, there are remaining 120 pyramids, originally probably 220. I mean, in order to maneuver with such huge quantity of material, for the people who would not build, the big structures, indigenous, people, Indians, they were never built such huge structures. Obviously, that was not their forte. It was not something they were doing. But were they there during the construction? I'm saying yes. They did have benefits from those creators, from those builders. So even the US history is much more complex and much more interesting than what they try to portray to us. You would expect that the places like Cahokia National Park, with all those pyramids, if they start doing the archaeology and digging, and if they start unearthing the secrets, they would realize so much to learn from ancient builders. And since it is the US, you would expect that millions and billions of dollars is poured over there, that they would make another Las Vegas, not with the casinos, but with the nice archaeological discoveries. But no, they keep that basically as a secret. They give very simple explanation. They have, for example, in Cahokia, the museum at the site, which called $20 million in 1970s. Now it's like $100 million, and they are saying they have no money for investigation, spending so much money for the museum, with the half-naked Indians standing there, shown as the builders.
Yeah, I hear you there. That it's sick. Almost, it makes you think, Dr. Sam? It really does. We've really literally not even scratched the surface. We've just like that, and we're seeing all of this now. Imagine what would happen if we actually scratched the surface, what we would find underneath that, and that's for another day. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam. I so appreciate you, and I just have so much respect for you. I love you very much, and I look up to you, like a mentor, like a father, a brother. You're just an amazing guy, and I just love your energy. And I so appreciate your contribution to Humanity Unplugged, not only today, but a few days ago when you were part of that amazing panel as well. So before I let you go and bring on my next guest, Flo Karuna, and give us any final words that you have for our audience, and then we will bring Corona or Flo on. I think I got Corona on my mind.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I always like to invite people to come to our site in Bosnia. So much to learn. And our site is so different because when people go to Egypt, they take selfies from, with them in pyramids. They ride the camels. They say we visited the pyramids. It's not about that. It's about feeling the place, feeling the energy of the place, and getting the benefits from the energy of the place. When it comes to the healing, when it comes to the spiritual development, It comes really to realize how the ancients were able to build such structures. If you can't come to Bosnia, then go to the sites in the US, other places, and try to view them through different eyes. We need to filter the information that we are getting from mainstream media, from different sources, and make our own conclusions. And that's the way to grow physically, spiritually. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam. I so appreciate it. And people in the audience, they're just digging it up. We've just got an epic conversation going on, and they've got tons of questions. I wish we had more time to address all of them. But maybe after this conference, we can get together and then we'll continue this discussion.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. Happy equinox to you. Much love, and have yourself a beautiful day, and we will talk soon.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Wow. I need a stretch. Where's Leanne? We need a stretch. Oh my God, that was a lot of information we just took there, and I hope you guys had your pencils and pens and pads taking notes, because I know I was right in here. My thumb was just going crazy when I was taking notes, and I've got a lot to disseminate here. So I hope you guys did the same thing. So with that being said, we're going to bring Flo Karuna on. Where is Flo? I know I seen him here a couple of minutes ago. And Flo Karuna, I met this guy. He's an amazing guy, and he just lives right up the road from me. Do we have something on in the background? I think something's playing in the background. I've got an echo. Yeah, I've got an echo, brother. You got something. I think you have this screen in the background.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I can hear myself too with an echo. There we go. How about do we have that? Okay, we'll get Flo back. And,
I think it's his computer volume is up, and it's picking up on his microphone too. It's doing the loopy loop.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I'll tell you guys. Come on, Rob.
Here I am.
I'll tell you guys about Flo Karuna.
What's going on, Flo?
Hey, good to see you all.
Good to see you, brother.
Amazing guy, and I'll tell you guys a little story on how I met Flo. And see, I got goosebumps actually right now, and that's what happened to me the first time I met Flo, and I had no idea that he actually just lives a couple hours drive from my house. So that was a beautiful surprise, and I think I'm going to make use of that surprise. So I met Flo at portaltoascension.org, one of Neil Gore's conferences. And Flo came on, and the energy this guy had, I was just moved by it. I was like, oh my God, the energy this guy has. And then when he opened up his mouth, I was like, oh my God, what's falling out of his mouth? Listen to that. So I was stuck to the screen. I wasn't asking any questions. I wasn't reading the chat. I was focused on Flo. And he, delivered an epic talk. And then afterwards, he played some music. And then I had to, my wife heard it. And she's like, what's this? And she comes around and she got glued to the screen. And then she started watching. And ever since then, Amy has become like a huge Flo Karuna fan. She's constantly listening to Flo. In the bath, when she's having baths at night, she listens to it. And she said, I like it. I love it. She's like, I love this music and it's perfect. And she goes for walks and she's listening to it. My son's the same thing. So, picked up a lot of fans here. I myself, same thing. How can I not listen to it when my wife and my son are playing it? Right? So
it's awesome. And what you just said with the chills, I actually got a small little I looked at Flo and I got like a tingle in my spine. I swear to God, I was like, what the hell's going on?
I know, right?
The energies, you know what it is he's got the energy emanating from him, and that's due to the vibration of the music, and we know what's about to hit the speakers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Flo sent me a message. And he said that he wanted to start his talk off with a ceremony. So Flo, my brother, I'm going to give it to you. And if you want to play any videos or anything like that, just give me a heads up, and then I'll take care of my back end here. And then with about 10-15 minutes left or so, I'll jump in, and we'll take some questions from the audience, and then we'll take it from there.
Wonderful. Yeah,
Cool,
actually,
brother.
I would love to play some videos after. So
Wonderful.
Definitely.
Just let me know when you're going to do that, brother, because I got to do some back end work here.
okay, sounds great.
Cool. I'm here though. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Omar, and thank you to each and every one of you for being here on this auspicious moment. We are in an equinox, which is a very special time that has been honored by our ancestors of past, where they gathered, and we are gathering now to connect with the cyclical nature of this reality. And what these equinoxes serve to all of us are doorways, openings in the universal cycle, in the planetary cycles that provide us with an opportunity for polarities to meet with each other. So the yogis of ancient India and many of the meditators on planet Earth, they speak about these golden zones when you wake up at dawn or dusk and you meditate in these times. And there is a great amount of energy in the field when you meditate at dawn and dusk, because there's a polarity meeting each other, where the darkness is meeting the light. And in same context, these equinoxes provide a greater polarity bridge where we can harness these moments to our life's advantage. So every single one of us, we tend to forget, and I don't want to speak on behalf of people, but I just in general context, we tend to forget that we are residing on a beloved, benevolent planet that provides us so much, Mother Gaia. And we are not separate from this planet or this genius that operates around us. Actually, we are one with it. And when we understand how Mama Earth, Mother Earth, operates in the spring equinox or the autumn equinox or whatever equinox you find yourself in, because Central America or near the equator, there's not really a shift in seasons, actually in a stronger element. And we find that that same momentum that is carrying the flora and the fauna is also going to replay in our lives. And we as individuals, if we're in the northern hemisphere right now, we have an opportunity to plant seeds. We have an opportunity to harness the natural current that is bringing life, that is, I find myself in British Columbia, Canada. It's bringing the animals out of hibernation. It's bringing the flowers to slowly sprout through the soil. Since we are no different from Pachamama, we too have this opportunity right now. And if you're in the north, I hope you could take advantage of this gateway to begin to plant the seeds for your life. Maybe there's certain dreams, visions, goals, aspirations, or something that you seek to manifest and bring to your life. Well, when we connect in rhythm with the earth and we merge our consciousness into the planetary consciousness that is alive and breathing, we become one with her essence, and we gain a momentum to bring into our reality all that we seek. And this is what's being offered. This is the opportunity right now for everyone in the northern hemisphere, is to really open up into a ceremony, open up into your sacred space, connect with our beloved planet that provides us so much gifts, provides us oxygen, food, shelter. Really, that is the true strength of our reality. And it's important that we detox or disconnect from the matrix sort of thinking that money is the only reason that we're alive. Money is our reason for survival. Of course, in the society context, that is true. But from a global and a larger perspective, we are here because of Mother Earth. We are here because of the oxygen. We are here because of the fruits and trees. We are here because of the sun. We are here because of the elements. And it's important as empowered, free humans to know and become conscious of where we're putting our energy in regards to survival and thrival. And when we become aware that there's something much more greater than the monetary system that is giving us life, we begin to bridge our neural network into this alive field of abundance, and she will provide. She will bless you. She will give you all that you need. She will bring the right people into your life. She will create synchronicity. She will create fluidness. And this is when, as us humans, we return back to the ways of the ancestors, the ways of honoring the feminine. So to each and every one of you out there, may you form that strong connection with the planet today. May you realize that she is hearing our communication. She is reciprocating our communication, and everything in this reality is a two-way street. Everything has an alive, vibratory consciousness to it. The ancestors of our planet, from not just Turtle Island, but even going back into the Atlantean times and Lemuria times, which naturally comes to you the more you tap into the universe within, they had a relationship. We hear the term "to all our relations" spoken often. And to me, that is, to all our relations, is to realize that everything is alive. Everything is a vibratory essence, from the smallest stone to the plant, to the animal, to even the field that we find ourselves in. And this universe is a very interesting place, because through our perceptionary gateway, we're going to give permission for what we want to see. So if we think the world is stable and not alive, your wish is the universe's command. Okay, now that rock is not going to vibrate in its essence. Now those animals aren't going to communicate to you, and that is fine. We all have our free will choice. But when we begin to play around with our inner laboratory that we all have access to through our consciousness and perception, we realize that we have a lot of ability to open up this alive field and begin for it to have a communication with yourself. So this applies to everything, not just the natural world, with the humans you interact with the entire field, because this is a reflectionary field. If you honor the intelligence of the alive field will honor the intelligence of you and begin to reveal information, begin to reveal data. We are so powerful, divine ones. We have the opportunity to bring to life this existence and see it in a deeper way. So may you connect with her aliveness today. May you realize that your sound vibration, your frequency, your prayers are meeting this alive field. And since we're in spring, and the soils, we plant the seeds for the crops. Also too, from the sound vibrational perspective, which the sound vibration is not just through auditory, but it's also through the emanation we emit to creation. And we've seen these Dr. Emoto research, and I just bring it up because it always connects to everything I say, but we've seen how Dr. Emoto studied the vibration of water, the consciousness of water. And by writing words, by thinking thoughts, we created a ripple effect to the frequency of water. And each and every one of us is water, and we live in a water world. So how powerful are you when you're using your thoughts, when you're using your perception to alter this field and reshape it? And these are the teachings of the empowered souls. These are the teachings of the masters who have awakened their consciousness in past times and are now here. And this is the opportunity that each and every one of you have to begin this exchange with creation and upgrade our awareness, upgrade our consciousness. Some people call it shifting into a dimension or changing something in your awareness field, whatever you want to call it, it's irrelevant. But we all have the opportunity to make this a deep, visceral experience, to make it a lucid experience. So we have many types of dreams. We have a dream where, at night, where we're just we're experiencing what is happening, and we're kind of just at mercy to it. And then there's an even deeper state of dreams, which is lucid dreaming, where we gain a consciousness to realize we're awake. And when we're awake, we realize we could play around with the field. Maybe people love to fly. Maybe we could fly. Maybe we could create something with our awareness. And dream time is very similar to this reality we find ourselves in, where when we become more awake to the quote-unquote reality, and when we realize that we are interacting with the field and not just at mercy with it, we gain a power to co-create. And we, family, are in the time of co-creation. Each and every one of you, we have made it to a different cycle, a different planetary cycle of consciousness, where we're shifting out of the masculine cycle, which is represented in the pyramid, and we're entering a slightly tilting feminine cycle, which is built on the circle and is built on co-creation. And what this entails for each and every one of you is hierarchy shifting completely. Hierarchy coming down to the planet, and for each and every one of us to carry a unique weight and opportunity where we detach from leaders who abused power in the past, we detach from financial systems, and we open into a new earth consciousness. And this is the opportunity, and this is why we have all been incarnated for the sacred moment on Pachamama. It's to rewrite the script. And when we become empowered into our vibration, when we become empowered into who we are, because all the masters said, know thyself, all the yogis said, the universe is within. When we become aware and we access these doorways of empowerment within us, Mother Earth and our consciousness begin to have a deep connection. And we realize that we have some abilities that maybe we weren't aware of. Abilities to communicate with the weather systems. Abilities to realize that our vibration can impact the tides, can impact a lot in our field. There's an opportunity now for each and every one of us to become this empowered co-creator. And welcome to the new game. The new game is here. The new opportunity is here, and you are this representation. So what is the world that you want to see? What are you seeking to bring in your life through your expression, through the way you carry yourself, through the way you are? This is not a statement of pressure. This is a statement of opportunity, that your life has such infinite meaning to the cosmos and has such a great offering to consciousness. As we enter this feminine tilting time where we're all spokes of consciousness on the wheel and we're coming together in group consciousness together, you have a valuable input through your life. And I want you to know that from the depths of my soul, the depths of my heart, what a gift you are to this creation. You know, Mother Earth, I'm a student of the planet, and I'm what you call a starseed. They like, if you want to put a term, but a grounded starseed. And my awakening journey actually began in the planet. You know, I was going through my typical life, playing the game, trying to do what society laid out for me, what social structure, family, upbringing. And I was guided to begin taking hikes at this time. And these hikes in the woods were completely shifting my field. They were giving me space from the technology. They were giving me space from what I thought I was here to do based on how I was brought up. And they were connecting me with a current of whatever you want to call it. You could call it God, you could call it the universe, you could call it source. But they were connecting me with that benevolent current. And that benevolent current was opening an awareness in my mind, in my energy body, in my field, was slowing my heart rate, was relaxing me, making me less stressed, and was making me realize that there's so much more to this existence than I was led to believe. And this laboratory of Earth is the pillar for awakening. All the countless stories of many souls who have in past times masters, or whatever you want to call them, they have had their epiphanies, they have had their eyes open in the temple of Gaia, in the temple of Earth. And she provides you with everything you need. She will show you the sacred geometric patterns in her flowers, in her insects, in her creations. She will connect you deeply to who you are on a deeper level, not just a human, not just part of a species collective, but you're part of a planetary collective. And once that planetary collective is embedded, you could advance to the universal collective. But there's a journey, there's steps, like everything in existence. And Mother Earth will give you something very special, dear ones. She will allow you to remember. So it's very important in this time, like I said, I call myself a grounded starseed. So I can access many realms and stuff, but it's not in balance if we don't have our feet to the soil and we're not serving our Earth. And she is calling each and every one of you to service. And the service is not maybe how we perceive it to be, where it doesn't necessarily mean you're like giving back to others, which I think that is a beautiful thing and you should. But most importantly, service is serving your heart, connecting to your field, and making peace with yourself. Making peace with who you are as a human being, and realizing you are the same intelligence that is of the clouds, is of the trees, is of everything around you. To see yourself in this masterpiece of consciousness, and from that recognition and empowering of who you are, you shift out of the slavery mentality that the powers that be have tried to keep us in for too long. You shift into the God consciousness, the universal consciousness, and you realize that you are one with the living intelligence, and you have been embedded into this reality to co-create. So I love you, family. I mean, I really do, and I'm so grateful that we have arrived to this moment. And this moment on awareness is not going to come from the news media that we know is manipulating the populace. It's going to come from you connecting with your inner God, your inner essence, connecting to that light, that source, that truth, and for allowing that to guide your life. And when you tap in to that inner truth that only you have, you will be led with divinity in this life. You will realize that there is a grand purpose for your existence. You have an impact. You've heard about like the butterfly effect, like a wing of a butterfly that flaps in Japan can be felt in North America. Well, if Mother Earth is so sensitive, imagine how sensitive she is to our sensitivity, our thoughts, our vibration. The opportunity at hand in this human life is for many things, but the greatest opportunity is to explore who we are, to explore yourself, to realize you are a unique essence that wants to be uncoded through your awareness. And the revolution, to say the revolution won't be televised. I like to say the revolution will be internalized. It will be internalized in yourself. And you will realize that the more you go into your awareness, the more you go into your field, that you're carrying the access to transform reality outside yourself. Yes, your consciousness has access to an engineering room. It could pick up on the programs, it could pick up on the subtle aspects of this creation, and by us beginning to rewire ourselves, where once again it comes into lucid state or lucid life, by us rewiring ourselves, we realize that we shapeshift the field around us. And this is what's happening right now. We are having countless beings on planet Earth who are incarnating, who are aware. They're coming in aware to this plane. And through their awareness, they're creating such a ripple effect. They're allowing for the collective consciousness to access information that we haven't accessed as a collective in a long time. The cycles are changing. The planet is in rotation. As night leads to day, day leads to night. And our past leads to the future, and our future leads to the past. So by studying, by becoming aware of the ancient cultures, ancient civilizations, we're getting a glimpse of what might be coming in the future. It won't be exact, but there will be elements of that. And this is the opportunity of the now, for us to come into our life, come into our field, and realize we have power. So know who you are, know you have the key codes, the master codes, and empower yourself. Be aware of your self-talk. Be aware how you communicate to yourself. That mind, the shadow ego can run amok sometimes and make us think we're not worthy, make us think we're not good enough. But when we become aware, and we just watch it for what it is, no judgment, it fades away, and we begin to access the soul communication. The soul communication tells us we are eternal beings. The soul communication says we've had multiple lifetimes. We've been here multiple lifetimes, and we will continue. And then where's the fear, dear ones, when we know we're infinite? That infinite awareness can empower our lives. It could make us speak our truth when we need to. It could make us walk or take a risk to something that matters to our heart and mind. That infinite consciousness can make us realize how precious life is. It can make us realize this is a temporary journey. And maybe it's time that we live our truth. And as we find ourselves today in this spring equinox, what a glorious moment, what a glorious opportunity to plant those seeds, to tell the universe what you want, and to know you have meaning. So I spoke a little about the spring, right? So it's not spring everywhere. It's not the spring equinox everywhere in the southern hemispheres. It could be the autumn equinox. And this is what I love about this planet. She is having multiple perspectives simultaneously. And, I feel like our whole past culture is based on one perspective. And if it's not that perspective, it's not true. But Mother Earth teaches that multiple perspectives can coexist. Right now, in this moment, it is, for me, it's 1 p.m. Pacific time. The sun is up. But somewhere in the world, it's dark. It's nighttime. Somewhere in the world, it's exact opposite temperature as this right here. And there are all these like opposites simultaneously occurring in our planet's genius. So I'm going off speaking about the autumn equinox, and I'll get back to that, but recognize that multiple opinions can coexist. And when we expand into the planetary consciousness, man, we stop the war. We stop the war. The too much war on this plane of imposing, hey, it's 1 p.m. here. It better be 1 p.m. on your side of the world or you're living a lie. What kind of crap is that, right? We expand into compassion with the planetary intelligence. We begin to feel multiple forms of intelligence coexisting. We open our mind, our awareness. Doesn't mean that we accept it or we just blindly approve, but we have a capacity to receive multiple angles at the same time. And this is what we call the upgrade or the expansion. To be operating in your individual vehicle, which is very important to be true to our human self, but also have an awareness that could receive the compassion of multiple sources. And when we as humans begin to feel these compassionate sources together, we realize we're together in this operation. We realize we're here to do something great. We're here to put our shadow ego aside, and we're here to serve not just ourselves but the future generations and all the planet, the children, the animals, the elements. It's such a gift to be in service. To serve takes you out of yourself, the little I, and brings you into this big field. And if you're having a moment, in your life where maybe you're going through the motions, because we all do, I have compassion for that. I go through it myself. I'm coming out of something. And, like maybe we don't have that clarity. It's in these moments that they provide precious opportunity to give. In my darkest moments, in my moments where I was completely lost, I'm like, this is a perfect time to do something positive, and I'll like go to a coffee shop and just pay for the person behind me before they don't need to know. Just say, pay for the person behind me. All right. There's some hitchhikers in the area. I'm like, oh, let's pick up a hitchhiker and guide them. Following intuition, of course. But there's such a opportunity when we give to enter planetary consciousness, because the planet operates on that level of giving and service. She is providing us oxygen, light. She's providing us this gift. So the autumn equinox, if you find yourself in the southern hemisphere, this could be a time of giving gratitude. So if you're in the northern hemisphere, it's a time to plant seeds. If you're in the the southern hemisphere, autumn equinox, it's a time to give gratitude for the harvest. Maybe you could go through your life, what you're thankful for. Maybe you could give thanks for everything that has manifested in the journey thus far. And really take stock. Just like the autumn equinox, they're receiving the harvest of the summer because there's dedication for a garden to grow. There's time, there's energy. And so too in our lives, we're putting time and energy, even though time is a relative concept, and that's another topic, but we're putting energy. And you could just go through that gratefulness right now, because we are synced up with the planet. We are synced up in cycles, and the ancients knew about this time. This is why they honored the equinox as moments for consciousness to kind of come together. They built there are many pyramids and temples that are aligned to the sun of equinoxes. They literally would design a temple for one day to get a specific alignment. And we all have our own theories, but my theory is that the ancients, they built these temples to anchor in frequency, to receive the current of the universe, to embed it in the structure, and for it to be anchored in, so when the people go into these places, the vibration of the equinox would remain intact. It's like a harnessing. So we are rethreading family. We are rethreading consciousness by coming together and on equinoxes, just like our ancestors. And a lot came out, but I thought I would do a little gentle ceremony just to celebrate this time with us together and make us go on a little journey. So hope you're all comfortable. I would say just go it's 1:42, okay, so I have some time. I'm just going to ask you to sit in a comfortable place. Just going to take a sip of water. I'm going to light some sage that was harvested nearby me. I'm just going to send some of that because this stuff travels beyond space. So just sending, blessing you all today. Receiving that ancient remedy, sage. And let's just close our eyes. Place our feet to the earth. And just begin to feel our feet touching the ground or whatever body part is near us. And beginning to open up a conscious connection through the planet by taking a deep inhale, letting it all out on exhale. Just getting deep inhale, filling up our belly and diaphragm, letting it all out. Exhale. Just for number 3, let's take our deepest inhale yet. Breathing in that precious oxygen with gratefulness. And letting it all out. As you begin to feel your essence, your vibration. With no judgment. Feel your aliveness. Just feel yourself simply here. And as you're here, I'm going to invite all your higher selves to be present. Inviting all our benevolent star family, galactic allies. Calling the earth ancestors and spirit guides and guardians. Calling the elements of this planet. And calling the frequency of love to now to be felt within you, radiating in your heart. And let's just know that we are here with many others. It's forming in this collective. And just to start this practice, let's just start with self-kindness, self-love, feeling appreciation for your body, giving gratitude for you getting to this point in your life, going through all the journeys and roads, just being grateful for you here. Knowing everything you did was divine and perfect. And as you feel this self-gratitude, we're going to open up into an equinox ceremony. So if you're in the spring or northern hemisphere, just open into the freshness, the new opportunity that is for all of us, no matter where you are. And if you're in the south, just connecting with the gifts of gratitude. And I'm going to play the crystal bowl, and as I play the crystal bowl, I'm going to invite all the people in the northern hemisphere to just begin to send their prayers or whatever they wish to manifest into the field, whatever you seek, you desire, a vision from your heart and soul, to begin experiencing that as if it were already gifted to you. And anyone in the southern hemisphere, just connecting with gratitude while I play the crystal bowl. And as we do this together, we'll amplify the gratitude with the new beginnings. We are in co-creation with Mother Earth. It's time for you to live the life you've always dreamed of. All is possible now. Just feeling that. Release all these prayers and visions. You can speak aloud or just feel it in your body. And if you're in the south, just giving deep gratitude for all the gifts that are here. Shanti Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum. And as you're letting these gifts and visions and everything you deserve, because you deserve, you're worthy. Let's just feel your connection to Mother Gaia. Feeling these seeds being planted for the northern hemisphere and receiving the gifts from Mother Gaia in the southern. Making a conscious connection with the earth. May all your visions from your heart and all your dreams be manifest in alignment with our beloved earth. May you receive all these sacred gifts wherever you are, knowing that we are in a loving planet, in a live planet. May every breath you have throughout your day remind you of the infinite abundance. Each breath, you're breathing in all the trees that go on such a journey. You're breathing in the sun, the elements. You reside in the temple of heaven And I give gratitude and thanks for us gathering today. Maybe continue to gather. Maybe continue to co-create. We're just getting started, family. We're just getting started. The time of the empowered human. Love you all. And yeah, I pass it back to Omar if there's any questions.
There I am. Wow, that was great. Amazing. What a beautiful message. Just a totally beautiful message, Flo. I like that. You just mellowed me right out.
I'm in a mellow mood. Maybe I have to pass on my mellowness today.
Yeah, you just mellowed me right out, especially that sound bowl. I was sitting there just melting here in my chair. I was like, wow, this is great. Amazing stuff, my man. Let's hit up a question from Brown.Flop. And Brown.Flop asks, I never thought about that at all. All of the pagan celebrations celebrated in the northern hemisphere must be opposite in the south. Is it true their veil is thinning now as ours would be in October?
That's a great question. I don't know too much about paganism, but I absolutely feel when we're in when duality comes together, whether it's winter and spring or summer and autumn, the veils always tend to thin in these times. And this is why it's so important when we do practice in the morning or the dawn when the sun's setting, because everything just kind of, there's a beauty when duality comes together. Something very powerful happens. It's like we've been embedded with this unique physical temple where we have two hemispheres in our brain. We have two hands, two lungs, two knees. I mean, there's twos of many things, but then there's this unification in our heart. And when duality comes together, the veils tend to thin. At least from my personal experience, I'm not speaking from any scientific research on this one, just my own experience. So absolutely, I feel that does happen. And in my communication with Earth, it's interesting when the sun has set and I've been in the woods, I normally feel the aliveness of the trees on such a deeper level. And I don't know if anyone's been in the evening for a walk, but just pay attention to the trees and you might realize that they're alive in these moments.
Yeah, they're vibrating at 5 to 8. Right?
I like those 5 to 8s.
Oh yeah, gotta love those. They're vibrating at 5 to 8. The birds that are singing are vibrating and singing at 5 to 8.
Wow.
It's beautiful. Flo, we're in this equinox 2022, right? And we're on the cusp of splitting the timelines. And we're about to leave the division and the fear behind us. And together as a community and as one, we're focused with our thoughts in creating this new timeline of abundance and love and acceptance. When we move into this new timeline, what would your advice be to the people, to us, that are moving into this new vibration?
Wow, interesting. Did you hear the phone buzz when you said that?
That was my phone here. It's
right when you said vibration.
Yeah, it's always buzzing, my man.
I view that as confirmation. So it's very interesting. So quantum field. I love the quantum field. I love timelines. I teach a lot about that at my website, Star-Codes, because I relay a lot of the galactic beings' information and how they want to empower us. So the quantum field just naturally is what they talk about. I feel like from a timeline perspective, we are consistently always jumping timelines. It's a way of being, and especially when planetary cycles, because I feel we are entering we are in a new planetary cycle, but it's a long one, 27,000 years. So we have a new long journey. And when we're in these time periods where a cycle is ending and a cycle is beginning, or a season's ending, season beginning, that the quantum field comes closer with each other and we're able to navigate with ease and grace. So it's interesting you asked this question, because I felt like I've been on a different timeline as of 6-7 days ago. Like, it's been very clear in my life, where even like my magnetic poles to like stuff I was trying to manifest is like, nope, you have a different mission in this timeline. And my relationships started to change amongst friends and loved ones, and it was visceral. I even was seeing like different signs in the city. Like I do P90X sometimes, like the working out, and I'm like, wait a minute, they're saying different stuff. So I share this because maybe I need to go into this a little more. So the Galactics actually told me that they made us do a collective timeline jump for many people, because in the timeline we were in, there was actually going to be a nuclear bomb. And the Octurians are the gatekeepers of the quantum field. So why we have another species as the gatekeeper of the quantum field right now is because we're not, many powers that be wants to play with the quantum field and the timeline field, and they're actually protecting that from being manipulated from the dark forces. So I'm very thankful for that. But yeah, absolutely, we are shifting timelines. The field is constantly changing, and I have no doubt we're in another timeline. I don't have my glasses, so I just want to come back to that question so I make sure I answered it. Okay, maybe I missed the question, but I hope I answered it. The timelines are constantly happening, and it's very subtle, you know, like as I felt we've been in a different timeline, and as of 7 days ago, it's like little changes, like a person will, maybe a person who was a high school friend is not in your life in this timeline, or maybe like the city looks exactly the same, but there's like a new store. But I find timeline jumping is very subtle, because it's a process that you are the quantum machine, and like through your technology within you're naturally like bringing together verses and slowly integrating into them. So there's an integration phase when we operate timelines. I'm going through an integration phase right now where I don't have relationships that I with certain people in this timeline, and my mission's a little different. But it's important when you jump timelines to be in fluid state and allow for what you need to do to override what you think you need to do. And if you can stay with that, you're always going to be good, because you're not going to force stuff.
I like that. I really do. I like that. And this timeline shift, you know, it's almost like the Mandela effect, Flo, where, you know, this little change happens, this little change happens, this little change, and you really don't notice it as it's happening. But by the time it's done, you're not even aware that it's actually happened, and you're totally vibrating at a different spectrum, like altogether, than you were before. And then to get to that, we need to shed those containers, right? We have the identity containers, and sometimes we have toxic people in our lives that we need to really, you know, social distance from.
I like that.
You're a musician, you're an artist, right? And that takes imagination, right? And then that comes with creative visualization, comes with creative imagination, creative thinking, conscious thinking that comes with. So when we go into this timeline, and with the conscious thinking that we're practicing right now and going into, what role do you think music and art is going to play in this new timeline that we're about to go into?
Oh, I love this topic. So and the start of my journey was working a lot with elders, working with indigenous elders and learning from teachers, and I think that's kind of been in the field today. But a lot of them would say like the currency of the future is art, and they would always tell me like get organized, and I didn't understand what they meant, and I'd be like, what do you mean by get organized? Because I'm like thinking from like a different perspective to like launch your creativity into the world. So I feel like, and this is there's a lot to this question, but like art is actually becoming the currency as we speak. And I'm looking at the NFT movement right now, and I don't just see it as just so if anyone doesn't know, NFTs are like non-fungible tokens where people are selling artwork that's connected to like the crypto blockchain, and these projects are doing very well, like millions and billions, like not billions but millions of dollars. And I feel the NFT movement is guiding us into the art as currency for our future. So in our future, our current and moving forward, we're going to be exchanging our soul gifts. We're going to be not striving to just do something out of alignment to us to survive, but we're just going to be here to offer what is in us. And oftentimes those gifts are connected with art, music, creativity. It's just a piece of the puzzle. I mean, you don't have to be in creativity and art, but I do feel it has a big role. And then looking at the brain hemispheres, you know, the more right brain or right hemisphere, right? Yeah, the right hemisphere is more creative, and we're entering a feminine cycle, so it makes sense that this creativity is going to be full spectrum in our field for everything we do. From a quantum perspective, from working with the field, I find that sound is, and I talk a lot about this a lot in the conferences I speak at, it's like sound is intermingling with our field, and we are just we're remembering, but we're also reconnecting to sound healing, sound to transform our field around us, sound to change molecular structure, sound to regenerate the cells in our body. But sound has a deep purpose to not just healing ourselves and enlightening mass consciousness, but also accessing the quantum field. Because sound is a way into the quantum field, and when we vibrate at a certain level, which I always like say, you know, we're not just, sound is not just auditory, sound is us vibrating. When we're vibrating, we're naturally accessing the quantum field. So I mean, I'm trying to honor the time here, but it's I could go for a while with this, but this is a very special time. And the key word that's coming in this moment right now is adjust. Let's adjust. Let's meet reality. Okay, like planting seeds, you know, like if you want to plant an apple seed tree, you look at the soil, the nutrients, the climate, and then there's a wisdom to planting that seed. But if I'm like planting this cactus seed in the Arctic, maybe it's lacking wisdom. Maybe it will grow down the road, which I'm not judging any path, but what that's what I mean by adjust. Become aware of the moment, and when we become aware of the moment, all the answers are in front of us. It's called knowledge. Like to know is to be in the now.
I like that, man. You give me goosebumps when you were saying that. In fact, I still have shivers going up my back. Look at my arm. It's just
oh wow.
Ooh, wow. You know, that was good. I
Me
like
too,
it.
sitting back here listening to it. Me too.
Yeah, that was good. Like I can feel it. Like
where did that come from?
Yeah.
I just heard you. I didn't see you. So
Here.
Amazing energy.
Here.
That was the voice of God with a big G.
No. Nope. I'm not good. I don't want that moniker ever. Ever.
So, my brother, thank you very much for this beautiful upload. And before I let you go, give us a download on Star Codes, what Star Codes does, what services you have available on Star Codes, and how can people connect with you. I got your IG link in the comments, but I'm really interested in the Star Codes. So, give us a quick download. And then, guys, grab your popcorns and grab your drinks because we're about to feature a film. So, hit it up, Flo.
Yes, so Star Codes is an organization that came through this being, and it's to bring forth the galactic knowledge to empower our lives and to give us experience. So created Star Codes, just following the compass of the universe, and we run a 7-week Starseed course, which so many people came through, and we actually go through the various races that are working with humanity. But in addition to all the information, it's to empower you. It's to bring you to that vibrational state so you could communicate with the alive field, which includes the star family, and reclaim our history, her story on planet Earth. So it's a very powerful course that we're offering. I also create oracle decks. I created the Palladian Oracle deck. You can find it on Amazon if you want to support. And I'm about to release the Lyran Oracle, which you can pre-order on Star-Codes. All your support is really appreciated. I mean, and I hope we get to see each other more. We have 145,000 people on our Instagram, 2 pages. And we have a Telegram pages so people could communicate. And it's all about community. So I'm grateful. The Star Codes is with Watchers Talk, with Portal to Ascension, with all you beautiful groups. And let's just continue to create the new Earth together. And we're actually going to be coming with some more courses in the future, so stay tuned for that. It says February 24th, but that's from the old one, and we do it every 7 weeks, so we're going to have another one April 7th. So if you register for that, we'll hook you up for that. And yeah, I'm just grateful for this opportunity, Omar, and just thank you from the depths of my heart.
Epic. I think he's up in the back loading everything up for later. But Flo, thank you so much, dude. It's always epic. Always epic.
I was
thanks,
muted.
man.
Sorry, I was muted. I do that all the time.
What were you saying?
Just wanted to say, there's the, we just cruised through there and fill out this form so that you guys can stay connected with Flo, because this is important stuff. Remember when we were telling you in the beginning, like 7 days ago, 8 days ago, we were saying that there's going to be a lot of resources available for you guys during this conference, and this is one of those resources that I was talking about. I was waiting to share this website with you guys, and I wanted Flo to talk about the 7-week course because I think we can all use it. Right, and so guys, head on over there. I've got the website in the comments, and sign up and share this with friends and family. Share it on your IG, on your social medias, on your Twitters, whatever that you have. Share it, because these are the fundamental resources that we're going to need to prepare ourselves for the time that is coming. Remember, this is the time of purification. This is the time of cleansing. This is like we're like in our own Ramadan kind of deal, and we need to move forward with these resources and help ourselves, because when we help ourselves, remember what we were saying this entire conference, when you help yourself, you help everybody else. So do that. And Flo, my man, thank you very much. I so appreciate it. I love you, brother.
Love you.
And thank you for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged. Probably in a few weeks, I'm going to be in your neck of the woods, and I'll shoot you a message, and maybe we can do like an in-person talk and have an epic download like that.
That sounds divine. And yeah, grateful to all your team. Grateful to Rob, and I'm seeing a new person here, so grateful for you. I don't know you yet, but yeah, and to the new Earth.
All right, my
Salut.
Thank you. Salute. Cheers.
Thank you, Flo.
Thank you.
All right,
bye.
guys. Thank you, brother. All right, guys. It is movie time. Look at it. My light is just killing me, and it's just not even bright enough.
It's a little hard on the eyes. You're not. The light is.
Oh, thanks, brother. This light is just killing me. Hoo-ah. So it's movie time, my friends. Let's bring our speakers on. Like I said, go grab your popcorn. Go
Hi,
and
Kathy.
grab your water. Go and grab your snacks, do what it is that you need to do. We'll give you a couple of minutes here. I have the film loaded, and I have the film creator with me. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove myself off the stage here, and then I'm going to let Kathy and Jennifer introduce this video. And then, ladies, when you're ready for me to throw the video up onto the screen, give me a thumbs up, yell my name, and I will put it up on the screen. And just so that, we'll do that. So here, I'll go like this, and then I'll do the back end work. Kathy, you're muted, love.
I didn't know I was introducing Jennifer.
Why not? I saw you, and I
thought I was in the back. But I'm happy to do it. I'm so excited for everyone. But seriously, you do want to drink at least. I don't know if you want popcorn. Depends on where you are, what time of day it is. But I want you to be prepared to really go on a journey of discovery, of high transformation with Jennifer. This movie that she created, she has had a traumatic experience that she turned into a dramatic, uplifting lesson for all of us. And it's remarkable. I'm so excited that people get to experience it. I met Jennifer because I interviewed someone else who told me, Judy Miller, that told me, you have to meet Jennifer. You have to interview her. So I was so excited. And then, of course, I felt like very cool that I got the secret code to watch the movie. Now all of you guys get to watch the movie, which is so generous, Jennifer.
I felt special too when I got the code. I was like, oh, right on, my first code ever.
So you know what I mean? It's like I'm in the class, I'm in the club.
Yeah.
I got it. So
the Purple Tie Club.
well, the thing is, there's several things you have to know. Jennifer is a type A personality, high performing being. She has done very well in the business arena, in the in almost everything she's ever done. She's been at the top of her class. She's won awards. She's written books. She's worked with Jack Canfield and that whole group. I mean, she is, if you're talking about from society's standpoint, she's been at the top of her game. And she's demonstrating how to be at your top of your game, 3D and in a spiritual way. So I think I've botched up that interview, that introduction.
You can never botch it up, ever.
But you guys, this is really going to be a journey that you'll see, that for people that you love, that you want them to understand the journey, the possibilities of their life, you're going to be able to show them this film and take them by the hand and let them show what reality is really available for them. Okay, so with that.
I just want to add something before we actually get into movie time. And I want people to understand, first and foremost, thank you. Yes, I've actually had a lot of accomplishments. I'm really grateful. But I will say that this is probably my most biggest accomplishment thus far. And I'm probably going to cry here. Because I did something that I never thought I would do, which is, somebody who is very outgoing and very social and very, loves people and loves to connect. I'm also a very private person. So what you're about to see here is part of my journey of rising up from what I call one of the most horrific experiences of my life that I now see as the greatest gift of my life.
and I was standing 15 feet from the first of 2 explosions that happened at the Boston Marathon bombings back in 2013. So this is a journey of my recovery. And more importantly, I share the wisdom and insights I learned, which have been a game changer for me and has been pivotal. So anybody watching here today, just sit back and absorb whatever it is you're meant to absorb. I want to talk about something here that I have not shared openly, but we infuse the film with different sound frequencies and light frequencies. So everyone who experiences the watching of the film will receive a healing in whatever way that looks for you. But it's meant to uplift, it's meant to inspire, and it's meant to empower each and every person that watches it. So enjoy the journey. I'll be available for questions on the back end. I think Omar and Kathy will have some questions as well. And so just enjoy.
Thank you so much. And this is so generous of you. I know this film is for sale. So what she's gifting us here is quite remarkable. We're very, very lucky. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I just want to just quickly throw my 2 cents in here before we throw the movie up onto the screen. You know, when I was approached by Kathy about this movie, you know, I resonated with that. And I was like, hey, you know, this is a perfect opportunity and a perfect time to showcase this and to highlight the sickness, you know, the mental illness of humanity on some level. You know, I'm not saying that all of us are mentally ill, but, you know, what's happened and the division, the violence, the wars, and all of that, you know, to me, I see that as mental illness. And when I was approached with this movie, you know, I was like, hey, this is a perfect time to highlight what we're leaving behind and what we're creating. Because what we're creating, this is not what we want. We don't want the wars. We don't want the divisions. We don't want the violence. We don't want the lynchings and the beatings and, you know, death penalties and all of that kind of stuff. We don't want any of that. And to show this is a stark reminder, a very dark reminder as to like what's happened here in this timeline to people and what we can build for the future. Because if we know where we're coming from, then we're not going to create those same mistakes into the future. So with that being said, I'm going to remove myself and we will put the movie on. And as questions are coming up, guys, I'm not going to be putting those up onto the screen. I'm just simply going to monitor them. And if you guys have any questions, throw those in here. I will star them. And then once we're having our discussion after this, I will bring those questions up. You know, I know you guys are going to like this. I watched it and I really, really enjoyed it. So here we go.
So Jennifer, why don't you tell them the name?
So the name is There's Got to Be More to Life. And frankly, that has been my internal conversation. So Kathy shared I had a lot of accomplishments. And I had those accomplishments because the truth is I was running for myself. I was in search of happiness. I was in search of feeling fulfillment. I was in search of purpose. And so I am a type A. In fact, some people would say A++ personality. And I'm a go-getter and an achiever. And I thought that when I reached my goals and accomplishments, I would actually feel happy and fulfilled and on purpose. And although I had moments of that happiness and fulfillment, it wasn't long lasting. So then I would set out for the next goal. And then I'd achieve that and hoping that there would be some, you know, lasting, you know, to the happiness and to the fulfillment. But in my experience, that didn't happen prior to my experience at the bombings. Post bombings, I've been on this journey of, and this is the remarkable piece here, is because I've been on this path of there's got to be more to life. Life can't be about struggle. It can't be about hardship. It can't be about, okay, we work hard and create these successes and then what? Is that it? And so this is the starting piece of there's got to be more to life. And it's the prequel to my next film, which is There Is More to Life. And it's all about showing people how to rise and thrive no matter what happens in life. And we are looking to rise up from the past traumas that we've all experienced. Every single human being on the planet has experienced some form of trauma. And so now is the time to rise up from that, to leave that behind, so that we can start to cultivate and create heaven on earth, because I believe that's possible.
Beautiful. Me too. Me too, Jennifer. And we are creating it. And that's the thing, right? We're using our thoughts and we're using our energy through events like these and lots of other events that are happening today. And also, guys, keep an eye on the Schumann resonance. We're affecting that today and for the last 9 days. All right. So I'm going to put the movie on. Let me just pause it and make sure that everything is loaded up. Go like that. Give it a second so that it doesn't skip or anything like that. I've had it up for a while, so it's already processed. Let's turn up the volume. All right, guys, here we go. Enjoy.
Have you ever thought to yourself, there's got to be more to life? My name is Jennifer Kaufman, and this is my story.
I woke up feeling so unsettled, and I didn't understand why. And yet I wanted to honor my commitment to my dear friend. I'd never been to the Boston Marathon before, never had a desire to go. As an athlete, I was in awe when I saw the disabled runners and veterans passing by. In fact, I was moved to tears. The day started out great. Everyone was so happy. The crowds were electrifying. Then, out of nowhere, there was an eerie gust of wind, bone-chilling. And then I was rushed into the ER. Doctors and nurses swarmed my bedside. I heard a soft voice in my head that said, "You must learn how to heal naturally." I have no medical background, yet there was something about that soft voice that was compelling. Then I thought to myself, if this were my last day, would I want to spend it in the hospital? Absolutely not. What if you were to trust your own instincts? That day when I laid in the hospital bed and I heard that inner voice say, you needed to learn how to heal naturally, that was something I did not know how to do at the time. And yet there was something about that voice that was so compelling, and it was nudging me forward. Now you have to understand that the doctors and nurses urged me to stay. They wanted to admit me for more tests and to pinpoint exactly what was going on in my body. And yet I instinctively knew that I needed to leave and find a different path. Taking that very first step was the doorway that opened up, and people showed up in my life to help me learn how to heal naturally. These were people I didn't know, many of whom that you'll see in the film. It started out with chiropractic care. When I left the hospital, I could barely walk for 5 months. So I saw a chiropractor multiple times a week to help me regain my strength and help me regain my ability to walk. I had such internal injuries that I couldn't eat whole foods. So I saw a nutritionist who taught me how I could nourish my body through whole food-based supplements and just liquids alone. I embarked on working with a Chinese herbalist and acupuncturist who helped me manage my pain so I didn't have to take pain medication. I ended up doing brain integration treatment to help me to rewire my brain and my body so that it could release the trauma that I had experienced. I also did biofield tuning, amongst so many other things that you will see in this film and in the next film. I want you to know that my journey and my path is just that. It's my journey and my path. There are things in this film that are likely to inspire you, and I encourage you to seek what feels right to you. Trust your own instincts. This is not a prescription of how to heal naturally. This just happens to be my journey and how I healed naturally. So I want you as the viewer to know that as you watch this movie, just notice how it makes you feel. Notice what things really resonate for you or something that you want to really learn more about, and then trust your instincts and go seek that information and see what is going to unfold for you.
Now I can let go. I am free.
I was desperate to get relief from sleepless nights, from anxiety and panic and pain. I mean, I had enormous pain in my body. And I also was just struggling to make sense of it all and understand it and put it in a way in which I could move forward in peace.
And was scared of being touched in the beginning because everything hurt. She had swelling everywhere. She had a lot of interference, a lot of stress and trauma to her body, to her nervous system. We had to start off very slowly. Chiropractic care is about healing the body from within. With my particular technique, I use a Pro Adjuster. It uses an instrument that scans the spine and finds the subluxation, really gently percusses and taps the spine back into proper alignment so that your body can heal itself. She was doing everything for her body that she could possibly do. She was seeing so many alternative healthcare practitioners, and it was a team. It was a team effort. I don't think she could have done it with any one of us. I think it was everyone working together, and most importantly, Jen working on herself and trying to take care of herself and get herself healthy. She was able to find, through this terrible thing that happened to her, she was able to find health and healing in a holistic and natural way from so many different people. And she learned so many different things along the way that helped her get healthy. She was the one who got herself healthy. We just kind of gave her little nudges along the way.
What I really feel in this spot is just the rush of the trauma through your whole system. Or I'm about to hit the bombing. Right in here is where we're, that's it. Yep. Yeah. So what I really feel in this spot is just the shatteredness. It feels like holes were blown into you. You feel like Swiss cheese.
All of those memories of people screaming and
And the visions of it all just come flooding right back as if I'm there now.
So I'm just gonna hang out in here. Let your body start to repair itself. I feel like your body is holding not just your own experience of that, but everyone around you too. Which means that as you heal it, then you help heal more than just your own story too.
I have felt like a burden, like a weight, just like this heaviness that I don't know how to explain.
Well, when I met Jennifer, I realized that she was really a perfect candidate for biofield tuning with the trauma that she had been through. Because when we have traumas, especially some kind of big trauma like that, some kind of, no control, big explosion, big input, it creates a kind of response in the field that freezes there. But I'll never forget coming in, finding the record in the field of that explosion and how massively she had been impacted by it. And how moving it was when we were in that memory and it was transmuting and releasing. And I remember feeling like she was healing not only herself, but so many others. Jennifer told me that after tunings, that was a really big step in the healing process, was to release that trauma from the electrical system and start to really come into a place of greater coherence and healing. I'm more skeptical than anybody. So if you're skeptical, I get it. But, just give it a try.
Our purpose on the planet is to take these kinds of situations and turn them and churn them and dissolve them and burn them up into something that serves us instead of thwarts us and distorts us and compresses us into living a life that is less than what we were designed to be living.
I was a nose tackle. I was significantly bigger than I am now, like 60 pounds heavier. Being 300 plus pounds, you get big man illnesses like high blood pressure. I had high blood pressure in college. I was on high blood pressure medication. When I would breathe, take in deep breaths, it felt like something was passing through my heart sometimes. That was scary. As soon as I went plant-based, my blood pressure went down. It balanced out. My tendonitis went away, which was the most important thing because I was in so much pain. Pain went away. I also lost 40 pounds in like a month and a half, but my bench press went up and I was running faster. I was a lot stronger. Went and played D-line again, and then started speaking about it because a lot of players are dying. Heart disease, stroke, diabetes, average age of 53 of retired players. According to a National Institute of Science and Health and NFL study, got into not just speaking about the sports and athletes and their health, but the general public as well, and food deserts, food swamps, and access to healthy food and knowledge.
A lot of our food these days, we think it's nutritious because it looks like a balanced meal, but actually there are a lot of anti-nutrients in our food these days, and we're eating it on a daily basis. This is stripping our bodies of essential vitamins and minerals. Instead of giving us food, it's taking goodness from our bodies. It's depleting us. And as a consequence, we've got a lot of inflammatory response going on. We have poor brain chemistry and emotions. People's hormones are being messed up. Their cortisol levels are much higher than they should be. Their adrenal glands are being stressed. And as a consequence, we are gaining extra weight because we're in a state of constant stress in this fight and flight condition of constant fear brain chemistry because our cortisol is on edge. Cortisol is also incredibly aging. So when you start to reduce the inflammatory response of your body through eating correctly, we need to understand that we have a body for a reason. We have a spirit, we have a soul. When we start giving our whole selves this love that says, hello, gorgeous, I'm going to take care of you, because if you radiate, you will bring your gifts to the world. So it's learning to become your ideal self, to understand that you do not have to hang on to parts of you that no longer serve, that you're not trapped in your personality. You get to choose and find the part of you that loves to dance, that wants to be alive.
Revealing the masterpiece just beneath the skin.
Health is really a state of flow where we don't have all these pockets of subconscious tension and resistance and consequential inflammation. And anytime you have inflammation in one area, you end up with a deficiency in another. So we end up very out of balance with pockets of deficiency and pockets of excess, and the body isn't functioning. But when we work at the level of correcting the electrical system, the electrical system is the blueprint that guides and informs everything that's happening in the physiology. We all do have the potential to be in a state of health and harmony for our whole lives. And when we are accessing our potential, who knows what we can collectively create.
The patterns of the pain in your past. The things that broke you, they also awoke you to the questions you needed to ask.
I'd like to talk about trauma as a gift, which is a complete new perspective.
Yeah. One of the big traumas I had in my life was my sister, who was 11 years older than me, committed suicide. Losing her to suicide, it was literally the thing that woke me up. It shook me in a way that I don't know that I would have been woken up in that way. And so I dedicated myself to doing everything I could to find that joy, to heal in me anything that stopped me from being in that joy. And I'm grateful now. Healing from that and all that had to happen, I had to get in touch with my anger and understand that that anger was serving me because that pushed a huge anger button in me. And I had to get comfortable with feeling my anger. We're afraid to just feel and let it go. This is emotional intelligence, to be able to understand when we're having an emotion and how to manage that emotion.
That's what the bombings did, was gave me the ability to get in touch with all of that anger. And frankly, it was rage. And I had to heal the terrorist within me.
Yes.
It's a natural emotion that when we get in touch with it and we have an ability to express it in a healthy way, we can shift it quickly in a matter of seconds, literally. But when we suppress it, in my experience, it builds and builds and builds, and we're like a ticking time bomb.
Right.
So whatever needs to be expressed needs to be expressed. And the more that we suppress that, we are literally suppressing ourselves, shutting ourselves down and dimming our light.
Yeah.
And the key here is to stay in that vibration of love and joy and in this moment, in the now. There's this notion that it's not okay to be angry. It's not okay to have fear. Those are the emotions that we were given. They serve a purpose. And I think that's the key, is to understand that it's all good.
I went on this path from a very young age to become an NFL athlete to really serve one purpose. I wanted to be happy. I was really miserable in my personal life because of from the ages of 4 to about 12, that's when I got molested. I experienced a lot of mental abuse as well as physical abuse. The thing that wasn't so great was just the fact I did have this secret that I just couldn't tell anyone. All of that negative energy to help get me towards that goal of going into the NFL.
I was sexually molested as a child. My mom knew about it and my dad knew about it, but they never talked about. And like Reggie, football was a way to get that aggression out. I didn't want to let people in, or I didn't know how, because I was afraid to. They say the easiest way to kill your enemy is by isolating them. When you isolate yourself like that, you start to kill yourself. There's a organization that Reggie's on the board of called 1 in 6, and it's saying that 1 in 6 men have been molested in their life.
Like it's right in front of, right in front of, right in front of you. Living like it's right in front of, right in front of you, right in front of you.
Get out there, talk to people, communicate with people, find people like yourself, like Reggie, and realize you're not the only person that's gone through this. We're stronger than that, not letting our fear, not letting our emotions weigh us down to the point to where we can't move, or to where we isolate ourselves, to where we kill ourselves. We don't want to be our own worst enemy. Yeah, that happened to us. That doesn't make us less than. It doesn't devalue us. It doesn't make us who we are.
I make myself available to talk and be the person that I wish I had. I want to be an example, and I want to be an ear for anyone who's gone through this trouble to really overcome it. Find someone that you can trust and just start saying a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, don't go into it with the goal of, I'm going to dump everything out and then I'm going to be healed. That's not how this works. That was one of the biggest things I wish I could have done, is just talk about it. I think I could have made the path for myself way easier, a lot easier if I could just get it off my chest, but it's the hardest thing to do. I make it sound like it's an easy thing to do, but no, it's not. That's why I'm saying, like, just say a little bit. And then the next time, say a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, until you can finally get it out. Because the more that you speak about it, the less power it has over you. But at first, it's going to have all the power over you. And focusing on the right things. And when I mean right things, I mean the things that you want, the things that you feel that you're drawn to, the things that give you life, the things that open up parts of yourself that you want the world to see, that you want to see. Focus is really a superpower. Focus is that direction that you need, that you're going to need to get you out of these dark places. What you focus on grows. So those things that you want to create, focus on them.
Something that was just very profound in my own journey, when I realized that I was allowing somebody to terrorize me beyond the moment. They terrorized you one moment, that's one thing, but they have no right over your whole life. When we make that decision that I'm not going to be terrorized anymore, allow yourself to have that mental freedom, because they can trap you. It can make such a difference just deciding, this is my life, and they have no right over it anymore.
So I look around the room and I see this dark shadow over Jennifer's head. I can see energy. I knew that something bad happened. Something was traumatic.
I just wanted to run from that rather than lean in initially and go through the opportunity to have a breakthrough. And I resisted at first. She's like, I really think there's an opportunity for a breakthrough here if you're willing to come back in the room. And I said, I don't know how to do this. And she said, that's okay, I will guide you through the way. And I think that's an important lesson too. Sometimes we don't know how to process and handle our triggers, but to have people that we trust and respect who can hold this space and support us and guide us through that process is valuable. After that, we were able to embrace each other and see that the trigger was in fact a gift. It was an opportunity to come back to ourselves and reconnect with those parts of ourselves that we thought we wanted to disconnect from.
We suppress and repress, that the traumas in our lives. We compartmentalize them because you can't walk around 24/7 with that kind of pain. Most people who are suffering with chronic illnesses just haven't been willing or able to sit in the pain or the grief long enough to let it wash through their system. It's a process, folks. Be patient, be kind to yourself. Forgive yourself, for you know not what you did when you did it. At the level of consciousness you had at the time, you acted, your behavior was based on that. It changes. You got to start looking within. So meditation is what I would tell people to start doing. Start sitting down, being quiet, listening. Your soul self, your essence is always trying to get your attention. So unconsciously, we can attract synchronicities. Synchronicity is the universe's way. It's the wink. They call it God winks. It's a wink to keep you on your path. And signs and symbols are everywhere present.
In this moment, everything shows up, everything presents itself just as it is. And when you slow down, let it all happen.
I became, a perfectionist, and then, of course, living perfectionistically. By the time I graduated from college and graduated from school, became a doctor, opened up a clinic, I was managing myself in a lot of strain, a lot of high-strung stress. So I started meditating for purposes of stress relief. I had transcendental, multidimensional experiences that were otherworldly, that were blowing my scientific mind, because while I was raised in an environment of energy medicine and quantum science was our dinner table conversation, as I went through school, following the rules, we had to provide reproducibility and get clinical outcomes, and that was all about this linear way of thinking. So performance was linear, even though my understanding conceptually was quantum.
The brain is an amazing instrument, and it's capable of amazing creativity. And we actually stifle that by repetitive thinking, overthinking, worry, concern. And so with meditation, what you're doing is you are slowing down. You are decelerating the brain activity. You're giving it a rest. And that rest expands your holistic energy. And out of that arises natural creativity, focus. And so your creativity comes forth naturally, experientially, joyfully.
Meditation is a medication. Cure the illusion of separation.
I came into meditation because I was learning I wanted to have more productivity in my life. I wanted to be able to do more. And I was told by people that I knew that if I incorporated meditation into my practice, I'd be able to achieve more. And I was always about achieving more. Meditation for me was a struggle. I found slowing down to be very challenging. I developed a practice of just doing it for 5 minutes. Meditation really is designed to balance you and harmonize you. And so what I have found over the years is that when I meditate in the morning, It's like a jump start to my day. It literally helps me start my day newly and more empowered and more aligned in my being. I wasn't as anxious. I wasn't as panicky. It helped me become a better person.
When we practice our meditation, we get more proficient in maintaining a delta brainwave state, which gives us that state of being. That level of relaxation and presence, like you are when you're sleeping, that connection, but yet you are alert and attentive and functioning in the world still. Meditation is a practice for the body-mind experience to bring both balance to the hemispheres of the brain, the left and right side, and also increasing their amplitude of power. The bigger the range in any of those brainwave frequencies, then the more that you will have that state of being and state of peace within. Just to sit still, it's like a breath of fresh air for every other system in your body, from the nervous system, endocrine system, all of those systems in your body are just receiving that quietude. And that's why it has so much healing power. When you change your frequency of vibration in your whole state of being, anything that's not congruent with that new frequency of vibration is going to rise, it's going to surface, to be cleared. You're letting go, you're shedding the old, so that there is more space for more peace, more state of being within yourself.
It's just like a rain cloud. Relief, it comes pouring down on a thirsty world. Meditation is a medication to cure the illusion of separation. Meditation is a
We connect by not trying to connect. We connect by being present tenderly with the self. And when we do that, we start to vibrate at a frequency that is the frequency that connects all of us, that we're all made of. So there's this byproduct that gives this sense of belongingness and well-being and assuredness, to the point that we're no longer seeking for that. We are that, and we're interested in creating a better world. We're interested in allowing others to show up and to reveal and to heal just as we are. These types of energy frequencies are the ones that are required to allow the heart and the brain in the high brain centers to connect. Those frequencies are needed for the brain in your gut and the brain in your heart and the brain in your head to align. That's the common frequency. The energy that those dispositions cultivates is the vibrational frequency that is required for the trapdoor to open and for this illumination to be able to embody instead of just being a theory. It can now slide down into the body fully, and we can live as this energy being that we truly are. It isn't just that we attract better things into our lives when we do this. Those better things were always there. We just couldn't perceive them. Through these vibrational frequencies, we begin to see a world that was just sitting there waiting for us. You won't do it with your mind alone. That's why you can't when you can't. Do it when the mind and the body and the breath and the heart energy are interwoven so much that they're unified again. And that creates a singular frequency that is powerful beyond belief.
What happens when you
balance and align your chakras constantly is your life begins to develop a different flow. The balancing frequencies are a medicine that immediately brings you into alignment. What begins to unfold is the new quantum human that is no longer hampered or living from a place where all their energy is dealing with these subconscious blocks that they've repressed for 5, 10, 15 years, in some cases centuries. As Bruce Lipton has very carefully stated in his book, that it is impactful on a cellular level, that sound and sound frequencies are roughly 100 times as powerful as supplements and pharmaceuticals. They actually have direct impact on the cell. Your cells are always eavesdropping on your thoughts. So if you have a barrage of negative thoughts, it's estimated 85 to 95% of human thinking is negative. Your cells are going to be listening to that and distorting your actual human experience. In our very simple software, you are able to decode some of the deepest blocks that you have carried and suppressed in your subconscious without going to the story. NASA scientists showed us that going into a therapist's office and telling the story, she actually showed us the brain image where it became encoded in the brain, it became stronger. An effective therapy, like sound, is that it's a loosening effect. It is actually going to the cause and releasing it through the use of vibration. So it's vibrating out this deeply held subconscious pattern that you may or may not be aware of. Sound is the medicine of the future, according to Edgar Cayce and many others. It is the way to vibrate out, or the loosening effect of the patterns of PTSD, depression, anxiety, without any side effects other than lightening the load, freeing you, giving you a new way to live.
I began my conscious spiritual journey about 25 years ago when I really felt like, is this all there is? Like, what is this thing called life about? I was told and I learned that you gotta look perfect and you gotta have everything be perfect, and tried to be perfect and reach for perfectionism as much as I possibly could. And each time I did, it fell short. I was dissatisfied. And I reached a level in my life where I was depressed, because if you feel like something will make you happy, and when you get that thing that is the illusion that will make you happy, and it didn't make you happy, then it's like, then what? What is this all about? Is this it? And I started doing very, very deep meditations, energy techniques, and my life started changing. I was astonished. All that I had created in that 5 years of just working on myself, being dedicated to shifting my thoughts, being dedicated to going from, okay, I don't feel good. What thought is creating me not feeling good? And shifting from lack to abundance. That became my work, and it's still my life's work.
If your life isn't the way you want it to be, the great news is just look in the mirror. And if you start to shift within yourself, then your outside world will start to shift.
If you want to go fast, then go alone. If you want to go far, you better bring somebody else along.
I wanted to face my fears and return back to the 2014 marathon.
This time I wanted to walk as far as I could. I managed to make 9 miles with my dear friend Cherise and my doctor, Dr. Christina Scott. It was actually a huge miracle, especially because of the fact that I couldn't walk normally for the first 5 months after the bombings. As somebody who's been so independent and doing things mostly on my own, was an executive in corporate America, and I had teams all around me and stuff like that. But this experience was different. You don't just get up one day and go, hey, I'm going to go do 26.2 miles. That's not how it works. You actually have to commit. You have to train. Not only train, but we opted to fundraise because it was important for me that we give back and that we pay it forward and that we help one of the firefighters whose sister battled with lupus. If we're going to do something, like, let's go all in. I don't even have words to describe it. Incredibly blessed, humbled, grateful. I mean, these two were like literally, Christina's on one side, Teresa's on the other, and they're bantering back and forth and trying to keep me in the game. And I'm like, this is awful. I'm like, the last one is somebody who's so athletic and competitive. And literally, there are people that are in their 70s and 80s, like scuffling by me. And I'm like, what am I doing? And like, what, you know, and I'm 42. Just completely moved that people would sacrifice their life and their time to do this commitment with me. And they all live busy lives, and to go out and do that, it meant the world to me.
Touches every little piece and every little part was inside of you is inside of me.
I thought I was ready to soar. I thought 1 year was enough. But as it turned out, it was just a big step forward in my journey. And it wasn't a straight line. There were twists and turns and ups and downs. Year 1 was all about facing my fears. And year 2 was learning how to rise above my rage and healing the terrorist within me. Overwhelmed with rage and my body still in so much pain, I couldn't see a way out of the hellhole I found myself in. I was driving to a family event and the thought crossed my mind to end my life. As this thought flooded my mind, tears were streaming down my face. 2 images came next, the first of my mom and my sister. I justified to myself that once we were reunited in heaven, that they would surely understand. The second image was of my 2 beautiful nieces, who were just 6 and 8 at the time. Sobbing, I realized I can't justify taking my life. This turned out to be a pivotal moment when I chose to live, to do whatever it took to rise up from that very dark and scary place.
I was running from my life, doing everything I could to not face myself and face my past, which was not so great at times. And yet here there's an experience that brought me back to a place where I had to stop. I had to look at my past. I could no longer run from it. And what I realized was, I thought running from it, I'd be able to outrun it someday. And I realized after years and years and years, it never worked. And so this experience gave me an opportunity to do something different. What if I had to face my past? What if I actually had to look at those moments of my life that I had so much regret and so much shame, so much guilt. And I had to feel it in order to be able to let it go so it no longer had a hold on me. And that's when the real healing happened. When I went inside and went within and started to deal with that stuff that was hard. It was hard to face it. It was hard to live it. The emotions that came through were awful. And yet, every time I'd go through that experience and I'd allow myself to feel those feelings as raw as they were, I felt a little bit of peace on the other side of that. Those moments of peace kept me going, kept me wanting to go deeper so that I could heal myself from the inside out and stop looking to heal myself from the outside in.
And I remember during this experiment, and I had walked by a mirror and paying attention to my thoughts, I think I had about 10 cut downs, 10 criticisms of myself in that mirror. And it stopped me because, wow, it was so negative. And I even remember stopping and saying, you're so mean. If that's going on in my head and I believe it to be true, how could I ever find peace? How could I ever connect with the truth of what I now know, the abundance of the universe? Because it was all about lack. And that's where my healing journey began. I had to learn how to literally rethink and be aware that the thoughts I was thinking, I had the power to shift them and change them. Because before that, I would just believe the horrible things I was telling myself about anything, right? That the universe isn't safe, that I'm not protected, and that I'm a bad girl because I'm not perfect, or because I've messed up, or we're not valuable, or not important, or significant. I was hearing that all day, every day. I thought I was my thoughts. I thought my thoughts were real. I didn't know that there was something in me that was the observer, the witness, or the awareness of my thoughts. We have a mind, but we're not our mind. We have a body, but we're not our body. We have emotions, but we're not our emotions. So if we're not our mind, and we're not our body, and we're not our emotions, then what are we? We're the consciousness, we're the awareness that's aware that we are in a body, having a human experience, thinking a thought. We're that awareness, we're that consciousness. We're that, literally, that divine expression in a container called a human being. Well, our body is our vehicle. And if our emotions are saying, I'm overwhelmed, I'm exhausted, I'm resentful, I'm disappointed, we need to be aware of that and be able to feel those emotions, process them because it's energy. Because as you do, then you can bring in compassion for yourself for having a trauma, for having that emotion, for having an experience, for having contrast. You can allow yourself to feel compassion because there are moments of being human that do not feel good.
Most of my life I was running from myself and my pain and my childhood trauma. And the irony is I go through an experience at the Boston Marathon to stop me dead in my tracks and to actually face myself and face my trauma and feel the pain. And I think that's it. I think people are afraid to feel their pain. And I want to be really clear. We don't have to do it for long. You talk about this, it's 90 seconds. If we give ourselves permission to experience whatever's coming up, sadness, anger, pain, and be with that, wherever that is in the body, bring our attention and awareness there, It taught me how to love myself and those parts of me that were just looking to be nourished and nurtured. And as a result, I was able to shift it. And when I shifted it, I released it. And then I started to feel more alive. Everyone has the ability to do that within themselves. And then you bring in, like you said, the energy that you want to experience. The high vibration, peace, love, joy, bliss.
Yes.
We have the ability to do that.
We not only have the ability to do that, we're divinely designed for that. We're not here to struggle. We're not here to be in drama and chaos and feel this separation from those things that we want to enjoy. We're actually here to literally enjoy and thrive. But all emotions are important information for us to know about ourselves, to be able to literally take any contrast and shift into what we do want. We decided when something happened in our outer reality, we decided how to perceive it and said, that's bad, or I'm bad, or I'm not enough. It was a decision. And we can make a new decision in any given moment that we are loved, that we are important, that we are significant, that we are going to enjoy our lives because each of us has free will and choice to do that. Just like the awareness to look at something from like a camera lens. If you're going to take a picture of something, right? You could take a picture like a close-up, or you can go back and look at a different perspective, have a wider, more expanded view. That choice is ours.
Absolutely.
Free will. When you shift from lack and limitation to abundance and expansion, your outer reality shifts. It's basic universal law. It's truth.
It is.
You create your own reality. Each of us are doing this every moment of every day. People are living in hell on earth right now. And then there's other people that are choosing to be in heaven, to being in that Garden of Eden, to literally feel peace and prosperity and success and love and well-being. You consciously, deliberately get to mold and shape your life as you choose it to be. So you can let go of the things that are the traumas of the past, are the reaction points, are the pain body points, and release the pain body. Release with the pain doesn't take long. When you're just accepting of it, feel it, let it go, and choose the love body. Choose to be in love. Choose to be in light.
It doesn't serve me to stay angry. It serves me to recognize that I am bigger than any of these circumstances. And when we do so, we send messages into our own cells that then start producing different chemicals. And those different chemistries and neurotransmitters start to fire through our body and generate immunity and an ability to digest and an ability to have stamina and to be responsive and to youth rather than age, and to be alive and vital and to thrive. The breath work will help us to open the door. Just breathing in the belly, it automatically activates the parasympathetic nervous system that calms you down instead of the sympathetic nervous system that gets you into fight or flight. And so it allows you to just incrementally move yourself into more of this state. When you do feel triggered, it is because you've tapped into something else that was stuck beneath the trap door. So think of it like the trap door. There are thousands of little trap doors. It's not just one trap door, because anyone can do that. Even if in hearing this conversation, the immediate thought is, there's no way I can let go. This has been happening in my life for 30 years. It is true for everyone. There are no exceptions to how we are built and how the system works and what we can do to shift it. It is almost as if the mind is the last to know that you're okay. Once you start moving this energy in the body and you start working with your own system on the self, this happening in your life was a way for you to come home to yourself. And that is culturally what we all have to learn to do. I describe it like we land here and we kind of splat. And in the splat, we disperse our energies, and our mind goes one way and our body and our breath, and we don't see them as a system that's supposed to be woven together and integrated and operating as a single unit. We see them as different parts of who we are. Our job in our life is to gather ourselves back from that splat and learn what self feels like. We can be free regardless of where we've been and what's happened in our lives. So it's a matter, I find, of cultivating this spiritual energy being rather than continuing to feed the personality who's wounded and hurt and devastated and confused and buckled over. And as we identify as the energy itself, we can bring that personality along the way and heal it and allow it to be part of something greater than itself.
First your heart goes cold, then your stare goes long. A fire in your eyes, the burning desire left long ago.
Scientifically, 5% of your life is coming from your wishes and desires. 95% is coming from your program. The things that you wish for and desire and you struggle over and you work hard and you sweat over them. Why are you working so hard? The programs that control that do not support the solution. You look at your life and you go, the things that I like to come in, I don't have to do anything about it. I already got the programs to let them have it. But the things you wish for and you desire that you want in your life and you struggle over, it's not because life won't give it to you. You're not a victim of the life doesn't want you to be happy. No. 95% of the day you are sabotaging yourself with behavior that you cannot see. And that behavior is reflected in the inability to get to where you want to go. That destination, be it relationships, health, good job. If you can't get there without struggling, that means the struggle is an expression of your program doesn't support that. And you're trying to override 95% of the day's programming. If I'm not successful, I'm not a victim of forces or people outside of me. I'm a victim of my own program. Look at your life. The struggles you have are not because of the outside, it's because of the inside. And if you understand this, you can reprogram. And if you can reprogram, you can have heaven on earth. Guess what? You can create the life you want.
With our eyes wide shut in the still of the night, we sit and hold the vision. When the fears burn wild, we don't run and hide. We see a world with no division.
To a person, not only amongst this group, but all of the other people that have been involved in the film, have had an experience of trauma, at least one, if not many, piled on top of each other. And also very commonly kept that to themselves. And even if they had managed to triumph through those traumas and come out on the other side, we still weren't having conversations with each other. We weren't talking about these traumas from our past because we were ashamed, embarrassed. Why didn't I avoid that? You know, in my case, carried that secret and told no one for over 20 years. And the thing that's astounding to me, and the reason why I was so interested in having this conversation today, is that every single time I've told that story now, the other person or some other person in the room has come up to me and said, oh my gosh, me too. That happened to me, or something similar happened to me. And while you're going through the thing that you're going through, the first thing you feel is, I'm in this by myself. We don't talk about when our relationships don't go the way that we wanted. We don't talk about domestic violence. We don't talk about substance abuse in our families. We don't talk about health issues and challenges. We don't talk about business failures. We just don't talk about that because we're trying to maintain this perfection facade that we feel has been given to us, I think, in our society. We have to, look a certain way, act a certain way, perform a certain way, our hair, our nails, our skin, or what, there's so many messages that tell us how not okay we are. My favorite latest one is like, the whites of our eyes are not white enough, for goodness sake. I'm like, really? I have to worry about that now? But when you open up about the trauma and you find other people like you, Jennifer, who was given all kinds of information about how your life was going to be after you experienced your trauma, and something about that just didn't resonate with you, and you said, you know what? I'm not going to settle for that. I'm not going to settle for that. I'm going to go find my own path. I'm going to forge my own way. And, by you doing that and sharing your story, you encourage all of us to share our stories. And we're not going to settle either now. And I think that, we've formed a formidable partnership here. And I really feel like this is just the beginning. We've got a lot of work to do, ladies.
Call it a task force. It shows what's possible. Like, if we can do it, if we can have this round table, imagine the discussions anybody we can bring all over, anybody that we meet, because we're willing to show up in our authenticity. We allow someone else to also show up in theirs. What a beautiful gift that is to ourselves, to the other person, and really to the world. And I feel like that's one aspect of this whole transformational place. It is rising up.
There is a strength inside of us that if you really want it to happen, if you really want to be part of something that is bigger than you, then you have to understand that you'll never rise above the opinion of yourself, right? So it's how you view you, and that's really all that matters.
We rise up when we are together and we unite even in our differences. We want to see everybody on the planet rising and thriving in their lives.
It's a hero's journey, shedding off the skin from the past.
For me, it was talking, right? The hardest thing that I ever did was call my wife and have to talk about some stuff that happened there. And I remember telling her, and she goes, "Was that your job, Ryan?" "Yeah." She says, "Your job is to come home to me and Brent." I said, "You're right." So I did my job. And then I got home, and they told our spouses, "Don't speak to them about what happened. They'll talk to you about it when they're ready." And that was the worst thing to happen to me, because I would try talking, and then I always felt like that monkey in a zoo. Everybody was always waiting for me to throw shit at them or do something crazy. And I kept going like, why do they just stare at me at family functions?
Yeah.
And then I just kept going farther and farther into myself until I finally broke down. And then I started talking. I started talking to other veterans and stuff, and I got up and I do speaking engagements with TASS for the Army National Guard. I went from a point I couldn't leave my house to go shopping to speaking in front of 400 people. And it makes a difference because it opens up a line of communication with spouses, kids. And that's the key to this, is you have to talk to your family, and we've done bad things, but we did our job.
Right.
Nothing we did it was what we're supposed to do.
As a human being, we've all been through something. So we all have something inside of us that we can find when we tell our stories that can help somebody else. And that's what we need to do. We need to share with one another, and then we need to say, this is what helped me. Try this.
There's a key distinction about sharing your story, and if you're reliving that trauma over and over and over again, that's not serving you, and it's probably not serving the other person. As we share it more, we actually get more empowered. Does that make sense? And we sit there and we're like, you know what? That experience, as awful as it was, I'm gonna actually use that to fuel, to make a difference. I'm not going to be a victim to that anymore, because we could be. We could be a victim of that if we choose, of any trauma, right? But instead, if we can actually shift it and take that and go, okay, well, how am I going to take this and make a difference? And just by speaking up, you save a life, right? And so just be vigilant about what it is you want to, what purpose and what it is you want to contribute back, so other people don't have to suffer and go through what you went through.
No matter who's been wrong, forgiveness is what we have. It's a hero's journey. No matter what's been done.
Keep our eyes wide shut in the still of the night. We sit and hold the vision. When the fears burn wild, we don't run and hide. We see a world with no division.
When Jennifer and I first met, and we began to share our experiences with each other, and we directly experienced that deep connection, because here's somebody who understands. We both have direct experience at the opposite ends of a terrorist attack that happened at different years in two different places. One in Mumbai in 2008 and one in Boston in 2013. And my husband and daughter were in Mumbai at that time, and both were killed in that attack. The bottom dropped out of my world. Out of the 10 terrorists, there was one who survived, and they showed his picture, because he was then captured. And here was a young man, about 20 years old, the same age as one of my sons, in khaki pants, holding an AK-47 at the Mumbai train station. And I heard these words come through my awareness: forgive them, they know not what they do. It wasn't anything I was thinking. I couldn't be thinking, couldn't even really feel. So I just then repeated those words aloud to my family, and they said, well, oh, I don't know about that. And then I found myself saying there's already too much hate. We have to send love, compassion.
I've been on a journey of forgiveness, actually having the opportunity to be in the courtroom and give a victim impact statement and look the bomber in the eye and genuinely and authentically forgive them. And that's something I'm not sure I would have, realized I would have done. If someone had said to me, gee, you're going to go through this, the most horrific event in your life, and you'll have an opportunity to forgive, the bombers that did that to you, I probably would have said no way. But what I realized was forgiveness wasn't about them. It was about releasing me from being a victim of that. I never viewed myself as a victim. I've always viewed myself as a survivor, but I still felt attached to that experience. I had a lot of rage and anger that I had to work through. And the minute that I actually forgave the bombers for what they did, this overwhelming amount of peace came over me. And I started to see that my own healing actually accelerated. Not that it, I had been making progress, but, some of that rage and anger just dissipated.
So I'm just curious, you're standing in the courtroom.
Yes.
You're looking at these two people who...
Actually one, because one died.
One died, that's right, I remember.
Yes.
You look at this one person.
Yes.
And you're looking at him, and you've just done your impact statement, talking about all the things that happened to you, and you said, I forgive you.
Yes.
And did you feel something immediately then, or did it only come
No.
later, the next day? When did you start to feel the impact of having done that?
It was immediate.
Immediate.
It was immediate. So the irony is that he never looked at anyone in court. And I think there were 27 people that gave an impact statement that day. And I was 26. And I think it was the grace of God
actually, in that moment that I was just about to say that I forgave him and his brother for the horrific act, he looked me in the eye, and there was just that moment of eye exchange. And it happened instantaneously. I just felt this release and this feeling of peace. And actually, for the first time, I felt compassion and love towards him. And I didn't expect that as a result of going through that, but I genuinely had compassion for him and love and understanding. I don't know why he did what he did, but I no longer harbored those ill wills or anger towards him. It just dissipated. Seeing the power of that and how it positively affects the acceleration of my own healing ability, I think forgiveness is a big piece of that, and it's free.
Too. Yeah. So forgiveness is free. Very good. Doesn't cost anything.
Doesn't cost a thing.
Have to write a check.
It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's another day under the same sun. It's another day to lean in and claim some. It's another day to be bold, brave, but unafraid. It's another chance to change direction. Move the arrow, course correction. Be an instrument, be the change and move out of the way. So with your glasses half empty, they're filling. If it's overflowing, then spill it. Over the mouths that thirst and the souls that hurt. Spill it, spill it, spill it, 'cause I need your heart. We need it open wide. We need you brilliantly beaming, glowing, and goodness from inside. We need a beautiful smile, and we need it right now. 'Cause you're the light of the world, the light of the world, and it's time you're bringing it down. It's time, it's time.
After so much healing, I realized something inside of me knew I hadn't finished what I started back in 2014. So I embarked on something that seemed like an impossible feat, and it was to return back to the 2017 Boston Marathon in an attempt to finish the race.
The most amazing part was standing in front of Marathon Sports, exactly where Jen was standing when the bombs went up. But not only was I there, her family was there. And it was like, it was saying, you know what, we're not afraid to be here. And we belong here. And this is our time. But the best part was being at the finish line at the end and waiting for her to come around the corner and for us to see her coming down the road. And she was so excited, and I filmed her as she was running by, and she's going, yes, yes, yes. And that was like the best thing, to see her complete the finish. I was so proud of her because she struggled training for this. She struggled. It wasn't an easy feat to accomplish, and but that's who Jen is. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna do it. Watching Jen cross the finish line was like the burden that she had carried for so long was finally behind her, and that gave her the strength to go on and do awesome, amazing things beyond that. Jen's life's been on quite the trajectory. Just some amazing things have come into her life, working on a couple of film projects, and just all the great people that she's gotten to meet, and some of the great teachings that she's been able to learn and to pass on to other people. But everybody has challenges in life, and it's how are you going to move through those challenges that makes a difference. And any little thing that you can do that might inspire somebody else makes a difference out there. You don't need a traumatic event to change your life and take back your power, whatever that looks like for you. So my challenge would be for you to go out and live a life that you love and create it.
If you want to go fast, then go alone. If you want to go far, you better bring somebody else along. In the moment of darkness, in the moment of truth, you'll think you're lucky. darkest stars, that there's someone there with you. There's a beauty in numbers it's impossible to deny. It takes two hands to applaud and a pair of wings to reach the sky. Where there was one, there will be many. Where there was nothing, there will be plenty. When me turns to we like...
I would say it's believing in your calling, answering that call, and being willing to answer that call even if it means going in the complete opposite direction of everyone around you. That's the hero's journey. And that means not following the herd, but going where our soul is whispering, is nudging us. And that means really being in our authentic self. That the authentic self is moved by nature, is moved by its own soul, not by the expectations of others. And we're watching the evolution of humanity right in front of our eyes. And, very often it's darkest before the dawn. Very often we need the contrast of contraction and difficulty and stress and trauma to appreciate the contrast of moving into a more light, expanded, healed place. Because deep down, everybody does know that they're great. But how often does it get seen and acknowledged and supported? We've learned to use our power, the power of our own word, for example. Many people use that to attack themselves. It's really been my observation that we've been sort of trained to have an inner critic and an inner judge. And so instead of using the word creatively as a superhero to make yourself to be all that you can be so that you can have impact for good in the world, right? Because that's what superheroes do. They're here to impact in a positive way. And how are you going to impact in a positive way unless you accept the truth of who you are and really allow that? And so I really want to invite people into that place and know that yes, you're a superhero doesn't make you better than anybody else, because we're all superheroes. We're all on an even playing ground here. And we're all superheroes in different ways, and that's the beauty of it. And the world needs you to be the superhero that you are.
Together we rise, together we thrive. We believe in circles, 'cause circles take no sides. Together we win.
So Eileen, I want to thank you for taking the time to come out and do this really magical experience of tuning myself and basically all of humanity in the center of a labyrinth. Tell us a little bit about why you thought tuning in a labyrinth would be so magical.
Well, Jen, when you told me that the intention of the film is to create a vortex, it was just the first thing that came to mind. And I've always loved labyrinths. I love the whole process of going into a labyrinth and what happens. So for people that have never been in one, it's designed to mimic the human brain. And so what we do with a labyrinth is we approach it with some kind of question or some kind of struggle that we're looking for resolution. And then we walk along the path. And what's so interesting about it is just when you think that you're getting close to the center, it kicks you back out, like all the way almost to the very outside before it brings you back into that center. And I find that that's such a great metaphor for life. Because there's so many times when we think that we're almost there and then all of a sudden we find ourselves so far away. We're like, what's this with this one step forward, two step backward thing? But in the labyrinth, you come to the center and you open to receive whatever answer or solution is going to come. And so the thought of doing a tuning on you in the center of the labyrinth to really help, for me, I feel like
it's really about connecting to nature. That the simplest and most profound medicine that is available to us is surrendering to nature. And going out in the woods and quieting the mind and standing barefoot on the earth and listening to the birds and just going into that state of being. And we have so many different obstacles in us that stop us from really able to just be fully present and surrender to nature, right? And some of those came up while I was working on you.
As you were tuning me, I could feel places where the energy was stuck, right? I could feel this resistance. We would talk through that a little bit, and then I would feel it shift. I could also feel at one point you were doing quite a bit of work around my heart. I felt this kind of knot in my stomach, and you picked up on it, or the tuning fork picked up on it, and I felt this connection between my heart and really my womb area, which is fascinating, right? Because here we are, I feel we are evolving, and I feel like we're going through a rebirth process. And so we're transitioning out of our victimhood, our traumas, our wounds, if you will, and tapping back into our authentic selves.
And that the way that we heal the world really is by healing ourselves and feeling worthy of bringing ourselves to a state of high voltage, of high coherence, of high energy, because you have that potential and you're worth it. And when you do that for yourself, you do that for everyone around you. A rising tide lifts all boats. It just does. We want everyone to feel free. We want everyone to feel that potential, because they can.
When I do that inner work, there's this greater expansion that happens. And in that expansion, my experience is I experience more bliss, more peace, more joy, more love. And it doesn't matter what's going on in the exterior world. And the way I look at it is that is my contribution back. You throw a pebble into the pond and you see this ripple, right? Well, what if we choose to be the ripple of bliss? And then everybody in our environment and in our surroundings get to experience that too. And if they ripple bliss, I believe the world can rise up from the turmoil and the chaos and transition into this state of harmony and bliss. I no longer refer to things as transformation. I call it blissformation.
What a great word. Our bodies are actually built for bliss. We have all these pleasure centers. We have all of these senses and ability to appreciate beauty and harmony and deliciousness. So why wouldn't we set that as our goal, that we experience bliss?
And we want everyone to experience love and to know that they are loved. We can be the light and shine that light so others can find their way and their path to rise up to their own greatness. And that's what I believe. And so I believe that it is my duty, it is my honor, especially after going through some of the deepest, darkest days of my life, to actually shine more light into the world and radiate love, because we all deserve it. I came across channeling during my healing journey, and most recently working with Christy Whitman and Christina Hill. And what I have found is that channeling is tapping into higher realms of wisdom and insight. And even though it seems really far out, and trust me, it did for me in the beginning, I have found tremendous healing and insights in working with both Christy and Christina. And so I encourage you, as you listen to this next segment, to just notice how you feel. Your mind is probably going to tell you this is crazy, this is woo-woo, this is far out there. But if you can actually put that aside and just notice how it makes you feel. Listen to the words that they speak and notice the insights that they're giving to you and how you too can rise up from adversity and trauma and live a life where you're thriving and experiencing bliss and peace.
Most of my teachers have been channeled beings, and I always found truth in the channeling with others. And one day I could see this, literally this council of light, and I could sense it, I could see it, and I could hear it. And they told me to create a sacred circle of light and told me exactly what to do. I couldn't understand. It was like too many people were talking to me. I'm like, I can't understand. So my consciousness went out, that my body flung over the chair. And it was like I was listening to them, and I was astonished, like what had happened. And when I came back in, they left. I'm crying. The ladies on the call, they were like, oh my God, that was incredible. The voice was different, the cadence was different. It was clearly not me in this experience. So the council came in, and they've been with me ever since. And they're here to talk about and help human beings learn how to master their energy. And I'm just thrilled and so blessed that I get to be the voice for them.
That's great. Would you like to bring them in?
I would love to bring them in.
Great.
We are here.
Hi, Council.
Hello, dear one. We are making our film debut.
Yes, you
Look
are.
at us. We are delighted.
You are the star of the show.
Happy as always.
Great. I'd love to ask, what words of wisdom do you have for people today, and how they can evolve in consciousness and rise up and live a life of their dreams and thriving?
You all have the ability to heal yourselves. If you do not know how, you are now in a time, in an age, where you are not isolated by yourself. Reach out on the internet. You are creating this film so more can understand that it is not only possible, probable, it is inevitable. And you choose and decide the type of energy and experience. From the inside out, your lives will change. It is that simple. Don't listen to the people that don't have the lives that you want to live. Don't take advice from those that are in struggle. Find those. There are so many beautiful coaches, people that are dedicated in light service. Find those people that are living their best lives. They're the ones to learn from. They're the ones to be influenced by. Oh, when you get it, that the presence, that the awareness, that the consciousness is within you right now, not at a certain place or with a certain person, or when you make a certain amount or accomplish or move into a house or anything else. Enjoy your physical reality. Enjoy the things of the material world. But don't be disempowered by it. Your power is within. Your power is energy. And it's accessible to you now. We infinitely love you all. And we always say before we go out, you are infinitely loved. You are infinitely loved. There is no higher truth than this.
No matter what our past or situation or what we're experiencing now,
it is possible to transcend that. The possibility of healing from trauma is absolutely real. It's pulsating. We're built for this. We're built to experience life and then to move through that and to change and to rise up. And rising and thriving is now our invitation. So when Othello came, after that day in 2015, she started speaking through me all the time. And I started to learn from her. She was present everywhere I went. And I began practicing a very disciplined practice of first-person channeling with her. And it took many, many years. It was a journey to learn how to sit still in stillness and be able to see my essence move aside and allow this very powerful, awesome light to pass through. And so from homeless to Carnegie Hall was my journey with Othello. And it's like incredible concepts about wealth and abundance. There is this overwhelming presence when Othello comes in that is totally Syrian and healing. And that vibration has taken myself and our team around the world. It's absolutely changed my life. Othello says we don't need any belief. Belief is not necessary for this. It's just simply an energy field that we can partake in, like water. And when Othello speaks, she changes and utilizes my voice box, my vocal cords, and changes the vibration. And everyone around in the environment that hears it is also impacted by that. That's the Blu-ray light. Light. That is also another vibrational attunement. This light, you're born with it. You've had it your whole existence, even before you came into the physical. Take your hands now and place them over your heart center. The light is here. As you touch, you connect with it, you affirm it. Now release. The light is still there, and you can spread it out into your day. Awareness that you are light is why humans are here on the planet, is to become aware that you are light. That's your life mission. The fear demia that has been spreading is designed to take you inside, to feel your own light, to know yourself as light. The planet is being appraised, ascending, and everyone is being called to come up now. This also means there will be less and less racy thought consciousness. There will be more light illumination. And that is a feeling. You are all feeling it now. The fear demia is here as a teaching and as a ladder, a stepping stool, an instrument by which every human being can now rise above. You're being called to face a fear that you cannot even see. It's testing you on levels of your spirituality, your togetherness. That the reason for all of the trauma and all of the loss was to learn about freedom. To turn inward into the light. What every human now is being called and asked to do is to hold the light. For your energy, your attention to something is atomic, and whatever you put your attention to is going to grow. Instead, place your attention on health, seeing yourself and others in total health. Speak it, sing it, listen to health affirmations. Write affirmations on your water glass and then drink it. Speak to the children about health, how happy you are that the planet is healing. See yourself in health. I hold you in health vibration. Hold yourself in a vision of health. This will spread, and it is the only cure. Consciousness is now being renewed. There are two options. You can continue to be in the fear, or you can rise above. This film is an opportunity to drink from the nectar of light and to change. Begin with sitting with yourself quietly every day. Notice what thought has brought you in the past. If you want something different, you will change those thoughts. The mind is only a small, tiny aspect of the vastness of who you are. The bliss is the nectar and the expression that flows out as a result of coming inside. You cannot find your bliss outwardly. No. The bliss, it will arise naturally from within here.
Shut in the still of the night, we sit and hold the vision. When the fears burn wild, we don't run and hide. We see a world with no division.
So my journey of rising up was not easy, and yet it's the most rewarding thing I've done. If you had said to me that I would live through a terrorist attack and then find a way to rise up from that experience all naturally, something I did not know how to do before, then go on and be featured in a best-selling book with Jack Canfield, be interviewed by Jack on Hollywood Live, to receive a Quilly Award and be inducted into the National Academy of Experts and Best-Selling Authors, to actually producing 2 Emmy Award-winning films, to then later go on and create a first ever Broadway show with Rudy Rudiger that we won Telly Awards for. And now, actually directing and producing this film, which is part of a series. I could never imagine having been able to do that. And so what I want you to walk away from is that in the beginning, I didn't believe I could do all this, but I was blessed to be surrounded by such amazing people, many of whom just came into my life after the bombings took place. So I invite you to actually ask yourself, is it worth rising up from whatever adversity or whatever trauma that you may be dealing with so that you too can live your best life? If I can do it, I promise you can too.
How do you rise up when you feel you have fallen, trying to solve all of life's problems? Answers come when you notice the signs. They're all around you. Let yourself thrive. Love heals your heart. Let it be your master. Love yourself first. You are your own romancer. rise up to your bliss formation. Rise up to your powerful transformation. Rise up, let go of the trauma. Rise up, you have the power to be strong. Rise up, how do you rise up and triumph over your triggers? Balancing the waves now, making them bigger. Let inner peace lead you, you know the way. Be the love you need, your heart will be okay. Speak from your heart, be your own hero. Let your words flow like the colors of a rainbow. Rise up to your bliss formation. Rise up to your powerful transformation. Rise up, let go of the trauma. Rise up, you have the power to be strong. Rise up. Words are not enough to describe this blissful magic carpet ride. Rise up to your...
Some of you may be wondering what's next. We invite you to come join us on the Rise and Thrive movement. You can follow us on social media, you can stay tuned via email, but just know that this film is part of a series, so there's more to come. There's courses and events to help you on your journey of rising up and learning how to thrive.
Rise up to your bliss formation. Rise up to your powerful transformation. Rise up, you have the power to rise up.
We were both tapping a button on that one, kept going back and forth. You're muted. Omar, you're muted. There you are. Hey, bud.
I was had to recollect myself after that one. Hoo-ah.
That's for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, let's give that a moment to like register there for a minute.
Absolutely. Collect your faculties.
Before we get into, somebody's got something on the background there for a minute.
Collect your faculties.
What's that? Jennifer, do you have something on in the background? No?
No.
What's that?
Somebody's speakers.
Yeah. That's who's this? Okay, just give me one sec, guys. Is it Kathy? Hello? Okay, I think we're good. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Everybody say that. Yeah, it's got to be stone.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Everybody say that. Yeah, it's got to be stone. I think your speakers are lagging, or you are.
Yeah, so I think it's your speaker ears. Go like that. Let me go try this. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we seem to be good there now.
Yeah, we're good now.
Stone, that is your audio, hon. All right, that
is that better?
Oh yeah, we got it right on, right on. We're back here.
Now at all.
Quite the film, Jennifer. It's inspiring, mind mutating. Best word I can think of, like really, because it really goes to your core, right? And it's not like what you expect, right? And that was the biggest thing for me. Omar, your mic is cracking up. My mic okay?
Sounds all right to me.
Okay, cool. You know, when you think of this movie and someone describes it to you and says, yeah, this movie is about the Boston bombing, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is that terrible day. You know, we all see what happened that day, and that's the first thing that comes to your mind. And Hollywood seems to have twisted our mind into creating this film in our mind and, you know, create a narrative that actually really doesn't exist until you actually begin to watch this film. And once you begin to listen to everybody and the channeling, right? Once you actually understand the message that's being delivered there, it really moving, one, and two, you forget about the Boston bombing, right? You get into like something just totally different. Like it covers like what, the first minute and a half, you know, that's about it. And then after that, it's about holistic healing, personal healing, conscious healing, you know, conscious thinking, affirmations, tuning forks, you know, really going to the core of like what healing really is. And I really love that was said, meditation is medication. You know, that really stuck out for me. And another thing, you know, before I give it over to Rob and to Stone, is it was until now I never really understood the meaning that we're all aware of from the Bible that says, you know, forgive them, Father, they not know any better. You know, and then instantly I had this energetic feeling come about me, and I understood what that meant because I translated it in the manner of what's happening today. You know, the divisions that we have, especially over the last 2 years. We won't say what it is. We all know what it is. You know, and that, to me, I found, I've been saying over the course of this conference, as much as I don't want to say it, the us and then them camp. And then we're over here really saying the same thing and preaching to our choir saying, you know, hey, forgive them. They don't know what they're doing because they're under this black magic spell, like Michael Feely was telling us this morning, and they have no idea what they're doing. So when they put on their identity jackets and attack you because you have a different belief than them and they want you to conform to their ideas, you know, we have to forgive them, you know, and look beyond that and say, okay, you know, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know. And that was a moment of clarity for me when I heard that. I was like, wow, you know, that was profound for me. You know, I was really moved by that. And then that's the lesson really that I took away from this entire film, you know, not to take away from anything else, because the entirety of it was just right up my alley, exactly what I'm into, right? But that one point of clarity was very, very crystal clear to me. And we have to forgive, right? You know, we've been talking about trauma and, you know, genetic trauma and ancestral trauma and societal trauma and personal trauma and global trauma, with just trauma. And we've been saying that if we heal ourselves and once we begin to work on ourselves, we begin to heal everyone else as well. Yeah. And that comes from forgiveness, right? You have to forgive in order to move forward with the healing and with the remedy. Because if you're anchored to that point of energy, then regardless of what you do, you can use tuning forks, you can do acupuncture, chiropractors, you can do, whatever. You can call up the doctor from Voyager and it's still not going to work because Star Trek,
Yeah, Voyager's in the future.
because you're anchored to that particular energy. And to me, that's the most moving thing I think we can take away from this entire conference, is that we need to forgive. And that's the timeline that we want to create, because we don't want to take, burdens with us. We don't want to take old ideologies with us. We don't want to take the old thinking, right? Because it's the old thinking that's created this problem to begin with. Because if we didn't have this thinking, we wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't be having this conference because everyone would be aware, right? But it's unfortunate that we need to have these types of conferences. It really is, to raise awareness in people. Rob?
No, I agree with that sentiment 100%, and that's what Michael Cremo alluded to earlier as well, is that there's this kind of two roads to where we're at right now. And one of the things that I saw within that movie is the traumatic experience, and everybody's traumatic experience is different, but it seems most of the people within this community have that traumatic experience. And a lot of what I saw for Jennifer was that she took it right away to where it needed to be to get to that awakening point. A lot of people take many, 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 many years, 10 years, 20 years to get to where she made it there in a shorter amount of time. And it seems to be, for me, it was really masterful the way that it was documented, and that journey, and how you see the emotional ups and downs, and it describes what a lot of us have gone through, and we can resonate with it. So there's this vision of you seeing yourself, maybe not in that specific situation, but you can resonate with the emotions and the feeling behind it. And that's what I was picking up. And it was emblematic of my journey as much as it was, Jennifer's journey. And I really think that we need to take these types of journeys and put them out there in a more of a mainstream way. And that's what Jennifer did with this movie. And it was amazing. For me, it was amazing. And that's I'm still processing it, because there was a lot I resonated with, and it made me look at myself a lot deeper. And am I doing enough? Did I do that in my journey? And kind of taking it back and forth. So I think that's all I have for right now. I'm still kind of processing a little bit, but it was definitely something for me, and it moved me quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jennifer, I just would like to say a really big aroha. That means love from me to you, for sharing the journey that you have. You rock my boat. A whole lot of skeletons fell out in one go, and I was like, what the heck? So, you think you've done so much work on yourself and open up all of these areas, and you're doing it, and then boom, you just get hit with something else. So it's been a huge clearing today. We had thunder and lightning while the movie was going on. And, winds early this morning, and now we've got light coming through, and we've got this massive flood happening down the bottom. So, which means I'm stranded. But that the energies released so much for me. I resonated with so many different areas, from the forgiveness area. That's been a major one for me, because part of the programming was, when I asked, why did you do this to me? And I was told, because I loved you. That's imprinting. And to be able to try to forgive the traumatic stages, that the programs that I had to break, to be able to say, well, can I forgive? What is it that I'm forgiving? What am I attaching myself to this? And what I basically saw was it took me through so many different reincarnations of my own traumas by having to break all of that down. And I saw, okay, well, my God is a little bit more hard on me than others out there. I'm not allowed to just forgive. My forgiveness is when I know what you've done, because I've seen the truth. I was the other party. You know, I know the lie that was perpetrated and been carried on and been twisted around to create more damages, and you know, and it's like when you can admit to me and everybody else out there that you're telling the truth and what you did, that's the depth truth, then I can then I can forgive. But at this point in time, I have no attachments. I choose not to use any energy in those areas, so it could be attached in any form. I sever ties, and I felt really, and that's when I basically woke up, is because that was my form of forgiveness. There's nothing else for me to forgive because it's not mine to carry any longer. I healed myself from that, but it doesn't take away the lifelong memories, the compounded injuries. And so coming with that comes the teaching to self, inner self, how to heal, how to manage all of these different aspects that come in. And like today, sitting here, honestly, that was absolutely phenomenal. I've been both the patient and the counselor in different forms of psychology, and that was absolutely brilliant. This is amazing. The areas of forgiveness don't just come with the word forgiveness. It comes with a total self-knowing, a total awareness, because you forgive yourself. You've got to go through these grieving stages. And the way you put that movie together, honestly, thank you. I as where I've come from, dimensionally, because invasion is not just on 3D level. And so I, as a being here now, thank you for sharing that journey. And anybody else out there, I mean, I watched that chat room. I watched it like a hawk. And, you know, there's a lot out there doing the releasing today. And I appreciate you, okay? And I think you should appreciate yourself too, because that's magic, guys. We are so moving forward. We're going to be able to dump all that medication and dump all that goo and everything that has been toxic, because we know the truth. And that thank you for sharing today. And I also want to do a shout out to Omar and Rob. Thank you so much. You have absolutely no idea of what you have done for me in me being able to accept and release. You know, thank you guys. So thank you everybody. Thank you, Jennifer.
Love you, sister.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to just say that you know, the creation of this film, this is my first film that I've actually directed and produced. And it's interesting because I hired people that have been in the business for 20, 30 years, some of whom have received Emmy Awards. And I was highly encouraged to actually do a traditional arc of a film like Hollywood do, where it's largely based on fear-based and a lot of drama. And then there's, you know, at the you know, towards the end is when you kind of rise up. And I said, no, I don't want to do that. This was not about projecting trauma or reliving trauma. It was just a small blip, and it was really about the awareness and the awakening to what is possible for every single person on the planet. And I find it interesting because, as I indicated in the beginning, when Kathy introduced me, my background is in business. I don't have a medical background. You know, I didn't have an understanding that it was possible to heal naturally. And what you have to understand here is that I had trauma as a child, actually various bouts of trauma. And one bout was I was sexually assaulted by a man and 2 women when I was 11. I didn't know these people. And I was told if I ever told anyone, my family and I would be harmed. And I took that literally. So I didn't have an outlet to speak about my trauma. I didn't have an outlet to have my rageful, tantrum. I couldn't express it to anyone. And fast forward about 20 years later, about a year after my dad's passing, I started to have these compounded memories, suppressed memories of that nightmare. And what I started to understand was, okay, this stuff lives in our cells. And if we don't start to do our own inner work to release that, it actually weighs us down. Energetically, it weighs us down. And Omar's been talking about 528. I like to say 528 and above. So if we truly want to evolve human consciousness, we don't need to pay attention to what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. What we need to do is look in the mirror and say, where is there any sort of struggle going on within me? Where am I at war within myself? And what do I need to do to release that? I know I've been doing this exercise for the last couple of weeks and realizing that I've been dealing with some inner stuff too. And we reverberate out energy, folks. The more we clean up our own stuff, the more that we harmonize and we actually become our own tuning forks, is what I have come to understand. Yes, all of these things absolutely work. Biofield tuning, acupuncture, chiropractor, all of that stuff. And the more that we continue to cultivate our own energy and manage our energy, we will create a different world, a world in which we all want to live into. What I would perceive heaven on earth. And I believe that is what we're on this journey for. And it's now time. It's now time to rise. It's now time to thrive. It is our God-given right. And we just have to remember it because we're born that way. We're actually born into love. And we learn how to hate. We learn through societal norms that we're separate from one another, and we point fingers out towards each other. And I know I did that for most of my 50 years on this planet. But I can now sit here before you today and look at those 2 young men that placed bombs that day that killed 3 people, injured 264, and literally changed the world and what they did. I hated those 2 young men in the beginning. And I actually would silently contemplate how I would kill them with my bare hands if I got a hold of them. That's when I started to realize the terrorist lives inside of me. And if I acted out on my rage, I'd be no different than them. And I didn't want to be anything like them. But the truth is, they gave me the gift. The gift was to go within myself and to learn how to love myself and nurture myself through that horrific experience, to be able to forgive the unforgivable, to then go on and have compassion for those 2 young men, which I did not have before. And that compassion led to curiosity. That curiosity led to, who does this? Hurt people do this. Those 2 young men had bombs laden on their city growing up. I personally don't know what that's like. I can't even begin to imagine that. Until we stop doing this to one another, we're going to continue the cycles. I don't know about you, but I don't want to live this cycle anymore. It's time for us to rise, and the time is now. And I will say that curiosity then went to love. And I see them as my soul brothers just on one end of the spectrum of life. They're not separate from me, and I'm not separate from them. And when we can embrace that, it's not easy, I'm not going to lie. It was probably the most difficult thing I've done. But and it's a journey, folks. It's not a flip of the switch. I had to work through those emotions. I had to let that out, let it go, and then get to forgiveness. And that forgiveness led to peace. And by the way, I might say, it was the minute I chose to forgive them, my healing exponentially soared. And I never looked back. And I will say this, it's kind of like riding the horse. They say when you fall off the horse, what do they tell you to do? Get back on the horse. Well, my practitioners said the sooner you can get back to the place where that bomb went off that you were injured at, the better off you'll be. I don't want to go back there. But I did. I was back there within a week. And 4 years later, I went back and ran it. Here's the beautiful thing that happened. I had no idea that my family and my dearest friends would be standing in the very spot I stood in 4 years before, that a young woman lost her life and so many innocent people were maimed and hurt. And now my family and my friends are cheering me on. So when I think of that day, I have a brand new memory. One of hope, one of peace, one of resiliency. If I can do it, I promise anyone can. And that's why I did this film.
It was beautiful.
You're an amazing person. You really are. You're amazing. You're inspirational. I gotta fight myself right now.
No fighting. No fighting. Only forgiving, only loving. And I think that's it. Is like, forgiving those two young men was challenging. But I will say forgiving myself has also been a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So please remember that self-forgiveness is so, so powerful and so important. Those of us, Omar, if it's okay with you, I'd love to share a little bit about a private conversation that you and I had about a little bit about our childhoods.
Yeah, please.
And I want to express is that, sometimes for me, I'm like, well, if I had only known better, if I was smart enough to not put myself in that situation. Right. And like, what if I had done this differently? Right. All the what if, should have, could have, would have, right. Like the Monday morning quarterback, like looking back. That was a lot of my inner dialogue for a lot of my upbringing. Right. I was not, a pleasant person inside my head, I was great at cheering other people on. But the experience at the bombings taught me how to become my biggest cheerleader. Have I fully mastered it? No, but I'm so far on my journey. So far on my journey. And that is the opportunity that we all have.
I've got a beautiful question, right? Because you're up there and okay. On my journey, it's like there wasn't just one. How do you forgive hundreds? Okay.
Great.
Yeah, because there might have been one or two that initiated the whole lot, but how do you? There's those aspects. I mean, I'm always working through every single. It's constant. PTSD is not just about the fear factor. It's about the mental capacities, because we live in that state of obsessive compulsive disorder. We're always going over this, and we're always finding ways to say, okay, I'm going to transmute that negative energy into a positive outcome. And that's what I do. That's just what I do. And that's been because of this process. I wrote something down. Now, you said the bombing happened to you, and that's how you get through your journey. For me, I was born into it. I was born into a situation where the perpetrators were my mother, my father, their brothers and sisters, their parents, their circles of friends, and it didn't end. It ended when I said, no more government, no, because they're all connected, every single one of them. So I it's like, how do you forgive that kind of connection? The only way that I could was to see that I was born into it. It wasn't something, I don't know whether I asked for it in a journey, into this reality and stuff, or whether or not they were using it to stop me from becoming what I am. And it's like what we all are right now. We are enlightened beings. We are releasing so many levels of these onions, guys, by having these conversations. Okay, it's like a flushing. There's going to be side effects to it, and and this is just the stuff that I've learned. When we release, we release. So how would you see somebody like me getting through this process of, it was lifetime.
Yeah. First, I want to acknowledge you, Stone.
Thank you. I understand that.
I want to send you a huge hug.
Much appreciated. It's a journey shared for all. If
it is.
I go through it, then a lot of others don't have to. So
exactly.
By me doing this conference with all you giants out there, because you all are, and I've got goosebumps, it's like, okay, I've got no more inner self excuses. I went through this journey. I have to share this journey now. And you lot are pushing me into doing it. It's Omar, I can't fight the wave. Like I said to you, I have to miss these rocks every now and then, but I'm still going with the flow. I'm waiting for that flat patch so I can jump out.
So I'm gonna share a couple of things, right? To answer your question about how do you forgive them. There's a couple of ways you can do it. One is, and it really do what resonates for you. Some people love to write, right? One of the things that is so important is to be authentic in how you feel. What do I mean by that? Sometimes people say, well, just be positive. Well, no, listen, that was a violation. That was a betrayal. That was, you've got to be able to release those pent up negative emotions. That is part of the journey of forgiveness, in my experience. It is like, you've got to let that stuff out. So one of the things that worked very well for me was I would write letters and I would express my rage. I would express my hatred towards them. I would express all those things. And usually what would happen is that some way down the page, it would shift into crying. And then another set of emotions would come up, and it might be like, who does this? What's wrong with them? And all this stuff. And I just allowed myself to free form and free write, basically. And then at the end, when it felt complete, by the way, guys, this is a process. This was not a one and done for me. It was like peeling back the onion. And by the way, these are tools I still use today. They're like tools in the toolbox. So once I got through that, then I would write a forgiveness statement. It could be something like, despite all of this stuff, I choose to forgive you. I choose to release myself from this bondage in this situation. I choose to break myself free. From there, I'd go to the fire pit and light those puppies up on fire and just imagine transmuting into love. That's one way. Over time, I got sick of writing so much, I would have, my hand would just be numb. So over time, I learned I would use my imagination and imagine like a lineup of people that I needed to forgive. And I would energetically have a silent conversation. You can do this out loud in the privacy of your own home if you choose to. And I would express what I would want to express to them authentically, and it might start with, I'm really pissed off that you did this to me. And, It could be something like that. And then eventually I would then turn it into whatever I learned from that. Meanwhile, I'm sending love the entire time to them. I'm sending loving vibrations. I'm sending gratitude to them. And there's literally, we're creating healing in the vortex. So that's a little bit more advanced way to do it. And I could talk even deeper into it. But just imagine that you're sending, each of our chakras, by the way, have colors. Our 7 primary chakras have colors, and they're the colors of the rainbow. So imagine that you're sending rainbow energy to them. By the way, when you do this, you create another healing for yourself. So you're expressing, but you're sending love, and you're sending rainbow light energy, which is creating healing, not only for you, but for them and for the planet.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. When we first started this conference, that's one of the things I covered. Like, I see the rainbow as our dimensional selves, where we inhabit these dimensions, and this trauma is carried through these different dimensions. We pick it up. It's like a snowball, a little bit here, a little bit there, and we have to melt that snow, peel that onion. So I do it through color. I call it color magic, color frequency, which equals going into the 3 chakras, which go into the different dimensions. So I'm making sure that when I'm transmuting a negative into a positive, I'm doing it on a multidimensional aspect, because this is true. What we do, how we interact with everybody out there, is through a frequency of vibration. And we just have to look at somebody and smile. I mean, it's a bit different when a guy smiles at a guy, or a guy smiles at somebody else's wife or something. But when you work it out, when you work out that energy, it comes from the eyes. It comes from it will glow from you, and you just have to smile. You change somebody's life. You can watch them turn around and smile at somebody else, and you can watch that ripple effect. And it is the same as the clearing that's going on here. It's like you understand the journeys that you have done. Oh, I love you. I love you. Keep going, Bill.
I love you too.
Ladies, I'd like to get a word from Kathy.
Call me.
But Kathy has to say so. Kathy, let's hear your thoughts, please.
I just want to compliment Jennifer so much, because I met you in November last year, and I think I watched this film for the first time in November last year, and I can see a huge difference in you since I've met you, in the immense healing and the immense capacity to hold light that you have. It's quantum. And so I just want to acknowledge that. I mean, not only are you helping thousands of people, hopefully hundreds of thousands of people with your film, but you are a bright light, and you're just getting brighter and brighter. And so I just want to acknowledge that, because I don't know if you can see it, but I can.
I love it. That's all I want to be, is a beacon of light. And that means I just continue to work through my stuff. And I want to speak back to something that Stone said too. I don't know why we come in with these kind of really crazy assignments. At least that's how I would view mine. But Dr. Sue Morter, and this is a teaser for the next film, by the way. And the next film is called There Is More to Life. She talks about what's called the bus stop conversation. I'll quickly share this with you.
Okay.
It's like, we basically think of it like this, Stone. Hey, Stone, you and I meet before we come into the physical plane, and I go, I need you to do something so horrific, Stone, to me, so I can learn how to forgive and love like I've never done before. And we're buds, right? We're like sitting at the bus stop having this conversation. You're like, okay, Jen, I'm going to come up with something that's going to rock your world. And then when that doesn't happen, I'm going to come up with something even more until you get it. And for me, I had to have multiple iterations of that until this happened. But what if the trauma is really there to wake us up and to remind us who we are in our divinity? And that who we are at the core is love. Who we are at the core is peace. Who we are is bliss and thriving.
And modeling love and authenticity.
Yeah.
Thank you. That went right in and right through. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll get you back.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. Let's get some final words from Jennifer, and then we will bring up Paul Anthony Wallace for another epic download. And Jennifer, please, your final thoughts.
First, I want to just say thank you to Omar and to Rob for putting on this amazing global conference, and Kathy Stone and everyone else behind the scenes who's been incredible in bringing this together. And thank you for giving me the platform to share my insights and my wisdom and my light with all of you. And I'm just expressing and giving everyone the utmost love and light and blessings.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Love you, sister. You're a star sister, and I'm so glad we met.
Love you, Jennifer.
And
Love
I
you
look
too.
forward to having another discussion with you very, very soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a beautiful day, and thank you for sharing. Really
Thank you. All right, love you too. Bye.
Bye.
I just want to say, without stories like hers, we wouldn't be doing these conferences for people to enjoy and to honestly, go over and relate to. This is why we do that, so we can make those connections, and there is that resonation. And without stories like hers and without all of that, we wouldn't be here doing what we do. So it takes two to tango in this realm, that's for sure. It's the masculine and the feminine. It's that equal energy. So I just want
Yeah,
to say
sure
that.
is, man. It really is. That film really moved me. It was amazing, and just really uplifting. It makes me think about my own trauma. It makes me think about all the pain, heartache, and suffering that I've gone through. If I should look at it in a different light, as in trauma as being a gift from which I can learn from. So I'm going to really have to breathe on that tonight and really think on it at a much deeper level and try to explore myself and see how I can make myself better for tomorrow. So our next guest, I really don't think needs any introduction, because he's Paul Anthony Wallace. Like, the guy absolutely doesn't need no introduction at all, aside from the fact that he is a best-selling author of the Eden series. He is a sponsor of this event. He's a friend of mine. He has an amazing voice, and he has a kickin' YouTube channel, Paul Anthony Wallace and the Fifth Kind. Thank you very much, Paul, for being here. Thank you very much for giving us your time at Humanity Unplugged on your morning and our evening on this day 9. I so appreciate you, my friend. This conference wouldn't be the same without your contribution and your wisdom and knowledge infused into here.
Absolutely.
And I think people are ready to receive another beautiful upload.
Well, good day, guys. Thanks so much for having me today. I am so enjoying this amazing summit. The breadth and depth of it is absolutely incredible. And every time I tune in, it is just inspiration central. I think what you've pulled together this time around is really amazing.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to speak for a little while, and I hope that will be an introduction to a stimulating conversation among the three of us. As I was just saying, I really love the breadth and depth of all the content we've been looking at through this summit, and I thought it would be interesting to share a bit of my own story. What is it that's taken me from the narrow world of Christian orthodoxy to a place where I can really embrace the great diversity and breadth of all the things that we've been looking at in this summit over the last few days. And there are many ways I could answer that question. I could talk about some incredible animal encounters that I had in the Australian bush just a few years ago. And I look back on those moments and realize those moments were part of a healing post-trauma, just to follow on from what Jennifer was talking about just now, getting me into a state of mind where I was ready for rapid relearning and unlearning and rapid processing and rapid discovery. But I've told that story on another occasion. I could talk about a close encounter of the fourth kind that I experienced when I was 20 years old in the city of Bath in the UK. But I do talk about that a little bit in my new book, Echoes of Eden, paperback being released on May the 1st. Don't miss that. So I'll leave you to read about that there. I could tell you about what it was in the beginning that got me into this world of paleo contact and human potential. And that happened through my work in Bible translation and teaching pastors the principles of hermeneutics, and that's the principles of interpreting ancient texts, because it was through that work that I discovered the ancient Sumerian culture and their writings, the writings of the Sumerians, Babylonians, Akkadians, and Assyrians, and that opened up a whole world of ancestral narratives all around the planet. But I talk about that in my book, Escaping from Eden, so I won't do that today. Instead, I'm going to take you back to something that happened to me when I was very young in the 1980s in Brazil, when I spent some time in Amazonia, and some experiences that I had there taught me early on always to be willing to look again in case I'd missed something, always to go back and listen again for the hidden layers of the story that I might have missed the first time around. And so that's really the theme of what I'm going to share today. Look again and listen again for the hidden layers. I was in Brazil. I was in Amazonia. I was in Pernambuco. I spent 4 months in Brazil in the 1980s, and I had a wonderful time of it. I had a wonderful guide by the name of Augusto, who took me to some fascinating places to meet some amazing people. And one time he took me to what he described as a harvest festival. Now, Brazil is a Roman Catholic country. Harvest festivals, I'd been to those before growing up in the UK, and I thought I know what was going on. And so we arrived at this town square in the evening, and it was a wonderful festival atmosphere and a party atmosphere. And I noticed that people were carrying these figurines made of corn, and this seemed to be part of the celebration. But Augusto had told me before we went to the event, he said, now don't be fooled. People will tell you this is a Roman Catholic ceremony, but everything that happens outside of the church before we go in for the Mass has nothing to do with Roman Catholicism. So look and listen carefully. And so I saw people with these corn figures, and I asked, well, what are they? What are we celebrating? And they would say, well, we're thanking the Queen of Heaven for the harvest. Oh, all right, okay, I think I know what's going on. The Queen of Heaven, that's a title that the Roman Catholic Church has given to Mary, the mother of Jesus. So we're obviously thanking Jesus's mum for the harvest in some way. And this was just one of a number of ceremonies that happened, and then we went into the church for a Mass. Well, after the event, Augusto debriefed with me, and he said, so what did you find out? And I said, well, I found out that we were thanking Jesus's mum for the harvest. Were we? He said. Who were we thanking? The Queen of Heaven. Ah, the Queen of Heaven, yes. And that's Jesus's mum, is it? He asked me, and I said, yeah, well, I think so. I think that's how, in the Catholic world, I think that's how this language works. And he said, well, you remember the lady we stayed with, Rita? do you remember those figurines that she had in her front living room? Oh, yes, I said, and she did. She had two little porcelain figures on a little coffee table in her front room. Yes, I said, St. George and Mary. And he said, what makes you think they were St. George and Mary? And I said, well, St. George was wearing his uniform, you know, his white top with the red cross and everything. And Mary, well, that's the traditional depiction of Mary in blue and holding the baby. And he said, well, let me tell you, Rita's parents on her mother's side come from the interior. And so there is a lot of indigenous belief and ceremony and tradition that she's inherited from there. And on her father's side, there's a lot of family from West Africa because, of course, slaves were brought over for the plantations in Brazil from West Africa. And so there's African ceremony and tradition and religion that's been brought from there. It's quite possible that Rita uses those figurines for ceremonies to do with indigenous background and African background and nothing to do with Roman Catholicism. Oh, I said, and this was a bit of a stretch for me to think that these figurines might have been representative of something quite different and unknown to me. We're going to go to another harvest festival, he said, in a place called Pesquera, and you might want to ask some more probing questions. And so, sure enough, we went to this wonderful festival. Again, lovely party atmosphere, people genuinely happy and celebrating, and there were all kinds of foods and drinks, all derived from corn in some kind of way. And I had no idea you could make so much from corn, but indeed you can. Well, once again, there were figurines, we were celebrating the Queen of Heaven. But as I asked my questions in my halting Brasileiro, I realized there was another layer to this story. Who are we celebrating? The Queen of Heaven. Oh, why is that? Because it was the Queen of Heaven who came down from the stars, came down from out of the heavens, and taught our ancestors how to cultivate corn and how to turn it into all kinds of foods. So this time around, I'm picking up on the fact that this was something that happened long before Jesus, long before Jesus's mum, that this visitation was way, way back in the ancestral past, and it was a primordial lesson in agronomy. This story of the Queen of Heaven began sounding a little bit more like the story of Hun Hunahpu, the ancient Mayan story, the explanation of where they learned about plants that are good for food, good for medicine, good for consciousness. It sounded a bit more like the Zulu story of Umbab Mwana Warisa, this mysterious female entity who appears from somewhere and teaches the ancestors of the Zulu how to live on the land in harmony with the land and how to use the flora of the land for health and consciousness and well-being. It sounded like the story of the Nomos, the story told by the Dogon people of Mali, West Africa, as they explain the origins of their society and their technology. It sounds like the story of Oannes from ancient Babylon, this mysterious being who was clearly not human, who taught their ancestors, along with his friends, all the accoutrements of living as a human civilization on planet Earth. It sounded like the story of Shamhat, who civilized the ancient wild man in the ancient Sumerian story. Now, I didn't know any of those stories when I was 20-something in the 1980s. I learned those stories much, much later on and began to spot the parallels and the similarities. But what I did notice in Pesquera as I asked those questions in my halting Brasileiro was that this was not the story of a supernatural eternal entity that we pray to for a good harvest or a healthy baby, that we were actually celebrating the memory of something that happened to the human race in the deep past, something to do with contact, something to do with cosmic help for human civilization on planet Earth. But when I was in Brazil in the 1980s, Pope John Paul II was trying to stamp out all the non-Catholic elements of these ceremonies and celebrations. He was busy cleaning up, and he wanted to get rid of all the African elements of these celebrations and get rid of all the indigenous elements of these celebrations and leave only the Portuguese Roman Catholic contribution that arrived in 1500 with Pedro Alvarez Cabral. Everything else could be gotten rid of. Catholicism only was to remain. So he really was trying to clean up not only the practices, but the worldview of the people living in Brazil. And it was extraordinary to me to think that Portugal had been in Brazil for 500 years, and in all that time had failed to stamp out what was there before. The goal was to delete and replace, delete the indigenous knowledge with Catholic orthodoxy and replace it with Catholic orthodoxy, and they hadn't been able to do it, and the people were still resisting it. And I found that a very curious thing to behold. What was the power of this knowledge that it could survive against the odds for so long? Because what I was hearing as I asked my questions, you wouldn't hear it in church, you wouldn't hear it in school, you wouldn't hear it on the TV, you wouldn't hear it from the government. It was all unofficial folklore, and yet it had this power to persist. So we'll go somewhere else now. We'll go to the land of my fathers on my father's side. That's Ghana, West Africa. And we'll go there between 1874 and 1950, because that was the period during which the British ran Ghana. Now, when the British went into Ghana, they had a goal similar to Pedro Alvarez Cabral in Brazil, and that was to run the country, to set the commodity prices, the exchange rates, set up the banking systems so that Britain could siphon off the wealth, so that the British crown could get the Ghanaian gold, and so that the British could benefit from sitting at the top of the economic tree and run the country. And so that's how it went until 1950, and my family has a proud involvement in the liberation of Ghana from British rule, to the extent that that has happened. And during that time, British Christianity was the thing to know and believe. And the local indigenous knowledge, well, that had to be irrelevant. So the British didn't want alternative news, alternative truth, alternative history, didn't want any kind of story that would embolden independence movements or anything like that. They wanted full spectrum dominance. So the British provided the newspapers, the media, the school teachers, the police, the civil servants, so on and so forth. And the local knowledge had to be marginalized. Now, in colonization in other parts of the world, this has been done very, very brutally. So when the Roman Catholic Church discovered that there was a blip in the south of France in the medieval period, where they hadn't quite bedded down Catholic orthodoxy, they effected a genocide of around 1 million people. The population of Languedoc were all slaughtered by a succession of 19 popes to get rid of the alternative information, empowering information that those people had. In Central and South America, the Portuguese and the Spanish slaughtered the priesthoods. They executed them, got rid of anyone who could read the ancient texts, and burned the libraries. And it was a double measure. They wanted to burn everything that that culture had curated in written form, and in case any texts survived, well, no one would know how to read them because they'd have killed the priests. And so it was a very, very violent period. Well, Britain didn't do that in Ghana. Instead, it simply ran things like this, that if you wanted to get ahead as a young person in Ghana, then you would learn to speak British and dress British and act British. And to the extent you could do that, well, you would look like a good candidate for a good job and promotion, so on and so forth. And part of that cultural reprogramming meant you distanced yourself from your indigenous roots. And so if you had a mother or an aunt or a grandmother who hadn't quite bought into British Christianity and who still practiced the old ways and who still practiced healing and who still had experiences of interdimensional contact, well, you would be taught to look down on that person as a primitive, uneducated, a witch doctor, an idol worshipper. This was a grandmother to be ashamed of. And to an extent, Ghanaian culture bought into that. And it was through that kind of prejudice that Ghanaians were distanced from generations and generations of ancestral wisdom because they wanted to be successful in British Ghana. And so that's how things went until 1950. I share a little bit in my book, The Scars of Eden, as I began to peel back the layers of that story in the history of my own family and my wife's family. If we go briefly to Canada, the United States of America, and Australia, and if we go between 1880 and 1980, we will be in a period when the governments of those nations were doing their level best to get rid of indigenous memory and even to get rid of the continuity of the indigenous peoples as an ethnic force. So in Canada, over that period, 1880 to 1980, there was a stolen generation policy in which the state, in collaboration with the churches, would forcibly kidnap First Nation children and imprison them in what were called boarding schools, largely Catholic boarding schools, where they would be educated. What this really meant was that they were being taken from their First Nation families and stripped of their identity, abused, tortured, beaten, forbidden to speak their native language, forbidden to use their real names, and Christian orthodoxy would be programmed into them, and every memory of who they were and of their traditions and of the abilities that they were growing in their First Nation families, that would now be extinguished. I remember hearing the story of a man by the name of Ken Thomas. He was part of the stolen generation. He was taken by force by Catholic nuns when he was 6 years old, imprisoned in one of these youth detention centers, euphemistically known as boarding schools. And the first thing they did when they got him there was to hold him down and shave off all his hair. It was an absolutely traumatizing beginning to 10 years of full spectrum reprogramming. The reason that the hair was shaved off was not only to do with memory and identity, but because the Catholic nuns knew that First Nation Canadians used their hair to relate to the cosmos, to relate to the environment around them, that there are higher cognitive abilities that are related to long, healthy hair. And they wanted to cut off any latent abilities that Ken Thomas had at the age of 6 when they kidnapped him. I was speaking to a friend of mine who is a Navajo guardian, and he explained a little more about the significance of the shaving of the hair, and I'll come back to that a little later. Loss of language, of course, is another aspect of that. No speaking of their native language, and so they would forget their language and the stories that were carried in the rhythm and rhyme of that language. My Welsh grandfather had the same experience in the early 20th century as the British government tried to stamp out Welsh language to get rid of Welsh memory and Welsh story. In the USA, in that same period, 1880 to 1980, Native American initiation was illegalized Can you imagine? The ceremonies were illegalized because the government did not want the transmission of information or higher cognitive abilities to be transmitted from one generation to the next. And they reckoned if they could stop it for 100 years, that would be enough to stop it altogether, to disempower the indigenous knowledge. In Canada, more than 10,000 of those kidnapped children were murdered by the nuns and priests who were tasked with their care. And so now the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that is operating in Canada is exposing what was clearly intended as a cultural genocide. Well, no less was intended by the policies in the United States of America, and no less was intended by the stolen generation policy in Australia. Again, same period between 1880 and 1980, Aboriginal children taken by force, imprisoned in youth detention centres, euphemistically known as missions. Again, it's a collaboration between state and church to stamp out the old knowledge, the old ways, cognitive powers, memory, and replace it with Christian orthodoxy. Now, although that policy was stopped in about 1977 in Australia, there is a sense in which it is still in place, and it's done a little bit more subtly, simply by locating schools well away from the traditional homelands of Aboriginal Australians. And so a few years ago, then Prime Minister Tony Abbott announced the latest raft of Aboriginal communities that would be defunded. 150 Aboriginal homelands defunded, which meant that if the children were to be educated, and they have to be educated, then they would have to be sent away from their families, from their parents, from their grandparents, to be educated in English as a refugee in their own country in another part of the state. Well, of course, they're being educated in English. They are losing their Aboriginal language, and they are losing all the processes of initiation that would be happening if they were at home. So why is this happening? Why is Indigenous identity, knowledge, language, story being stamped out? As soon as you realize how concerted this is around the world, whether you're looking at Central America, South America, North America, United States of America, Canada, Australia, Ghana, it's the same story. Why is it happening? Why is it so important to stamp this information and this identity out? As soon as you see how concerted it is, that should be the signal to go and sit at the feet of the elders of these traditions, because by some miracle, those traditions have survived and their stories have survived. And there are guardians who can initiate new generations into the knowledge and the ways, the cognitive powers, and the ceremonies of their ancestors. And in Echoes of Eden, which is my new book, that's exactly what I've done. I sit at the feet of those elders and curators and guardians, and I listen for what is in the information for us. What is the relevance today? What is the power that the powers are so frightened of? And I find those traditions to be full of information that is empowering for the present day. Let's join some more dots. Let's go to Jerusalem in the 7th century BCE. At that time, clearly, there were festivals rather similar to the ones I experienced in Brazil, because we have discovered hundreds of handheld female figures, just like those corn figures I saw in Brazil, only these are made of terracotta. They're female figures, they're bare-breasted, and they've been decapitated, and they were thrown in a pit. Why was that? Because in the 7th century BCE, the cult of the Queen of Heaven, oh my goodness, there's that name again, was being stamped out by reforming Judean kings. And we find the inscriptions on these figurines, the figurines of Asherah, Anat, Kudzu, Hathor, Astarte, who was to become Aphrodite in the Roman tradition. Once again, female entities being commemorated who are at the root of our story as human beings with a knowledge of agronomy. This is where our knowledge of how to live on the planet came from. Which plants are good for food, which are good for medicines, which are good to avoid, which are good for higher consciousness, all credited to this female figure. And take a look at that. 7th century BCE, they were trying to stamp that out. 1980 in Brazil, still trying to stamp it out. So what are they trying to stamp out? The story that's being stamped out is the story of first contact. The story that says that Homo sapiens was nurtured by another intelligence, that human beings were assisted by another species from off-planet who came and helped our ancestors to establish themselves on the planet, to live in a non-animal way, a non-subsistence way, a way where we could farm and build towns and cities at a great civilization. All these ceremonies commemorate the primordial lesson in agronomy and medicine, whether you're going to Babylonia, Sumeria, the Zulu people, the Mayan people, the Dogon of West Africa, Cherokee, Iroquois, Aboriginal Australia. The stories are all there of our first contact and the fact that we are part of a cosmic family. And much of that information is often carried by the wise women of the people group. Not always, but a lot of that knowledge around plants has resided there. This is information about a populated universe. So if we had lived in a world where indigenous information was celebrated instead of suppressed, there would never have been a period where we didn't know what a close encounter was, or what a UFO was, or whether we're alone in the universe. We would know we're part of a populated universe, and we have family, and we have friends, and that we are related to those who have visited us in the deep past. We would know more about who we are as human beings. We would know more about our higher cognitive powers. And there's the connection. Why is it that the shamans and the wise women of societies through the ages are the ones with the higher cognitive powers, the ones who can do remote viewing and future viewing and self-healing? These things are all tied in together with the information that they curate. And the information is not just about the past, it's about implications for now, not just about our origins, but about what is possible for us today. Possible because of our higher cognitive abilities, possible because we can switch them back on, and possible because we are not alone. We have company, we have help, that it is possible to engage. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about engaging that help. If you were to go for healing to the wise women of Southern Africa, to the Nangas and Sangomas of Southern Africa, or if you were to go to the shaman of South America or Central America, or if you go to one of those idol worshippers in Ghana, or to Native American guardians in North America, or to the witchy woman in the hill country of the United States of America, or if you were to be brave and go and knock on the door of the cottage with the long-haired woman who lives in it on the edge of the forest and the fields in Great Britain, you would notice that there's something rather similar about their approach to helping you and getting you healed of whatever it is that you want healing from. Each of those figures, let's just call them a traditional healer, when you enter their room, would perceive you as entering with a cloud of company, a cloud of witnesses, as the New Testament calls it in Hebrews chapter 12. They would perceive you as being accompanied by spirits, to use the language of the New Testament in 1 John 4. And to get you healed, they would want to tune in to a conversation that's going on between your spirits and her spirits. And so the traditional healer knows there's this conversation going on, and then will do things to alter her own state of consciousness so that she can tune into this conversation. Because the crowd of spirits around you is there to support you, is there to support your healing and your progress, there to give you guidance. And all the traditional healer has to do is tune in to what they are saying so that he or she will know what to do to help you. And that's their modality. Healing is a contact modality in those traditions. And so the whole idea of interdimensional contact, ancestral spirits, contact phenomena is an intrinsic part of healing in that worldview. Now, at first, that seems very, very different to what I was taught when I went into the world of ministry back in the 1980s. Except I now realize that many times I have experienced exactly what those traditional healers experienced. And I talk in Echoes of Eden about a lady called B. She came to our church for healing because she was really crippled up with terrible back pain, had terrible mobility issues. And she'd come to our church because we had a practice of praying for the sick in our church. And my pastor, Pastor Irwin, I call him in the book, from out of the blue, it seems, suddenly asked this lady, B, he said, B, tell me about your dad. And it became very clear very quickly that B absolutely hated her dad. And as she talked about her dad, her posture became even more scrunched up than it was before. And it was a story of trauma, trapped in her body, trapped emotion, to use that phrase. And Pastor Irwin said, B, do you think you're ready to let go of all the resentment that you rightly feel about your dad? Because though her dad hadn't abused her as such, he had such issues that it was easy to see how she'd come out of that family so hurt and wounded by what had happened. Are you willing to let go of all the resentment that you rightly hold towards your dad? Because that resentment isn't helping you, it's hurting you. Do you think you could let it go? Could you say, Father, forgive him, he knows not what he does? And she said, yes, I can, and yes, I am ready. And so she did that in her own words. And as soon as she did, I could hear her breathing change. Her breathing slowed, went deeper. I could see her relaxing. After a few moments, she bent down to pick up her walking stick to go. And I said, B, we haven't prayed for your back yet. And suddenly she said, oh my goodness, I'm completely healed. And she was. She got up and she walked carrying her crutches as she left the church and walked down the road. So I asked my boss, Pastor Irwin, what made you think to ask that question? Tell us about your dad. And he said, well, I don't know really. But when she walked in the room, I thought, oh, this poor lady, she seems so out of balance. How can we help her? And I just threw the question out there. And the thought came to my mind, ask her about her dad. The thought came to my mind, is what he said. Now, as a young Christian, I only had one way to interpret that. That was a word of knowledge. That was the Spirit of God dispensing a piece of information to a Christian worker so that the Christian worker can help the person who's come for ministry. If I told that story to a Sangoma or a Nanga, they would say, the ancestors helped you. Now, to be honest, I can't really know exactly where that thought came from. Is the Nanga right that it was an ancestral spirit speaking that word into Irwin's mind? Was I right that it was the Holy Spirit of God giving that information? I have no way of knowing. And I don't put those two possibilities out there as dichotomies, because Irwin asked God, but the help can come from anywhere. If God is the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being, that's the Apostle Paul's definition of God, then we can put our question to the universe, to God, and the help can come from anywhere. And Nanga or a Sangoma would say that was an ancestor who provided the help. Not to take credit from God, that's just how it came. That's just the instrumentality of that moment. And I've since learned, of course, that the word of knowledge, to use that phrase, is used by traditional healers all around the world and used by people who may have no religious belief or spiritual background. It's something we all experience. I do a lot of personal coaching, and very often I will say to my coachees, do you know, I'm beginning to believe that what it says in Hebrews 12 in the New Testament is right, that we all have a cloud of invisible witnesses, a cloud of ancestral helpers surrounding us, very interested in us and in how we're running the race marked out for us. I'm beginning to believe we all have a cloud of spiritual help, and that from time to time they give us a little nudge or give us a little word. Do you know, I've yet to find any coaching client who doesn't agree with that and who doesn't say, I'm coming to believe that myself as well. And not because it's part of their belief system. No, it's part of their experience as they go through life. That they're getting these little nudges, they're getting these synchronicities, they're getting these phrases coming into their minds. And I now know that it was there in primitive Christianity, just the same as in all these other indigenous traditions, that we have this cloud of help around us, wishing to assist us on our journey, if we will only tune in and take notice. And what I find wonderful about that rediscovery, to find it in the New Testament and then discover it in indigenous narratives, is what an affirming view that is. That you have an invisible team around you right now to support your learning, to support your journey, to see that you have the best human experience you can have while in this material realm and as you go through life. The great secret is that help is at hand. And I think that really speaks to the confidence with which we go through life. I remember back in the 90s, I think it was, Mother Teresa visited Great Britain, and she had worked for a long time among the untouchables of Calcutta. Now, the untouchables are people that the whole of Indian society says these people are disgusting, they're not to be acknowledged, you don't touch them, you don't look at them, you don't talk to them. And there's another class of people below the untouchables who only come out at night that you never even acknowledge exist because they're the very bottom of society. You would think those people would have a self-esteem problem, wouldn't you, when they've got a seventh of the world's population telling them that they're rubbish. But Mother Teresa, having worked with those people, visited Great Britain in the early 1990s, and she said she had never encountered such a horrible loss of self-esteem as what she experienced among the teenagers of Great Britain. Now, what does that tell you? How can the self-esteem of teenagers in Great Britain be worse than the self-esteem of the untouchables in Calcutta? It has to do with the world in which we live and the world view with which we journey. If you live in a world where you are on your own, then you are on your own. But our ancestors tell us none of us are on our own. Whatever the visible world is doing to you, you have an invisible team of supporters. You have great-grandparents, great-great-great-great-grandparents. You have spirits from other dimensions who are very interested in you and helping you through whatever is happening in your life. It's an incredibly empowering worldview, and it's the one our ancestors have journeyed with for thousands of years. Now, what's interesting about that worldview is that when you talk to traditional healers, sometimes they're a little bit agnostic about who are the helpers and how they help and how they communicate transdimensionally and how they're around if they're from generations past, or exactly what they are if they're spirits, in the words of the writer of 1 John. It doesn't matter, apparently, who, what, and how. What's more important when you talk to the traditional healers is that we listen and then weigh up, that you and I keep our sovereignty, that you and I keep our autonomy and weigh up what we hear. Because if we're willing to do that and say, well, that makes sense, that doesn't make sense, I'm not going to do that, but I will follow that. As long as we do that, it doesn't matter who those voices are because you've kept your sovereignty. And what I find very interesting is that Imperial Christianity didn't want any of that. First of all, it didn't want agnosticism. It wanted people who believed in dogma. First of all, again, it didn't want people with personal sovereignty. It wanted people who were passive and obedient and who distrusted themselves and trusted authorities more than they trusted themselves. So on both those counts, they don't want this traditional worldview. And they certainly didn't want other sources of truth and information and healing. They wanted a monopoly of truth, as does any imperial power. The idea that there would be other entities running around giving you alternative information or alternative sources of power or healing, no empire wants that. What it wants is people who are dependent on the state powers. They don't want grassroots empowerment. And this indigenous story is about grassroots empowerment by our ancestors, by the spirits. When I was in Brazil in the 1980s, there were two big forces at play. I was there studying Christian spirituality and what was happening in terms of church life and church planting. There were the top-down powers, John Paul II and the diocese, who were trying to shut down indigenous knowledge. And then there were grassroots catalysts. They were also Roman Catholics, but they were monastic workers who were empowering local populations. And it was from that second group that I found Augusto, who gave me my education as to what was really going on. But whether you're looking at Brazil in the 1980s or the Roman Empire as it hijacked Christianity, or whether you're looking at ancient Judaism in the 7th century BCE, or Ghana, Canada, USA, Australia, the picture is the same. What the powers want is God and the king at the top, or God and the president at the top. And then in the middle, you have the priests, the public servants, the education system, the media. And then at the bottom, you've got the people who believe what they're told and do what they're told. That's the pyramid of powers that empire always likes to run with. They want people who are always looking for permission to do things, who are dependent on the state for the truth and information and health. The indigenous stories present a different world, one in which we are surrounded by company and help and information and health and confidence. The indigenous stories say we have help with agronomy, that you can have transdimensional help, teaching you what plants are good for food and medicine and higher consciousness, that people can have help with civil engineering, can know things about sacred architecture that elevate our cognitive powers, that aid us in interdimensional contact with our neighbors. Indigenous story tells us there's help with information, that it's not just the state education system providing us information, that in fact we can heighten our cognitive abilities through contact. Many experiences of close encounters experienced heightened cognitive abilities in the aftermath. And when I read Plato, I read someone who acknowledges a whole chunk of his information has come from interdimensional contact and altered states of consciousness. And maybe that's why the authorities are so against all the things that enable us to engage with altered states of consciousness. There is help with self-esteem the moment you begin listening to the support team that exists around you. We are cut off from this indigenous wisdom largely through prejudice. It's not at present where most of us are living through aggressive, violent colonization and execution, although we've had a bit of that. I mean, if you think about what happened to whistleblowers around ET contact in the 1980s, we've had a bit of that quite recently. But it's really a cultural education that says there is education and then there's ignorance. And there is sophistication, and then there's the ignorant local information that we call folklore and story and myth. And we confuse the stories of the wise women of our cultural heritage with the stories of the wild women who are insane and we don't go anywhere near them. I mean, if I talk about growing up in Britain, I just knew instinctively that it was not a good idea to go anywhere near that woman who never cuts her hair and who lives in that very humble cottage on the edge of the forest and the fields and who knows how to do things with the local flora, and who curates the local histories and mythologies. You just knew to stay away from her, and maybe she's insane as well. And that's the kind of prejudice that we are given around the wise women or the witchy women of Northern Europe, of North America. Not much has to be said. So many cultural references out there to tell us to stay away. And yet those are the people who've curated the old ways. You know, we can get quite romantic when I say, oh, go to the curators of Native American tradition, or sit at the feet of a Navajo guardian, or find the elders of an Aboriginal Australian tribe. Oh, yes, I'd love to do that. I'll make that part of my holiday. But in fact, all cultures have this, and the English have it as well. Only we have a prejudice against our own. And so what I discovered as I researched Echoes of Eden is that if you really want to start tapping the ancestral wisdom of the human race, the grassroots knowledge of contact, the grassroots knowledge of higher cognitive powers and how to tap them, you have to decide in advance to overcome all that cultural programming. Just as in Ghana, there was a certain way to behave if you wanted people to think you were educated and intelligent. That's true of all of us. We all have that. We all want people to think we're intelligent and clever. And we have to be willing at some point to say, blow that. I want to know what's going on. I'm going to visit that lady and I'm going to ask her to tell me some stories. I always notice the wise women who never cut their hair in the places where I live today and find ways of having conversations with them. And so part of what I want to share today is to encourage you to do that for yourself, to go back to traditions that you've dismissed, to go back to traditions that you said, well, those are heretics, or they were crazy, or they were insane, or they were probably demonized, or however it is that our thinking has been poisoned, and say, no, I want to listen again. I'm going to keep my sovereignty. I'm going to weigh it up. Don't have to believe everything I'm told, but I want to know what it is I've missed. That's the journey I share in Echoes of Eden. And I've discovered that when we go to the indigenous sources, we hear stories about human origins. And we learn that we, you and me, are ET hybrid beings. And we start probing what that means for us today. We learn things about human health and healing. And we re-empower ourselves so that we're not always dependent on departments of health to look after us, for us. We discover cosmic information about the universe we live in, about the planet we live in. I've found myself, to my surprise, writing about portals, not only in space, not only in ancient Iraq, but down the road from me in New South Wales, because that's part of the indigenous knowledge. I'm learning about natural foods for health. I'm learning about altered states of consciousness and how to access them, and then how to use the information that comes through them. I'm learning about contact with my ancestors and other beings, and I'm learning to operate higher cognitive skills like remote viewing, future viewing, telepathic connection, self-healing. But to do that, and all those things are absolutely intertwined in our indigenous narratives, we have to overcome our cultural programming. We have to no longer fear superstition, folklore, all these words, witchcraft, idolatry. These words have simply been put there as gates to prevent us going any further, to finding out what's behind those doors. But if we're willing to bust through those taboo words and be laughed at, ridiculed, or feared because we're doing it, and if we're willing to listen without prejudice to these ancient sources, then we have so much to discover. We are so programmed to demonize the other, whether it's another culture or even the roots of our own culture. And a fun way to start is to stop and think about who you are. Where have you come from? What's your ancestry? Because whatever wherever your ancestry is. And it's amazing when I ask Australians, modern Australians, where are you from? They'll say, oh, nowhere. I'm Australian. Oh, you're Australian. So you're from nowhere. And they forget that most Australians have arrived here since the Second World War from somewhere else. And then, of course, we have the Aboriginal presence in Australia that goes back more than 60,000 years. And that too came from somewhere else. So there's always an answer to the question, where do you come from? And wherever it is, there will be traditional stories that belong to your culture. And so right now, I'm beginning to think about harvest festivals we did at school when I was a little boy, where we held little corn dollies. What were they? And who were they commemorating? Because you can bet your bottom dollar it's not what the Church of England told me it meant back in the 1960s when I was at school. And so it's that rediscovery that my book Echoes of Eden is all about. You can pre-order the Kindle edition right now, and the paperback is available on the 1st of May. I would love you to share this part of the journey with me, and I will look forward to getting into conversation with you about these amazing truths from our heritage that can inform how we live on the planet today. So I'll pause there and get into a conversation with my esteemed colleagues.
I just want to say that that was riveting, and something that stuck out to me through this conversation was where you said the ancestors are around us all the time. And a lot of these indigenous tribes, like you said, they practice this, they teach this, they show the people coming into their before they take their rightful place as an adult amongst the tribe to go out and experience what it's like out there by yourself, but with the help of the ancestors, the help of the great spirit, the animals around you. They live in everything as well as you in the skills that they teach to each other. So that right there is just so profound to me, because I kind of, as I'm doing my own sort of dance into this world, it seems that those types of traditions live on, with maybe not the same way as the indigenous peoples, but with sitting down at Christmas dinners and knowing who to expect there, and essentially going out into the world and taking what I've learned from that home life that I've had as sort of the smaller, dichotomy of the tribe, and taking it into society. But also to see
Yes.
the programming on the other side too is where it kind of butts heads and you have to walk in between it. So it was very profound for me.
Something that's really surprised me is how close to the surface these old ways are and this old knowledge is. And I've been surprised many times when I've sat down with people and I've talked about escaping from Eden, which is all about ancient ET contact. Now, as soon as I do that, I've broken a taboo uh, by raising that subject at all. I can break that taboo, and then to my utter surprise, someone else at the table will say, can I just tell you something? And it will be about something totally unrelated, so it seems. But what it will be is this ancestral knowledge that we're not allowed to speak. And suddenly they'll be talking about a healing experience or a future viewing experience or something like that. Other people at the table might think, what on earth is the connection between these two things? The connection is we've just broken a taboo. And if I can break this one, then suddenly this other voice has permission to speak.
Agreed. And it's becoming so much more readily available that we see different people out in the public eye talking about different things like mediumship and contact, and they're bringing these stories forward more so now than I would even say 20 years ago, because of the
Definitely.
the ability for the online community to kind of connect with the people that they see are somewhat their tribe, which is kind of, it's pretty cool. If this was ancient times, that would have been the people most closely living around you, but we've expanded that ability to create that tribe through some of the technology we have.
Yes, we have. And it really does give people courage because they recognize their own stories and then they can share their own. I think that's absolutely right.
That's just like what we saw with Jennifer's story up here.
Ooh, now, I don't think I've frozen, but I think Rob has frozen. Omar, can you assist us?
I think Rob has indeed frozen. He's been having internet issues for the past few days. You know, I really resonated with what you're saying, and especially up here in Canada. You know, our Prime Minister here, Prime Minister Brando, he on the first anniversary of the reconciliation, at first ever, he went to Tofino to go and surf. When the was a party happening right here in Kamloops, and he'd been invited months earlier, and he never responded to that. And eventually he did respond to it, but then he ignored it. So they were set up actually just right here behind my house, right across the street from where the residential school is, where they found all the bodies.
Yes.
And he never showed up. And I'd like to hear your thoughts as to at what level he's operating on, and how that can be rectified so that when we move into this new timeline that we're all trying to create, that we don't repeat this type of behavior, this bad behavior.
Absolutely. I think I'm glad you shared that, and it brings it up to the present day, because as I was writing Echoes of Eden, I discovered that the Stolen Generation policy did not finish in 1977. They just changed how they were going to do it, and it was through locating schools away from homelands. And so we've had a prime minister as recent as Tony Abbott, who has actively pushed that policy forward. And when you see that the intense period of that policy was the same across the USA, Canada, and Australia, 1880 to 1980, then you know there's a level of coordination that transcends national governments behind it. And so then when you look at Canadian prime ministers who are, it's just so horrible, deliberately ignoring the truth and reconciliation process that's bringing this to light, you have to realize that that's not just about the morality of that individual. Again, you're looking at something that transcends national governments and national leaders that is still trying to push this agenda forward. They have that agenda, and it almost doesn't matter who the prime minister is. They will find a way of manipulating, bullying, distracting, overloading, whatever it is, that prime minister or president, so that they will be playing ball, even if when they went in they were quite a decent bloke or quite a decent woman. You can see it in some leaders that they get elected, everyone's very hopeful, I can relate to that guy, I love some of his policies. And then if you watch closely, you can see how overwhelmed they become. So they go very quickly into a place of, what do I do now? What do I say now? Have you got that script ready for me? And their own agency is really undermined, and it takes a very powerful person to resist that. And so this is not to excuse the behavior, it's just to say it's part of a much bigger matrix, and it's a matrix that transcends our national governments. Very often you only have to go as far as corporations to find out what's transcending our national governments. But unfortunately, there are other darker layers to it as well. And I think the demonization of Indigenous people is a perennial struggle, because Indigenous power, grassroots power, is always a threat to whoever wants to govern. So this will always be a dynamic. And I think it relates to misogyny as well, that what I've talked about just now is a big reason why there's always been an engine to misogyny through the ages, because we must not listen to the wise women. We must marginalize women's wisdom where it differs from the status quo, so on and so forth. So I think the forces are very big behind it. And for that reason, we shouldn't be surprised to see even leaders we felt hopeful about, falling into that script of, we can't afford to put teachers everywhere, I can't go to every ceremony, etc., etc. I think that's where that comes from.
One of the things you said too is this rise of the feminine into this equal status, which is it's paramount that we needed that, because within all of us resides that masculine and that feminine, and what they want you to do is kind of either, I don't want to say, push down one side of yourself with the programming. There's so many different avenues in which they want to hamper your potential. But with this rise of the feminine, I think that it's truly amazing. And one of the things we definitely tried to do throughout this event was to highlight that sacred feminine, because it is that important.
It is. And it was interesting for me joining the dots between the Brazilian experience that I had and the experience of Asherah in Jerusalem in the 7th century BCE, because up until that point, the divine feminine was very strong in Judaism. Right up until that point, you could go to numerous temples, Jewish temples, and you would find shrines to these female entities, and you would pray to female entities. Come the harvest festival, it's a female entity that you're holding in your right hand. And all that had to be stamped out as Judaism became monotheistic, and of course monotheistic with a male god. And suddenly you've amputated half your culture, half your identity. And what have you gained for that? Well, all you've gained from it is that you've legitimized the priesthood and the monarchy. The people, forget them. And so I think that when you forget the female, and when you cut the heads off and throw them in a pit, or you have witch trials, as happened in North America and in medieval Europe, you are not just aggressing against women, you are aggressing against human society and trying to turn human society into a society of automatons who are just there to follow the male leadership. And of course, the presence of Asherah, the female divine, is empowering to men and women, because it's a totally different vision of life when you recognize what our source is, our source as a species, our source as a farming culture. I mean, you go to the story of Abasi and Atai out of Nigeria, and they say very clearly, it's the women who taught us how to farm. And if you go to many indigenous cultures today, before the boys are taken away for initiation, it's the women who've taught the boys how to live on the land. And so that pattern remains. So, it's about surviving and thriving. You can't really do either once you have excised the female identity and the female memory from your culture and any veneration of female qualities.
Agreed. One of the things that I've been studying recently is the Norse, and how the Norse had specific sects of their mythology where they were women warriors, women priestess, male priestess. It was a very equal society amongst a lot of it. Some of it was not. Some of it was some bad stuff too. But
Sure.
And I feel that they've been trying to stamp out this divine feminine for a long time. We see portions of it in Egypt, where they brought in the sun god Ra, and everybody else was second best to that one sort of deity. And it's wild, because if you follow some of these sacred feminine characters like Ayana from the Sumerians, you can see her portrayal all the way up through King Arthur and Morgan Le Fay, and
Yes.
it's so wild how they weren't put in the forefront, but they were still there in all their glory. If you look well enough, you can find it, and it's pretty wild to see.
Yes, it is wild to see. And it's interesting, isn't it, how many of the cultures that I named, when they talk about the tutelage that took us from an animal level on planet Earth to the level of a civilization, who will say it was a female entity who taught us this. I mean,
Always.
is there anything more important than that great leap forward, that great lesson?
I think that it's so true too, because if you look back, and I've done a lot of Native American culture studies here as well, and they talk about the three sisters, the sun and the moon. They're all females, and those are
Oh,
the most
yes.
prominent. Well, for bearing life and giving life, and the divine feminine, as we see it portrayed, can be this fierce warrior or this nurturer, where men are usually just the hunters and I guess the societal keepers in the sense of protection, So
Yes.
it's really wild how, you see that happening between all these different cultures, and a lot of them felt the same. But you're right. As it got to a certain point, there was an organized effort to get rid of that divine feminine. And now that we're coming into this new time, this is almost uncharted waters that we haven't seen for a very long time, because society has changed so much, and we're bringing in that feminine now again. So,
That's exactly right. This might seem a random story to share, but it's just an illustration of how impoverished men are without the divine feminine, without the wise woman. And it's a story from when I was a boy, and the Prime Minister in Great Britain was Margaret Thatcher. And Margaret Thatcher is a very divisive figure, because she did some important things for Britain and she did some terrible things for Britain. So I should probably say that at the outset before I share this story.
Preface
but
that.
Some of the change that she was able to effect was incredible, and she was able to effect it because there had never been a female prime minister before, and Britain was governed and administrated by boys who went to all boys schools, and then joined all boys clubs, and then went to the all boys parliament, and so on and so forth. And then they became the ministers, so on and so forth. And suddenly there's this powerful woman, Margaret Thatcher, who wants something done. And instead of passing a piece of paper to one man who'll pass it to another man, who'll pass it to another man in another office, she would physically go to the office of the senior civil servant and say, I want this done by next Tuesday. And this poor man in his 60s, who's never had a conversation with a woman other than his wife, is, oh yes, sorry, I didn't know what to do with himself. Because there's this powerful woman standing on the other side of his desk saying this is how it's going to be. And she was able to get things done because she was willing to operate that way. And I heard he was a cabinet minister say, I mean, it sounds so absurd, but I'll share the story. He said, I always thought Margaret was a little bit unfair the way she used her feminine wiles. Because, we would have a conversation where we were deciding policy, and we'd be up in her flat, and she'd kick her shoes off and sit with her feet underneath her. And I can't have a conversation with a woman when she's sitting like, how can I disagree with a woman when she's sitting like? Suddenly he was totally disempowered because there was this female sitting in front of him in a female position. And he said it was unfair because he couldn't think clearly. Well, I'm very sorry that you couldn't think clearly, but that just shows you how separated from the feminine those ministers were. And up until that point, they'd been governing our country, for goodness sake. And if they can be undone by a female sitting in a female position while she's working through government papers, it just shows you how impoverished they were as people prior to that moment. What on earth were they bringing to their conversations and to their thinking and to their sensitivity if none of that humanity was engaged? And you can see how shut down it must have been. So I just share that as a for instance, that to illustrate that men are desperately impoverished when female leadership and the female contribution is not there. Now, that I know that's a particular, there's a particular British aspect to that story, you know, with the public schools and all of that. But I think there's a little bit of that all around the world. And I think that we cannot think clearly and make good decisions and perceive things clearly if we're not thinking male and female. And men need to think male and female as well. And so I think that it's not just a totemic recovery of female cultural references when we rediscover Asherah in Judaism, or when we rediscover the Queen of Heaven in Brazilian story. It's about recovering who we are as a species and learning to think corporately as a society of every gender.
Totally agree with that. And it's all inside. It's in you right now. The information is the activation, as Phil Gruber would say. I've been saying that since we talked to him yesterday. I love what that means, but it's all in you right now. And all you have to do is acknowledge that point, and then there it is. And then your life will change. You'll see things in a different way. I don't want to take up too much time. I want Stone to have an opportunity to ask a question or two as well. And we also have one from the audience too.
Just one sec before I lose my train of thought, and while we're here on this subject, you just mentioned the level of thinking that this man has because he's uncomfortable because there's a woman sitting in front of him doing some work. Do you think that would be, you know, like perverted thinking, corrupted thinking? And if so, at what point did that get inserted into the masculine psyche in order for men to think like that? Every time they see a woman, seeing her more as an object rather than a divine vessel that is a stargate to this world.
Oh gosh, that's a really good question. I mean, certainly it's been there as long as Britain has had public schools, which is a very long time. So you're going back to you know, the 1600s. But then it's even older than that, because if you go back to the witchcraft trials, it's all embedded in that as well, where it's not just a matter of particular modalities being forbidden. You know, you can't do remote viewing, or you can't do remote, you know, telekinesis. It's the wisdom of women that was being attacked at that time. And what was so awful about what happened then was that if those women were providing a service to people in power, then they had a certain protection. If they were doing it for their next door neighbor, then they might end up on a pyre. And so you've got a total dishonesty there, where the wisdom of women is trying to be hijacked by the powers so they can use it, and then gotten rid of for everyone else because they know it's powerful. So, I mean, it's certainly there in the medieval period, but I'm sure it's even more ancient than that. I mean, King Josiah was the one who's trying to get rid of Asherah in the 7th century BCE. So, I mean, goodness me, that's nearly 3,000 years ago, and the dynamic is still at play.
Stone, you want to go ahead?
Oh, yes. Oh, you brought up a lot of different topics there that rang my little bell. So the first one, I mean, I look through history. I've got connections to, you know, Salem witch trials and all of this, and it was about medicine knowledge. It was about wellness knowledge. They were always out there harvesting berries and plants and leaves and making brew and cooking food, kitchen alchemy, you know. So there was that level. And as you were saying, you know, if you weren't always protected when you went into these hierarchical families, if you didn't do as you were told, it would be the same as if you were, you know, caught down in the village doing something. So throughout Disney, I see, like, you know, the Wicked Witch that took the apple to Snow White. There's so much symbology and programming within that. And now we have the apple, and we have the apple of knowledge. And it's so, you know, you bite from that apple and you're going to be poisoned. You go into a sleep. You know, you're going into a sleep because of that download of knowledge that you just now suddenly tapped into. There's all these different elements to tribal. I mean, where I am at in New Zealand, Aotearoa, we're not allowed to be recognised or practice tohanga, which is our Māori seeing, our native healing abilities, you know, to go out there and collect and forage and heal. Well, a lot of people, a lot of us are getting back into it because this is our way. The plants talk to us. They're telling us, you need to start making, we're in abundance right now. You may not have the ailment right now, but we're in abundance. So you need to work with us, preserve it, put it away, because they're going to come knocking. And 9 out of 10 times they do. You know, so we make the medicines for the ills. It's like the telling bone. But yeah, there's so many different areas. Like you're talking about the government. I try not to get into politics because I come from a political family. My grandfather was in politics, and so what I found with it is Hegelian dialectic, very real, very alive. Mass Stockholm syndrome, the whole works is out there. Good cop, bad cop. Both of these parties in all of these countries know exactly what they are doing. They know it, you know, and it's like, who's going to come up with the better scenario for the, you know, bringing on more agendas? And so this is how I see them playing that game. So, thank you for coming along. It's lovely to chat with you, Paul. So, cheers for that.
Oh, likewise. Thank you.
Awesome. We have one question from the audience, and then we have to wrap up. But it says, at what point did it become a man's world? Because it did change, and I think we kind of going over that a little bit. But just to reiterate,
I think there wouldn't be a single moment, as we were just saying. There was a moment in the 7th century BCE, for instance, but then there was another moment when Christianity got hijacked by the empire, and that was a masculinization of the world as well. I think every time you're looking at a moment of colonization, you're seeing another moment of masculinization. Ghana, you know, would be an example of that. Where that originates from, I'm a little bit agnostic about, simply because I think the roots of it are beyond humanity. I do believe that there has been a non-human layer to the story of human governance for a very long time. It's what I write about in The Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden. And I think that some of the gender dynamics come from that layer, from beyond humanity, that there may be entities who want to have a heavy hand in the running of Project Earth and who have an energy that is more compatible with human male energy and less with female energy. They don't like it. They don't know what to do with it. Maybe they're like that government minister who didn't know what to do in front of Margaret Thatcher. And for that reason, they're wanting to masculinize the energy by which human beings are governed. So I have to be a bit agnostic about it, because I think the roots of it are there, but we can see it playing out every time there is a transition of power, or a conquest, or a colonization, or a cultural coup of some kind. It just reasserts over and over again. And I think that one of the exciting things about this period is just how equipped grassroots communication can be, because I think our best medicine against it is to inform ourselves at a grassroots level and encourage one another at a grassroots level, get the knowledge at a grassroots level, and therefore keep the feminine component of human knowledge alive and active and engaged.
I completely agree, Paul, and I think that it's also a little bit easier to get men to follow the orders than the women. They're a little bit more on top of the faculty sometimes when it comes to that stuff. So, you know,
Yes.
that they see through deceit a little bit easier too. But you know,
yes.
it's always an honor and a privilege to have you here, Paul. And I love talking to you, and I can't wait for you to come back on the Full Spectrum Universe so we can do another round for the Echoes of Eden, which is available on Kindle now. You can pre-order on Kindle. It'll be available in paperback on May 1st. We have the paulanthonywallace.com up in the chat. Go and place your orders now. If you don't, you're truly missing out on something absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Some of the best work I've ever seen. So,
thanks, Rob. Thanks so much. It's a pleasure being with you, and I am so blown away by what you've pulled together for this summit. We're having a wonderful time.
Thank you very much, Paul. I truly appreciate your contribution and your wisdom into Humanity Unplugged. It is a valuable input and an upload into our psyche and into our minds with something that we can move forward and apply this wisdom in our lives, because there's no point in getting wisdom if you're not going to apply it, right? So thank you very much. I so appreciate you, and I love you very much. And I will be in contact at the conclusion of this event. And thank you, Paul. And once again, guys, it's available May 1st, Echoes of Eden. Kindle is available right now. Order that, check it out, and visit paulanthonywallace.com. Thank you very much, boss. Love you, and have yourself a wonderful day.
Likewise. You too. All the best.
We have another legend coming up next. This is going to be a really good one. Oli Demigard. This is going to be a wonderful, wonderful conversation, and I'm looking forward to it. Paul Wallace, again, thank you very much, brother. You're amazing. Just an amazing man. Thank you for your service to humanity. And let's bring Oli on. If Rob,
I'm going to do the bio real quick first. Yes, sir. We're about to break down the paradigms of reality, programming, and everything that you know to be. So real quickly, truth seeker, code breaker, and peacemaker. Oli Demigard is an award-winning he's awarded the Prague Peace Prize and was adopted by the Apache Nation, given the native Indian name Wayakapiala Wanza, meaning the bright one. He is an author, international speaker, former journalist, musician with 2 solo albums, composer, TV and short film, artist, inventor, investigator, who has dedicated the last 40 years to researching many of the global conspiracies. Ol has also given more than 1,000 international interviews, and millions of viewers and listeners around the world have taken part of his impressive findings and presentations. Without further ado, let's bring on Ol. My friend, it's always good to see you, Ol. How are you?
It's good to see you, Rob, too. And actually, my name is more like the Spanish ole, ole,
Ole.
ole.
Ole. I know. I always do that too. Brother. I'm sorry. I call you Ole while I'm talking to you, and then I'll say Ol the rest of the time because I'm damn near illiterate, but it's okay. How's everything been since the last time we saw you?
I have no idea since we last saw each other. It feels like a million years because so much is going on. So I'm really happy to see you again.
Oh, I'm very happy to see you too. I love talking to you. You've given me a lot of inspiration to do my own investigations and really tear down a lot of conspiracies that we see in today's world. Of course, we can't really talk about the big pink elephant in the room, which is the medical tyranny that we're so ruddily going through at the moment. But what I wanted to talk to you about tonight a little bit is programming and how we see this programming that is happening on a daily basis through media, social media, censorship. I mean, give us your take on what you're seeing out there, but in the mainstream right now. I know we've kind of detached ourselves from it, or at least we try to, but it's always good to know what's on the other side of that wall. So if you want to just break down a little bit of it.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's absolutely wonderful to see what's going on, because it's becoming so obvious, even for people who were totally denying what was actually happening. So now even the most stone rock hard blockheads are starting to see that really this is bizarre. I mean, I just posted something about carrots and Facebook banned me. What's going on? I mean, it's not that many years ago, it was only individuals like myself who was heavily censored. And when I mentioned it to other who was not in this realm, I could see in their eyes you must have said something. Well, I mean, you must have done something, otherwise that wouldn't have happened. But now it's like people collect rainwater, boom, they get a SWAT team in their garden. It's like, It is wonderful because it's getting to like a Monty Python type of level where it's just like an absolute joke, scary joke. I'm not saying anything else, but it's like it's pushing so fast because I think there's a desperation behind the actions of this dark empire, because it's cracking down, and millions of people are becoming aware thanks to platforms like yours and getting the information out there. And so many people are starting to see, oh my God, what the hell is actually going on? And so once you start seeing it, and also for so many years or even generations, these powers have worked to concentrate the power to fewer and fewer and fewer. So nowadays, they've centralized it so much through international corporations and stuff like that. So whatever area you get into, might it be chemtrails or bioweapons or mass destructions or false flag operations or political assassinations or mind manipulation through media, you will find the same forces, the same individuals, the same corporations over and over and over. It doesn't matter. So all roads leads to Rome, sort of, to speak. I mean, it's indirectly more or less correct. It's just Rome isn't located where we used to think. It's more in the New World Order area. So it's like and this is also why you see the impact from all different areas is like all nations are walking the same direction. Or I don't want to say all, but most social media platforms are also censoring in a very similar way. I mean, now I've been shut down everywhere, except not except. The latest one that got shut down was our Patreon channel, which was a bad one because that hit us not in a nice way, because it's like my rent, everything was taken care of by our platform there. And Patreon is said to have been this platform that takes care of artists and free speakers, free thinkers, and so on. And suddenly, yeah, that's what I thought too. And then suddenly we were shut down, and they said, interesting, I'm going to quote them. We're very sorry to see you leave, but unfortunately, if you do not get rid of this information, you are breaking community guidelines, and we are forced to shut you down. So they were kind enough to send some links of why they shut me down. And that was my testimonial in front of the Corona Investigative Committee, which is an international lawyers cooperating force that is charging the big bad boys here in this whole pandemic. This is a massive operation with, I think there's more than 100 international lawyers in it. I did almost a 4-hour testimonial in 2 parts for this legal entity. This is not like some conspiracy tinfoil hat gathering. That is it. And the second one they pointed out was an interview with Dr. Rainer Fulmich, who's the head of this whole Corona Investigative Committee. So I thought that is super interesting. And the only little problem was that this had nothing to do with Patreon, because they were not complaining about what was on my Patreon channel. They were saying on my website. So I should shut down everything on my website that had to do with what I'm not allowed to mention here, but it starts with a C and ends with an A. And it sounds very similar to some kind of beer that is nice when it's warm outside. So it's like they're censoring my website, not the Patreon channel. So what is that? I would very strongly suggest, I've seen this happen over and over again. You got these platforms. I remember I was sitting with this guy, a friend of mine. He was a journalist since 40 years. He was working for many of the heavyweight channels, like I think CNN, BBC, in the beginning when they were still broadcasting some kind of news. And he was also part of starting Al Jazeera, which in the beginning was amazing. And he said after 40 years, he was so excited with Al Jazeera. They were really pumping it out there, and they were feeling, oh, we're making a difference. And then he said one day there were these people, more or less men in black, that came, knocked on the door. Nobody really noticed them. They went in with the chief editor in his office. There was a glass window. There was this conversation going on. And when they left, the whole direction of the Algeciras just did a 180 turn towards something totally different. And he was like, what happened? Nobody said anything. It was just like, dum, dum. And that's how it's done. So this is also where I think that Patreon, these other platforms, I mean, bless their heart. I'm sure they before they got bought up by the big ones, they meant to do the right thing. They had good intentions and so on. And then they came up with that and started feeling the bad breath of this beast that was just saying, listen, you have a choice. You do your own thing, we destroy you. You follow the rules, we will let you stay. It's like management by fear. It's what the mafia has done in all the times. So it's just an upgrade to a different area. So it's like, and this, when you look behind the scenes, what we're experiencing on a global scale is Agenda 21. All of these nations are standing in line, all of them saluting the exact same flag. So when whoever it is behind the curtain says, go right, you have more than 190 nations that haven't signed anything, as far as I know, but are being held by the balls. And then everybody says, yes, sir, no, sir, and then they go right. So this is what we're up against, because we will see this whole operation is like coordinated. This is the brilliance of it, and also the scary part, that it's so coordinated. So, but that is where you have to see that also Agenda 21 is played out on a local level, a national level, and an international level at the very same time. The exact same agenda, meaning the local community house, or whatever you want to call it, your local government building, whatever, who's in there, they are following Agenda 21. When they're building new schools, it's according to the rules of Agenda 21s, or the guidelines. When they're building hospitals, when they're building prisons, when they're doing, and by the way, have you noticed how similar they are in the design, schools, hospitals, and prisons? I would say maybe not by coincidence. Maybe it's just very handy if you suddenly want a lot of prisons. So you just put some barbed wire and there you go. Bob's your uncle, everything's sorted. Boom. So here we are in a situation where also this agenda is being backed by this incredible censorship. And once again, it's a blessing in disguise, because that censorship has been there all the time. It's just that in the old days, not that long ago, it was individuals like this one who was the target. Why? Because this one was pointing out things that they did not want pointed out. Because the only thing they actually fear is the truth, not the individual in this meat suit, but the truth. They do not want the real truth to get out there. So anyone that steps up and say, listen, I see you. I see the Emperor's clothes. I see that you're naked and that you're trying to push this whole, the Wizard of Oz agenda on top of us. And it's not on. So
it's crazy. That's crazy that they actually went for your website and not what you put on the Patreon too. And you're right, they've radicalized all of these different agencies, the IRS, the FBI, the CIA, and they have domain across the entire face of the planet. There's nowhere you can go, even off the grid, that they can't get to you because of the money that they have and the ability to invest in the local culture. It's very difficult to get away from it.
And so you have to face yourself. That is it. This is once again, the blessing in disguise here, because suddenly we're pushed up into a corner where there's nowhere, you can't get away anymore. You can't just change the channel and say, I want to watch the hot bowl or whatever the football games are called. There's no way you can't just get away from it by ordering another slice of pizza. You have to face that something very strange is going on. Something also hurting a lot of people. So the question is, who are you? Who are you? Are you going to sit by and just, it's not my business really, because I have nothing to hide. I haven't done anything wrong, so I can just look the other way when people and children are being absolutely destroyed by injected things. Well, what am I going to do? Well, it's up to every single one of us. We cannot avoid taking a stand. It's either you are, like they said, like George Bush Jr. said, so now either you're with us or you're against us, you know? And it's the same here. You have to make a stand. What are you? Are you pro your heart or are you anti-humanity? It's at that level, because what we're up against is pure evil. I tell you that. I don't care about who are the front figures in the behind the scenes. There's this dude with horns and who likes a very hot climate, not only on his holidays, but all the time. You know, he really eats with a fork as well. That's the dude. I'm not really sure if he exists, but I know that the power that we call evil is something that if you are a weak individual and you make the so-called wrong choices, that force will work through you in a very, very destructive and hurting way. So it's like it is very real in the actions and the results. If there is a dude with the horns or not, I do not know. I wouldn't be surprised if he's up there or down there. But anyway, is the guy with a big beard up on a cloud there? I don't know either. But the forces are there. The forces are there. And what I find interesting as well is that I met people from the so-called Illuminati who was part of that gang before. And I remember I was doing a conference in Belgium with Ronald Bernard, the former Illuminati banker, who became a whistleblower after going some 20 odd years under the radar, trying to survive. Anyway, I was asking him, do you know because he was thriving among them. He loved it. I mean, do whatever you want. Don't care about anything, you know, just do thy will, you know. If you rape someone, who cares? I mean, as long as it's good for you, that's the thing, you know, whatever, just do it. And so he loved it. He loved it up until it came to a point where there was sacrifices of babies and stuff like that is just like so horrendous. So he just felt, oh my God, I need out. And so he left. And anyway, so I spoke to him. I asked him, if you look at your life when you were among these individuals, how would you see someone like this one? And he said, the enemy. So I said, okay, so in that world, was there good and evil? He said, yes. So I said, how would you describe a one like this one? He said, evil. I thought that was super interesting because I see them as evil. They see me as evil. So I said, okay, so in these friends, were there real friendship? Yes. Were there love? Yes. Did they love their children? Yes. So how did they express their children? Through torture. He said through pain. I was like, what? What? Yes, it's through pain that they express love, because it's just like a battery, you know, with plus and minus. And if you look in this duality, you have up and down, you got plus, minus, you got black, white, you got duality. And so we need both of them to be able to play in this matrix or whatever it is, apparently. And so he said the way they're striving this way towards the hot little dude with the horns. We're striving that way, trying to be good. They're trying to be so-called good, going that way. And they see someone like this as the enemy who's standing in the way, trying to obstruct them going that way. So I thought after that, I just thought, I'm never going to be able to understand this. No way. So I might as well let go of that one, trying to understand. But what I can see is that they believe that they're doing the right thing. I believe that I'm doing the right thing. People striving up towards the cloud are believing they're doing the right thing. So instead of judging each other, saying, oh my God, you're so evil, you know, and that's so horrible, just see that we're striving in different directions. And in this, whatever we're living in, it's just a matter of I have decided that on my way through life, in this Dharma, I am going this direction, and I will do everything to stop and transcend what I see as evil. Not judging them though, because if you look at many of these, like Dr. Kill Bill and these other individuals, I mean, when you look at them, they're super psychos. They were born like that. They were born into families that destroy them into being sociopaths if they weren't psychopaths to start with. And they are striving for something good the way they see it. So you can't really blame them, because super psychos do not have empathy. They do not have it in them. So you can't say, you are so bad, you're so evil. No, they're just themselves. They're just themselves, and they're trying to excel to be the best Kill Bill, you know. And these people can even be happy because they're really thriving doing what they're supposed to do, as would the Joker in a Batman movie, because you need a villain to be able to have this duality, so that we can go on a hero's journey, we can fight the dragons, and we can sort of great. So I think it's time to let go of the blame. It's time to, for me at least, it's time to don't charge it with a lot of negative emotions. Just say, absolutely no fucking way am I gonna allow anyone to get hurt on my shift. If I can stop it, if I can, and I don't even want to stop it, if I can transcend it, because stop, you have forces against each other, and we are up against very mighty forces when it comes to the pushing force, or the dominating force, or the controlling force. So we have to deal with it in a different way, where I think transcendence is the way to just lift ourselves by raising the frequency, by letting go of fear, by confronting them, yes, and aiming the light right at their bullshit, into the belly of the beast, to expose exactly what is happening. Because as any criminal or organized crime factor, or whatever it is, they cannot function if we see them. If the spotlight is on them, it neutralizes them. So that we don't have to go violent, we don't have to fight, we don't have to throw rocks at them or whatever, which is what they would love, because nothing is more of a wet dream than martial law, absolute total control. So we have to do it in a smart way, which is exposure, let the truth do the work, and us letting go of fear, so that we will not be manipulated, informing ourselves and just calling out the bullshit for what it is, and then transcend it by feeling a lot of gratitude, just pumping up our heart with all of this love for humanity, for nature, and so on. Because what they're trying to do with their agenda is take away humanity from us, replace it with virtual reality, replace it with all kinds of things that looks like humanity, but it's not. So whatever way they're pointing, the only thing we have to do is go the other way. If they say this is good for you, I can guarantee you it's bad for you, and the other way around, and so on. So happy days, challenging days, scary days, and wonderful days.
You know, one of the things you've always been amazing at is looking at the revelation of the Methodists, where they tell you what they're doing before they do it. And you've had the instincts to thwart some of the conspiracies that you've seen brewing behind the scenes. Can you go into that a little bit and tell the audience of how you pretty much saved a lot of Europe from getting decimated through bombing?
It's a long story, and I don't want to call it instinct whatsoever. It's a matter of learning the modus operandi that they are using, the methods they're using. And also, it was only thanks to an insider that contacted me in the fall of 2014, informing me. He said, I've been following you for some years, you're doing great, but you're missing out on the clues. And I was like, what are you talking about? He said, you have to become aware. They're hiding clues in the forensic evidence. After each and every one of these attacks, they're pointing towards the next one, or connecting to also former operations. But I said, why would they do such an incredibly stupid thing? I mean, that's a dead giveaway. And he said, yes, but these forces or individuals who are doing a lot of harm to humanity are very, very aware of the law of karma. What you do comes back to you. And they're terrified of that law. So what he said is what they're trying to do is show us, even in subtle ways, like they're hiding it, but still there. And with the intention of if they show us and we don't see it, then indirectly we consent to what they're doing because we should have seen it because they did show it. And so the bad karma is on our shoulders, not theirs. So he said it's in their selfish interest to put out all of these clues right in our face, but yet again hidden. And so to start with, I thought that's absolutely weird. I mean, I didn't, I just put it to the side. Yet another weirdo contacted me, whatever. And then I started seeing, holy Moses, what is going on here? Because in the fall of 2014 and the beginning of 2015, 14 and 15, there were 4 attacks where I thought I started seeing clues that was pointing to the next one. Charlie Hebdo was one of them. And so in January 2015, I found clues that was pointing straight to central Copenhagen. And that was when I went out, because when they carry out these false flag operations, there's always a drill involved, a security drill. The security drill is the thing they go public with, saying, we're going to have a security drill for your security. So you better get the hell out of here and leave us alone so we can do our stuff without you being too nosy and see what's going on. So there's always a security drill, that a standard ingredient. That is one of the sure signs. I'm not saying all drills are like that, but if there is a false flag, there will be a drill. So the drill is there, and that is also to get everything in position, including vehicles, crisis actors, smoke bombs, real explosives, catering, makeup facilities, the whole shebang. It's just like a film set. Also to rehearse the whole thing, because they have one day of rehearsal, and then boom, they go live with alleged mass shooting or alleged terror attack the following day. Which is, by the way, Rob, if you didn't know it, if on a rainy day, you never have to fear a false flag. You never have to fear a mass shooting or an alleged terror attack on a rainy day, because they need a clear blue sky, more or less, 2 days or more in a row, because the footage that they take during the drill has to be able to blend with the footage that is sent live from location in Las Vegas or Manhattan or Stockholm or Frankfurt. It's the same gang. So clear blue sky or the same kind of sky, clouds in the background 2 days in a row is necessary. Otherwise, we would say blue sky, gray sky, blue sky, gray sky, when they mix it together in live footage on the news channels. And so they never do that. Anyway, so that was the first time I went out on Facebook asking, is there anyone in Copenhagen right now that could please check if there is a security drill in Copenhagen? Because I found leads that was pointing towards the 14th of January, just 5 days after the Charlie Hebdo attack in Paris. And I got back from a guy that I knew that he said, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I just passed this poster and he had taken a photo of it. And there was this beautiful young female soldier saying, we're going to have a security drill for you, my friend, tonight at this and this. And it was exactly the location that I was talking about. So I thought, oh my God. And that's the first time I went out on international media, some of the big shows, saying, I really don't know. I haven't, but this is what I've been informed. These are the signs I found. That's the location. Please, if there's anyone there in the neighborhood, please go there with friends and cameras and just film whatever, everything that can be of interest, because it can be, I mean, in my world, like a parking meter. I mean, you just walk by a parking meter. You don't look at it at all. But that parking meter can be a fake parking meter with the explosives inside. So photos before and after the blast and so on can be of extreme importance, So anything. I mean, I have people taking photos of ridiculous stuff, like pavements and street corners, but that is my world. So anyway, I went out with it and absolutely nothing happened. So I thought, okay, I was wrong. I looked like an idiot, not the first time. And not a problem either. I've thought that I did the right thing. So I felt that was the right thing to do. So I thought I was wrong. And then exactly 1 month later, boom, this mass shooting in Copenhagen took place about 200 yards from where I had pointed out. And exactly 1 month later on the hour. And that was also Valentine's Day, which is one of these so-called holidays that they love to use, which are all connected to death, by the way. The Valentine Day, it was William Shakespeare that made it a romantic event. It was based on the murder of, I believe, 3 religious individuals, all called Valentine, that was chopped to pieces many, many years ago.
Saint Valentine, right?
Yeah, there were 3 of them. So charming, not so charming. So anyway, so that was the first time when I thought, oh my God, we're onto something. And then I pointed out the 4th one that I saw clues going to, which was Florence, Italy, just a few days later. And what do you know? The news went out. We pumped it out there saying, please be aware, please be aware. And then the international media just a few days later said, failed ISIS attack in Florence, Italy. And I thought, we are onto them. We are onto them. That means that this is actually true. So had it not been for this insider, I would have never, ever thought of looking upon after anything that could be like clues, because I would never think that anyone would be that stupid. But they're not stupid. They're just very afraid for themselves because of this law of karma, that is apparently very, very powerful. So since then, an up-to-date state, I have exposed or connected alleged terror attacks or alleged mass shootings up to 2 months before they happened. 66
Wow.
to date, up to 2 months before they happened. So I think that is a pretty good track record, because it's only like, what is it?
Hell
it's
yeah.
7 years. So that goes from theory to maybe this is actually true. And so what I've been spending years and years is to try and inform people, please be aware of this is what they're doing. So help me find the clues. So when something happens, you got the official story, which is pointing that away. And then you got the forensic evidence that is being pumped out in international media, often thousands of images like that. And I am like, where is it? Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Just let me keep looking. And then many times I find the clues, or what I believe is the clue, way down, among other, it's hidden like that, and suddenly it's sneaked in there, boom. So that's just there. And often it could be in symbols, it could be like in multiple steps. You have to follow, maybe there's a road sign pointing to the left, then you have to go to Google Map, look, where's that pointing towards? It can be a street sign where it's on Google where you find the clue, or it can be an alleged eyewitnesses being interviewed by an alleged reporter. Many times these are part of the operation, both the reporter and the eyewitness. And it can be on the side of a bus that passes in the background. It can be like a banner on a bus. It can be print on clothes. It can be just anything. And then one thing that is also occurring all the time are shoes, Nike shoes that are left on site, inside the crime scene or nearby. And I didn't understand these shoes for a long, long time. But I started doing shows about the shoes because I started finding hundreds of shoes, and it was always in situation that was connected to violence or death. And it's like people get shot, and what do they take photos of? The shoes. And I don't know, but last time I was shot, even with a shotgun, I did not fly out of my trainers. I mean, the trainers stayed on the body. It's like, or if you get hit by a car, I don't know if you noticed that there's a lot of vehicle attacks that have been in the last 3-4 years.
Yes.
Before that, there were no car attacks driving
Never.
into a crowd.
Or they wouldn't
Never.
put them in. They wouldn't put them in the paper, even if there was. But now they're everywhere.
Yeah, and why is that? It's the old Roman template problem. reaction, solution. So here we have a problem with vehicles driving into crowds. Oh my God, that is a problem. Yes. So should we do something about the people that were driving the cars? Maybe get the standard of the driving permissions raised like that? No, it's the vehicle that is the problem. So you will see there's a vehicle attack, boom. So people go into reaction mode. Oh my God, that's horrible. And then just a week later, there's introduced like a driverless bus to the library, or a driverless this, or driverless truck, or driverless this, because that is what they're trying. They're trying to get us into autonomous cars, vehicles, because it's part of the smart city, part of the fourth industrial revolution thing, where they're gonna, in the end, ban normal cars and have all of these cars that is without drivers. It's so handy. It's so you can even sleep and have a sandwich while doing absolutely nothing, while you're being taken somewhere inside the grid. But the thing is, the grid will end where they will not let you go further. So you will be transported around inside these smart cities, which is the whole point of all of these smart devices, is to get us into this digital grid, out of nature, out of the countryside, all of that, and pushed into smart cities where we can be controlled. Every aspect of our lives will be controlled, digitally controlled. That is the idea. And so we cannot have cars. Yeah, it's exactly. Somebody says Agenda 21. It is
right.
Agenda 21.
Through and through.
It's not hiding anywhere. It's there. And when you look at Agenda 21, it's really charming. It was architected by former Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, Bilderberger, and Bilderberger, with, and then Morris Strong, another charming individual behind many of the big personalities we've seen step forward on scene. These two were the architects of Agenda 21, which was presented in, I think it was 92 in South America, at a conference that was called UNCED. When you pronounce it, it's UNCED. I love these type of things. Do you know the re-election committee for electing the president? It was CREEP, CREEP. That was Nixon's
Really?
ones. I mean, that's telling
perfect.
you.
That's perfect.
They're telling you. I know. So they're telling you.
Just to
But
jump
anyway,
in real quick, I think that digital, the smart cars as well, is also for their climate change agenda, where they can put however many miles you go, they can tax you on that via the climate change too. But go ahead. Just a fact that I was looking into too.
Rob, you are absolutely correct. And if you look into climate change, that is a massive big one, where Morris Strong is one of the same architects behind that one. Go figure. And when Agenda 21 was presented, what was that conference about? Climate change. The climate change is just another side of it. And it's a matter of them controlling and taxing us really to death. That is the thing. So even the air we're breathing, CO2, it's really, really good for nature. It makes things very green. It's so that it's good. But here we're being told, no, that's the enemy. And we're being taxed for, well, anyway, everything is upside down, inverted, which they're trying to do. Invert reality, which is what evil is always trying to do. So anyway, what was the question? It was
Absolutely.
about,
Next question I have for you is, this is kind of a little bit more current events, and I just wanted to get your take on it. Of course, everybody knows what's going on between Russia, NATO, and Ukraine. When you look at it, what do you see? Knowing all that you know about how these people operate and function, what exactly do you see happening?
I would see the exact opposite to what most people are seeing. What I'm seeing is that my interpretation is that there's a war against Bitcoin, trying to really shut down Bitcoin or damage Bitcoin, because the dark forces, if Bitcoin is the real thing, because I don't know if it's an ambush to get people into the whole digital currency thing, because a one world digital currency has been the wet dream of the New World Order for a long time. So I don't know if Bitcoin is that one, or if it's a real thing, because it is decentralized. So that's interesting. But at the same time, if you control the grid, the structure of the internet, then you can have a thing like that, like a wild joker, and still be able to control the bigger picture. So I don't know. I really hope that Bitcoin is the real thing. But anyway, there's a war against Bitcoin. You have the Ukraine, you have Kazakhstan, two of the biggest Bitcoin mining nations. And also they're hitting nations that are trying to make Bitcoin legal tender very hard. El Salvador was the first one. They're trying to really shake it and scare it. Paraguay was going to be one of the first ones as well. They decided right after the biggest Bitcoin conference in 2021 ever. But Paraguay, just a week after that, some 10 days after that conference, when Paraguay was saying, yay, go, 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 there was this controlled demolition of a building in Miami, a collapse, boom, it just fell straight down. And they said, well, those sinkholes on there, absolute bullshit. It was controlled demolition. I even got footage of the boom, boom, boom. But some of the alleged victims was the sister-in-law of the Paraguayan president. It was her husband, and their 3 kids that officially died there. So when you try to intimidate someone, if you can't hit them, if they're too high profile, what do? You go emotional. So you hit their grandmother, their dog, whatever. In this case, there's a possibility that was exactly what happened. So Paraguay seemed to have pulled back, but there were 4 countries in total that was really going for it. It was El Salvador, Paraguay, Panama, and the Ukraine. Surprise, surprise. So anyway, then they've just been intimidating it. And then Tonga on the 5th of, no, that was Kazakhstan, which I pointed out. I found clues in November pointing toward Kazakhstan, and I found clues pointing towards the Ukraine in December. I did not know why. I was just in my newsletter. I pointed out, I don't know, but it's pointing that way. It's pointing that way. And these were clues that I found at really low budget crap operations, false flags in Norway equals NATO. They were pointing. So I'm telling you, what happened in Ukraine and what happened in Kazakhstan did not come from uprisings, did not come from so on. So then Tonga went out on the 15th of January this year saying, we're going to be number 2. This tiny little nation said, we're going to be number 2 in the world with Bitcoin as legal tender. So what happened? Within hours, there was this massive volcanic eruption that was, according to NASA, if you want to believe NASA, anyway, they said that the power of that eruption was 500 times stronger than the bomb over Nagasaki. 500 times the bomb of the the nuclear explosion over Nagasaki or Hiroshima. That is not natural whatsoever. And also, if there's what appears to be satellite footage where you can see like a missile coming in and boom, it just explodes. And then during the whole eruption, there were 86,000 lightning strikes hitting the volcano. Does that sound natural to you? That's 167 lightning strikes per minute. I mean, it's like that's HARP, folks. That is directed energy weapons and HARP. That's HAARP.
Exactly what I was going to say. It's geothermal weapons and direct energy weapons all trying to merge onto one spot. They have the tectonic plate motion, and then what they do is they take the cloud seeding as well for the lightning on top of it, which could destroy any living city if they did it the right way. Any city with nobody left.
So here we have nation number 2 that is trying to stand up and do that. And I would say management by fear. They're showing that, telling people, this is what is going to happen to you. If you stand up to nations, if you follow them, we will destroy you. Exactly like they did with Kennedy. They could have dropped a pill in his coffee and boom, heart attack, JFK, thank you and goodbye. But instead, what they did in open daylight in front of the whole world, they killed him. They assassinated him, sending shockwaves in the corridors of power. Because what they were saying indirectly is, whoever you are out there, we can get anyone, anywhere, at any time. So you better back off back off, behave, or you will be next. And that's why there's this secondary conspiracy of silence following so many of these whatever you want to call them. So anyway, so in the Ukraine, Kazakhstan, when that happened on the anniversary almost of the Capitol Hill attack, which I predicted 1 week before it happened on Navy SEAL Michael Jaco's show, I said, Capitol Hill, please be aware, because he was going there, and boom, it happened. What happened? Not what we're being told happened. I can guarantee you that. So,
right.
And they love the anniversary. So on the anniversary, boom, gas prices, the revolution, uprising. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But what they did, they used it as an excuse. They got the prices up there, which just by changing the price going up, gas, enter, and suddenly you have an uprising because people got pissed off. And then you have provocateurs and all of these things, and through media pumping out, boom. It's so easy. We're so easily played. So what did they do? They went in, and one of the first thing they did was shut down the internet. So the Bitcoin mining went straight down. Boom. Attack on Bitcoin once again. I'm not saying that's the full picture, because also Kazakhstan is very interesting, because there's specifically one city called Astana, which has been prepared for some 20, 25 years as the New World Order, new capital, the new Rome of the earth. It's a bizarre city with it's so Freemasonically built. I mean, Washington D.C., but on steroids. It's out in the open. It's like pyramids and obelisk and Freemasonic sun temples. I mean, the whole shebang is there. So anyway, then the Ukraine was just in a process. They said after that Bitcoin conference in Miami, Florida, 2021, they said we're gonna go for it. And in September 2021, I think they even made passed a law saying, yep, we're gonna do it. And so one of the things they were in the process of doing when all of this happened was that the government had taken this old former nuclear power plant, shut it down, and they were turning it into a Bitcoin mining center. And then that was supposed to go live here the summer of 2022, I believe. So imagine the power of a place like that, what that could do for Bitcoin mining instead of people having it down in their basements and stuff. So I think that is a major part of this whole thing. Then you have, if you go into helicopter mode, which I think is where you have to look at these things, it's not a matter of nations. It's not a matter of US, China, this. You have to go above that to see that the world is being played like a chessboard, and nations are just like pieces on a chessboard. So for the last couple of years, they've used this pandemic as one of the things to deconstruct the US, deconstruct and destroy the financial situation and companies and hotels and restaurants, just destroy the whole infrastructure of the US, where we are playing along without understanding it by doing these truck convoys, where we're exactly following what they're trying to do, destroy the structure and getting the supermarkets empty and so on. So we have to be very aware of what we're following, so we're not following the piper, and we just come without really using our brain, having a really good intention, but playing their game to their advantage. So first superpower number one, the US, destroyed. Then they prepared a new capital in Kazakhstan. They've been talking for a long time about moving a power center to the middle of the world, in between Asia, the US, the whole shebang. What would be a more perfect place than Astana? If you look at the position on the map,
dead center,
dead center, flat or round. I would say maybe a bit oval, whatever it is. It's absolutely not round. It's absolutely not flat. But anyway, dead center, Astana, boom. So strategically placed, interesting. So what do they do now? I would say they're going for superpower number two, which is Russia. So how to do that? How can they do that? First of all, That's the key word. Thank you, Rob. First of all, you need to demonize a nation to be able to get the rest of the world to applaud. Yes, go for it. Yes, go for it. So how do you do that? You get the media that you control to say this nation or this leader is doing horrible stuff. It's poison, chemical attacks on its own population. Syria,
Thermobaric missiles that take your lungs out, pretty much, that just suffocates people.
I know. Whatever it is, they will demonize it. So here we have an interesting situation because you got the Ukraine, and Ukraine is interesting for different reasons. One is the breadbasket of Europe. It's the wheat center of Europe. That's interesting. Also, it's where the Khazarian mafia has its roots, and the Khazarian mafia is very dominant in this dark agenda which is going on. So, and I do not want to appear like I'm understanding the full picture. Absolutely not. I'm just pointing out stuff here. So, but then we have Ukraine. So who is leading the Ukraine? I mean, that is interesting as well, because there is something. You got the power on a front, at least the power we see, because the real power is behind these shop windows. But one of the major shop windows at the moment is called the World Economic Forum with Klaus Schwab, Anal Schwab Klaus here, another version of Dr. Evil.
Yeah. Very much so.
I mean, he even looks like it's only the white cat that is missing. But so we got this, but that is the 1% financial percent of multinational corporation and individuals in key positions that are there to destroy the 99%. So that is an interesting organization, and this organization has another an education program that is called Young Global Leaders, which started in the early 90s, exactly like after George Bush Sr. went out and said on 9/11 of all dates in 1990, he said, "This is the new world order. We are gonna fuck you." Sorry for my French, so I will change my language. We will fuck you, because that is what he said. This is what we're going to do. We will totally screw you over in all areas of life, and there's nothing you can do. So just pull down your pants, bend over, and accept. That is what they said. And so from then on, all of these world leaders started talking about the new world order, the new world order, the new world order.
You'll own nothing and be happy with it. We've infiltrated all the cabinets of the of all these different nations. Tulsi Gabbard, Justin Trudeau, all of them. They're all from the young leaders of the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, the young global leaders. And among them are also like Bono from U2, who's a total sellout and who's been in the outskirts of several of these alleged terror attacks in Europe. You got Richard, what's his name, Virgin Record, Richard Branson. You got Angela Merkel. Tony Blair was in the outskirts in the beginning there as well. And one of the people they point out, Klaus Schwab, says that Putin was one of theirs as well.
Yes, he was.
But you have to be aware of. Yeah, but you have to be aware of if you play the game as well. If he's a real enemy, they can claim that he's one of theirs to destroy his credibility. Do you know? So it's multi-layered sometimes. So maybe
got it.
Be aware, smoke and mirrors. So anyway, they claim that he was one of theirs, that he in the early 90s. And that is very possible, because I heard an interview with a former MI6 agent who said that while he was being trained in the UK many years ago as a young man, one of the other agents in training was Vladimir Putin. So what? But that could also be a plant. So you have to be aware. But at the same time, if that's true, if Vladimir is MI6 and World Economic Forum Young Global Leaders, Boris Johnson's dad was MI6, and he seems very much like he could very well have been into this as well. Then we have Zelensky, who graduated from the World Young Global Leaders in the year 2000. And he's an actor, a stand-up, and he played a role of himself the role he's playing today.
Yes.
He played that for some 5-6 years in a show called Servant of the People, I think, something like that.
It's almost like
was a-
Designated Survivor here, where Kiefer Sutherland was the president of the United States because he was the last man to survive an attack type deal. I've heard all about that. It's wild. It's so wild. Sorry to
But
interrupt.
Rob Kiefer Sutherland is an interesting actor as well, because I believe he's being used in this because he was part of 24. Do you remember 24?
Yes.
There were
Yes.
three seasons of 24 where this great FBI agent was doing everything he could to protect his president, who was a black president. At that time, it was unheard of. Nobody would in 100 years have thought that a black person could become the president of the United States. And then here we have this beautiful individual who could even be Barack Obama, if you want to believe Barry Soetero's bigger brother. Beautiful voice, beautiful actions, everything like that. He was being introduced, I think, as a psyop to prepare for the boy band constructed individual called Barack Hussein Obama to enter in on stage, to open our minds to the possibility. Because I tell you, they could have taken that actor and put him up for president, and people would have loved him. Yes, go, go, go. But instead, in the Ukraine, that is exactly what they did, because they got him loved by the people. Then the production company, his own production company, which is called something like Kaput 95 or something like that, they financed the creation of a party called Serving the People. And then he, who had never done anything politically, was elected president of the Ukraine. And if I'm correct, many of the people in parliament are actors from the same TV series. It's like, what? And then his wife is a screenwriter. So, what else do you need? So here we have
wild.
So here we have the situation where possibly Putin is theirs. This guy, 100% sure. So what do they need? So the US, I think it was the US State Department some weeks ago, they went out and said, or months ago maybe it was, they said, we've just found out that Russia is planning a false flag attack on Ukraine. Okay, so that's the first time ever, as far as I know, that the term false flag was used officially. So that's interesting.
It was.
Individuals like me have been talking about that for like the last 30 years and been like, yeah, tinfoil hat. So what is a false flag? A false flag is a psychological operation where the attacked one is actually the attacker. The victim is actually the attacker. So here, if Russia had been planning a false flag against the Ukraine, they would pretend a Ukrainian attack against Russia, which would then justify Russia going in and invading the Ukraine. Is that what we see? Absolutely not. So that is BS, BS, and BS. And why would they do a thing like that? Why did I find clues in Norway and Stockholm pointing towards Ukraine? Because it's not happening in the Ukraine. It's not Russia attacking. So when you look at what's going on, we come into the world of a movie that I would very much recommend called Wag the Dog. Wag, W-A-G, Wag the Dog, with Robert De Niro, Dustin Hoffman, Woody Harrelson, and what's her name? Not Waylon Jennings, the other guy.
That's art imitating reality, or reality imitating art. We don't really know. It goes both ways.
I tell you, I've got another one for you here, because that was released in 98. I'll just give a quick run of what that movie is about. It is a movie where the president, who looks quite a lot like Clinton, and this was under Clinton, the Clinton administration in 98, he was groping a young girl in the White House. How unusual. So anyway, so there was this scandal because it's right before election time. There was only like 14 days or something before election, and he couldn't keep his hands to himself. So what did they do? They sent him out to China, so he's not going to be able to answer any questions or anything like that. And then they call in a fixer called, that's the character of Robert De Niro, very low profile, anonymous individual who comes in fixes stuff. But this is a bad one because the opponent in the elections is really, he's got wind of this whole thing happening, and he's starting to blow this up, making it a major scandal, which could really make this president lose the re-election. So problem for these forces. So what they do is that Robert De Niro says, we have to create a credible diversion so that media will look the other way, so that the nation will look the other way while we sort these problems out. Okay, so what he does is he creates a war that does not exist between Albania and the USA. So how does he do that? There is no war. There is no conflict. There is nothing. What they do is, because he's working for the White House, so he's got the powers to do stuff. So what they do is they activate the different military forces. They just say, please be on standby. That's it, on standby. And then they have an urgent press conference where the press secretary goes out and says, we just want to inform you that there's absolutely no truth to any rumors about aggressions between Albania and the USA. Nothing is happening. Our forces are not on standby, and do not listen to any rumors like that. And by the way, anything you hear about the new B-3 bomber is not true. It's just not true. By the way, there is no B-3 bomber. There is no conflict. There is nothing. But media is like, what? The B-3 bomber? What? What do you mean not on standby? So they start checking out, and the forces are on standby. The Navy is on standby. The Air Force is on. So they start writing about this conflict that does not exist. So Robert De Niro had bought like a 24-hour opening, and so he then contacts Dustin Hoffman, who's a very successful Hollywood producer. And so with this Hollywood producer, he said, we need to get them, we need it to get going, the emotions going, we need the whole thing. So we need war scenes, we need like women and children, young girls, puppies, no, not puppies, kittens is even better, get the emotions going. So they film, green screen filming, a girl running around after being raped in a small little village, and she's got a kitten. First it was a dog, no, they changed it into a bag, then they changed it into a kitten, to get the emotions going. And the whole thing is just not real. Then they get, it's not Willie Nelson, what's his name? Yeah, maybe it is Willie Nelson.
Woody Harrelson?
Yeah, Woody Harrelson, because they always need a hero, if you haven't noticed. It's because it's the USA. So they bring in this war veteran who comes back from the war, but the thing, what they haven't, so they're finding somebody, they're trying to find someone with any connection to shoes. I don't know if we've been speaking about shoes before, but shoes are the symbol that they use as a global fear trigger to get us into a traumatic thing. The shoes have been used as a subconscious trigger of fear since the Second World War, where it was at the alleged Holocaust, where mountains of shoes were used for the first time connected to death. Not the first time, but that's the first major one. And then it's been used in all of the wars that have been. Yeah, but it's not even symbolism, yes, but it's also, every time there's a traumatic event that is connected to death, if you have a symbol at the same time that is in your face,
maybe associated symbolism. You're associating it with the same types of occurrences.
Do you know, it was like CIA whistleblower Cody Snodgrass and I was doing a show, and I was doing it about shoes. And I said it's because the Freemasonic symbolism, because Freemasons had contacted me saying, do you know, all of these victims with one shoe off or two shoes off or shoes lying in the street, it's because of one shoe off, it's a Freemasonic ritual, means that the individual is doing it voluntarily, taking part of this. Two shoes off means homage to the sacred space of this ritual. And it's all more or less always Nike shoes. And Nike has a very, very bizarre background, I tell you, with connections with the CIA and very, very odd things. Sorry. But anyway, so I showed this presentation, and it was like shoes everywhere. Where you see a mass shooting in Dayton, Ohio, with like 54 trainers on a parking lot, and they said, "Now that's the proof of that there was a mass shooting and multiple dead people." No, it's a big pile of Nike shoes, and I was like, when you get shot, or when somebody starts shooting, do you say, wait a second, before I escape, I'm just going to take off my shoes here, and then I'm going to run for it? These shoes are there all the time. So Cody, the whistleblower, who'd been in Black Ops for more than 20 odd years, and also involved in MK Ultra, he said that when they break down individuals to be controlled through mind control so that they can act in different ways as patsies or whatever, the way they do it is they need to break the personality into more than one. And then they need to be able to trigger that part, the second personality that becomes, because what they do is they torture individuals or they rape them or whatever. Horrible.
Break them.
So in the end, your spirit or your personality or whatever, it's just like you can't take it anymore. So your personality escapes, or your spirit escapes into another personality. It's quite bizarre. But anyway, so they found out that in the early 50s. And then what they needed was a trigger so that they could activate whatever personality they wanted to get that personality to even do stuff that the first personality wouldn't even know about. Same person, dual personalities. So that is called a trigger, a mind control trigger. And the way they did it was that every time they raped this individual, maybe they were playing a song, Mary Had a Little Lamb, or showing a symbol or something like that, so that in the end, they didn't even have to torture the individual. They just played the song and clicked the personality.
Flip the switch.
Yeah.
Just flip the switch.
You will see many movies, Hollywood-produced movies, where they have, maybe a car mechanic who's having a totally normal life, and then he get a phone call and they play Mary Had a Little Lamb or whatever trigger, and suddenly this individual turns into like an assassin and
Jason
takes
Bourne.
off. Jason Bourne. And by the way, another CIA whistleblower, Chip Tatum, who was the commander of George Bush Sr.'s private hit team, Pegasus, who was part of taking out at least 14 individuals, he told me that the Jason Bourne, what's the name of these?
Bourne Identity.
Yeah, he said these movies are the closest to real life when it comes to the way it works. He says they're very accurate, take away the Hollywood fighting scenes, but otherwise than that, with sleeping assets, walking assets, wannabes, used to be's, all of these things that can be activated and so on. So anyway, so what Cody was, we go back to the other CIA whistleblower, he said that as far as he could see, that these shoes were being used as a global trigger, because mind control trigger globally, because so many years we've seen from the Holocaust and onwards, death, and what is in the front? An image of a shoe, an image of a shoe, an image of a shoe. In the background, you got like smoking debris or blood, torn bodies and whatnot, and a shoe. It's always in the center, and a shoe. So, are you still with me?
I'm still here.
Excellent. Anyway, so he said that what he believes is that they've done it very deliberately for many, many years, so that every time it's one of their operations, you have death and destruction and then a shoe. And I interviewed a psychiatrist, and he said, our human mind is so fascinated by our own destruction. So we will look at the horror, but at the same time, our eyes were like, oh my God, that's just so horrible. And then it would try to find something familiar to rest on. In this case, a shoe. So you get a double whack. You see the death, and you go, oh my God! It's just like when people are passing in a side of an accident. It's like everybody slows down to see. Oh, did you see? I don't want to see. But was there any blood? Did you see any dead bodies? Yeah, but I don't want to see. So you look and then, oh my God, and then you look for something without knowing it's something familiar to rest on, and then you get the shoe. So it's like a double whack of fear trigger. So these shoes have been used for the last 50, 60 years to trigger you. And it's perfect. It's low budget. It's beyond language barriers. You can use it on an international level. I've done, you can find, if they haven't shut it down, multiple shows where it's called the Soulless Shoes of Death. It's unbelievable. It's in the hundreds. And I just want to point out that there was an alleged car attack in Belgium recently. And what is on the photo? You got a shoe right in the middle of the whole thing.
That's
so, yes. So back to Wag the Dog, if I can ramble on. So in Wag the Dog, they have the shoe massively because they want something connected to shoes. So they're looking for somebody who has a name close to shoe. And so they have this war veteran called, I think his name is Schumann or Schumacher. Schumann, I think it is. Yeah, that's Woody Harrelson. But what they forgot is that he was in prison because he was absolutely messed up mentally and he was raping a nun or whatever. So not so good, but he was used for the imagery. And then you have, I think Willie Nelson is playing an old song. He's composing a song. It has to do with shoe. So they sing about the old shoe. And they even make it so that it sounds like an old record for, 78 one. Where old shoe, an old blues song, and they're pumping it out over the whole nation, and so also they go out and they throw up shoes over
the wires,
lines,
like in the city.
In the city, so people all over the country starts doing the same. So the shoe, and so. That is what they do. And then in the end, in that movie, they make the president come home and make peace with Albania. And then they celebrate him for having been able to stop this horrible conflict so fast. Interesting. Because please remember, they show us what they're doing. They show us what they're going to do. That's the whole thing because of their law of karma. So here's one for you, Rob. That whole thing sounds a lot like what the president did with Monica Lewinsky. Would you not agree with me?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, we have a little tiny thing, a little detail. The movie was released 1 month before the Monica Lewinsky event. 1 month before, and it's actually based on the Monica Lewinsky incident. Go figure. So how does that work? It works like this, because how long does it take to make a Hollywood production like that?
At least a couple of months. At least a couple of months. At minimum, 4, 5, 6 months.
Yeah, I would say years. A couple of. This is a big production. I mean, it would. Let's say a year to be generous. Okay.
Gotcha.
So when you look at how it was used. Because we're looking at when that whole thing was, did he get a blowjob or did he not? That was the whole question.
Right.
And so the whole media was suddenly camping outside the White House and all of these places, not looking at anywhere else, just did he do it or did he not? So, and this was on for months. You have to look when O.J. Simpson, Michael Jackson, this type of thing happens. What is going on in the background? What is happening when the focus is so one-sided? Like right now, Ukraine, no Corona, no ISIS, Ukraine. What's going on? You have to ask yourself. So here we have the situation where everybody is looking to the White House. When there was all of this media attention looking like that in 98, the US sent out 79 missiles, knocking out multiple targets in Syria, chemical things that had nothing to do. But the focus of media was, did he do it or did he not? Then just a few months later, they hit Iraq with missiles. And the
That's
media,
right.
that was at the time when media was looking at, should it go to trial or should it not? Did he do it? Well, I did not have sex with her. I did not, or maybe just a little bit.
It went
Okay.
as far as impeachment. They were ready to almost try him for impeachment too.
And that is exactly the impeachment. That is when they hit Iraq. And then a third time, the same, in 1 year, they did 3 strikes. The third one was in Kosovo. All of it hidden at the media attention looking at that. So I would very strongly suggest the whole Monica Lewinsky, one psychological operation. Nothing happened there. It was a created scandal to make the media look that way, so that they could get away with 3 strikes, boom, boom, boom. But
On
they
the other
told
side.
you about it. Yeah.
Of course they
So
did.
here we have a more or less very, I mean, when this whole Ukraine thing started, my red lamps were just a map.
I can only imagine.
Because here we look at a situation. I mean, just look at the people involved. We did, I mean, actors, screenwriters, young global leaders, and so on. So, and the demonizing and the one-way look from the international media. I mean, everybody is doing the same thing now. Ukraine, the poor Ukraine, the victim, and then you have Russia, bad boy. So suddenly, all of these companies just happen to totally agree. So everybody pull out at the same time, hitting the Russian financial situation like incredibly. I mean, boom, it just went straight down. And so who controls these companies? World Economic Forum. All of them pulling out for sympathy out of Ukraine. Bullshit. It is a deconstruction of the superpower of Russia. And very possibly Putin, if he's one of theirs, he's just playing the game of being the bad boy. It's just theater. Nothing new. Gorbachev was doing the same. He deconstructed the whole Soviet Union, but he was still part of the game. He was one of the guys. They were doing all the Freemasonic handshakes and all of these type of things. And the wall came down. Oh, isn't it fantastic? It is fantastic, but it's their game. They were the ones doing it. So here we have, again, you have to look at, okay, am I just speculating? Am I full of bull? What is going on? So when you look at what we are being told, that all of these missiles are coming in, bombings and shellings and tanks, and also, so there would be plenty of real footage available. There would be plenty of things that happen. So what are we being fed? We're being fed things that turns out to be from years ago in Palestine, blowing up things in Palestine. You got from Syria. You got from gun shows in Texas. You got
a little bit of everywhere.
You got
taking stuff from all over the place. It's crazy. I saw that too. And they have Zelensky walking the front line in 2000. I think it was 2014 when he was visiting troops. 2016. It's just wild. They're just throwing whatever they find out. There was even an explosion they showed. It was from China, where I think it was a factory blew up from a spill of some sort. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy stuff.
You got another. There's one photo. There's one photo of. Well, there you go, Boy George. There was one photo of from a gun show in Texas, also where you see all of these explosions. Then there's several images being used from a computer game, I kid you not, called Armor 3. And Armor 3 have, as far as I know, have even started suing the different news channels for using footage from their computer game.
You'll never hear about that, though. You have to look for that information.
Then there's a whole bunch of, you will find it in my newsletter, lightonconspiracies.com.
We've been putting it in the chat for people to click, go there, and sign up right away.
Thank you so much. So anyway, So in it, I point out all of these things. So when you have live footage there, you will see that there are people running around with guns that are made out of wood, it's not even well done. It's in your face wood. You got people running around with airsoft rifles. I mean, not the real thing against tanks, I would suggest. You got like snipers, but you will see that the sniper rifle, the cap is on the scope.
Oh my gosh.
There's one woman. Her face, her bloody face, has been shown all over the world. That is from 2018, from an alleged gas explosion there. I doubt that one as well. that it wasn't even real in 2018, but they're using it again. Then you got one thing that I found is that when these things happen, it's almost like they need to give cred to their sources. You know, the same way as Henry Kissinger was offered or given the Nobel Peace Prize. It's like really the worst war criminals of all times, and he gets the Peace Prize. And Obama for things to come.
I was going to say Obama, he was just talking about peace. They're like, yep, give it to him. Give it to him. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. And then Nobel, if you think of it, I mean, he was the inventor of dynamite. So for him to make a Peace Prize, that is sort of a bit of
why wouldn't they do
joke.
that? Come on.
Of course.
Come on.
So
He
anyway,
blows things up.
So here we have I found a very clear pattern of photos of false flags. We have an alleged assassination of a Russian ambassador in Turkey in 2016, where one of the security guards pull out a gun and shoots him. I and other people have totally exposed it as a false flag. It didn't even happen. It was not a real assassination. The photo of that event was named Photo of the Year, and that photographer was raised to the heavens, and his photos was then used in other alleged attacks where he just happened to be there as cred because he was photographer of the year. Then you have in the alleged truck attack in Stockholm, the photo of the year, it's a crap photo. It's really not good. I could have taken it with my cell phone looking the other way. It shows nothing. That was the photo of the year. Why? To give credit to the other images that photographer took. Then you have, there's one guy, especially from Ukraine. I forgot his name now. It doesn't matter. But anyway, he was named photographer of the year in 2015, I believe, when MH17 is said to have been, this Malaysian plane crashed in the Ukraine. That is what they claim. There's so many mysteries and question marks around that plane crash. Anyway, so there was a group of scientists on board that plane that were looking into HIV and AIDS, which is a total construction, just like the thing we're not supposed to mention. Right. That sounds a lot like a nice beer. And also were at the point of possibly exposing Fauci and other of these bad boys that have been in this game for a long time. So they just happened to very conveniently die on board of that plane. So one of the photos that was taken from that crash site is of a plane chair, and then you just see a dead body in it. But the only thing you see is a foot without a shoe. Okay, so here we have, that's the center of this photo. There's no burnt grass around it. There's no torn things on the seat. It's just a seat and a body with a foot showing out. Anyway, so that was photo of the year. And this guy is now, when I've been tracking down the photos taken by him, and he's the one that is giving credit for the photos taken from Arma 3, this computer game, and other photos that is just not real. They're just not real. And so what are we looking at? We're looking at a massive deception. Then there are some very fantastic individuals. You have to question them as well, but I really think that they're the real deal. There's one English guy who just took a plane over there, a flight to Poland, and then a train into the Ukraine to see what's going on. And what he found like film stages, like there were specific train stations where people were crammed inside. Wow. Chaos. People were filming inside. On the outside, absolutely nothing happened. He went to different places. They say, you can't go to Kiev. It's a war zone. He went there. It was just another Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday day. Nothing unusual. Nothing, no explosions.
That happens when they're on the news too. When they're on the news and they're sitting there reporting, the background looks like just a regular city, cars driving, people walking, but it's supposed to be a war zone. Makes no sense.
You got the specific websites around the world where you can see CCTV footage from, just like stationary cameras from plazas in different cities. You look at Kiev. I looked on the media, bombs going off and boom, boom, boom. That was from the gun show in Texas or Houston or whatever. And then you look at the footage from the Ukraine. It's not even the same daylight. It's not even the same, they haven't even got that correct, and nothing is happening. Then you got CNN during the first Iraq war, the Desert Storm. They had these reporters that was in a studio. I mean, it's like an echo, even though you can see palm trees in the background, but you can hear the echo. And they're standing around joking. And now it's called CNN bloopers. What?
Yeah,
that was real footage.
It's all trash.
But
They're
anyway,
all trash. It's crazy.
It was live footage, and in it, they suddenly started, oh my God, was that a bomb? And they put on a bulletproof vest and a gas mask. And then afterwards, you hear them standing joking and stuff. Here, we have the exact same scenario where a guy is standing, it's direct from CNN and the Ukraine. There's nothing moving. He's standing in front of a green screen, or I don't know if it's green screen or just a photo print. There's no movement whatsoever. Normally, there would be some lights on, off, a car, nothing. And then he's standing, and he suddenly says, "Did you hear something?" And the reporter says, "Yes, was that an explosion?" There was nothing there.
Sure was.
Anyway,
Sure was.
So this guy puts on a helmet and then a bulletproof vest, and it's all so dramatic. It's called bullshit, 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 and bullshit. And I think they're doing it on purpose because they need to show us it's not real. Why else would they run around with guns made of wood? Why would they do it? It's to say to us, please wake up, wake up. It's not real.
It's not. It's not. And I hate to do this all, but we got to wrap in like 2 minutes. So just say a final piece, because I know we could go for hours doing this. We could talk about this stuff for hours, and I love it. I love it to death. But we got to wrap up because we'll lose some of the footage at the end. With YouTube only does 12 hours. So I'll give you the last 2 minutes to rock it out.
Rock it out. So I would say, please question everything, myself included, and then ask yourself, if it's fear-based, who benefits from you getting scared? Who benefits from you believing something that makes you feel, oh my God? These are the ones you have to look out for. Whatever comes from the heart, follow that, and don't follow it without blindly. Just feel with your heart instead of your mind, and then take a step back, breathe, and do the right thing. So my website is lightonconspiracies.com, lightonconspiracies.com, plural. That's more or less the only platform I'm still on. I used to be on all of them. I've been shut down and destroyed and bombed and whatever, but still here and not going anywhere. So lightonconspiracies.com.
It's a travesty that they've done that to you. And, watching what you do has given me the ability to see a lot more of the inside baseball and really check out what's happening, because I take it from a different perspective now, especially after talking to you a few times and watching your work. So if you guys haven't checked out lightonconspiracies.com, I'm telling you, you're missing out. It is incredible what you talk about in your interviews and when you're on. It's absolutely phenomenal. So it's always an honor and a privilege. Ole, I love talking to you. I'm gonna have you come back on Full Spectrum soon, and we're gonna rock out. We're just gonna go no time limits, just to the wall. You know what I mean? We're really gonna get crazy. But yeah, I appreciate you coming through, and I have so much respect for you, my friend. And we'll talk very soon.
Thank you so much for having me on. And life is good. Never forget that, and stay in gratitude, and don't buy into bullshit.
Wise words. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Epic conversation.
Thank you, Oli.
Two
Thank you very much
back-to-back
for
epic
your
conversations, bro. Wow.
Beautiful upload. I appreciate that. And thank you for your contribution to Humanity Unplugged. Just raising awareness like that is really what we need. I was sitting here just nodding my head every
Me
time.
too. On camera, like,
something,
yep.
and it's like, oh my God, yep, I'm aware of that. And I know exactly what Oli's going through when it comes to censorship and shadow banning and all of that. Look at this channel, for instance. It's been around for 7 years, and it has 3,700 subscribers. In 7 years, if this channel wasn't shadow banned, it should be like upwards of 1 million, 500,000, because Watchers Talk has good content, it's produced well. But because of the shadow ban, they don't put this feed out. They don't allow people to see this because they don't. That's the plan. My previous website that I had, watcherstalk.com, identical thing happened to it. Anytime somebody went to go share one of my articles from that website, it would be flagged on the on Facebook and Instagram and such, saying that, oh, this website's banned because it's dangerous content, goes against the community content, and blah blah blah, all of that. So I was forced to shut that down, right? Because there was no point in keeping a website that the URL was, compromised, so to say, right? Couldn't share it anywhere, and people want to share, but traffic just drops after a while. And I totally get it. It's bullshit, and I think we have to really do our shadow work and take our light into the darkness, shine it, do the shadow work there, and realize and understand what that is. What are we dealing with? What is the nature of this? What's the force behind this? We know that you have all these groups, these economic forums and G20 countries and these treaties and that treaties, sure, but even those treaties themselves are, they're a front, right? All these presidents and all these prime ministers and queens and royals and all of these people, they too are puppets, right? They too are taking their orders from something much higher, something much more darker, something that's been around for a very, very long time, and that lives in the shadows that we can't really see. And it's those people that are controlling this world. Some would say that they're the parasitic archons or the dark entities, or something towards those lines. And who knows, right? We can speculate and we can open ourselves to discussion and dialogue and try to figure that out. And with Oli's upload there, he allowed us to really look deep into what these guys are doing. Like when he was talking about Ukraine, I was thinking to myself, like last night I was telling Amy, I kept pausing the news channel there because I was global news. And I like watching it at night because Amy and I sit there and say, okay, let's go and see what these guys are bullshitting us with today. So we go there and we watch, and they showed Ukraine, and I kept pausing it, and I was like, look, baby, these guys are saying that these people are escaping this first city that the Russians supposedly have taken, and they're bombing this country, but every single one of them is wearing brand new clothes. How is that possible? Like, did these people, like, bombs are falling and they're like, grab their best outfit, the newest outfit they had, and put them on? There's one guy standing there smiling and laughing. And then I kept pausing. I was like, look at their shoes. It has there's nothing on it. Like, look at the soles. They're clean. They don't have any damage on them. And Amy's like, yeah. It's like, that's fucking bullshit. And I was like, yeah, the entire thing is garbage. The entire thing. They cannot be believed. And then they showed this news reporter guy there. He, you see him. There's nothing going on. Absolutely nothing. But he's got this great big bomb jacket on with this great big helmet that's like this big, that's going to protect his head. He's got goggles on, going for the full effect, right? And I was looking at Amy. I was like, look at this clown, right? That's really like, look at this clown. Like, how does he do this? He must not have a conscience. He must not have self-value to do this. Because if you had self-value and if you valued humanity, you wouldn't do this. You wouldn't be involved in this type of, make-believe thing to complete an agenda, right? So I'm so very happy that Oli came and exposed this to us all, right? Because it's very, very important that when we look at these newscasts, we look at them with, a really side eye, You know what I do, Stone, is I stopped watching these mainstream news, right? I used to go to those guys for my news every day, right? Because I was a news junkie, and I still am. But now I get my news from a little bit of a different source, right? I get it from this guy, right? His name is Scott Goulet. He's an independent journalist. He has no connections to like nothing. He tells you the truth the way it is, and I like it. I watch him every day at 3:45 when I'm not streaming live, and it's like a 15-minute stream he does, and he comes up there, he gives you the truth, and he gives you what's going on, and then he allows you to decide whatever it is that you want to decide. He's just an agent. He gives you the information. So I take the information he gives me, and then I go and I cross-reference it with what Global and Fox and Tucker Carlson and all these guys are saying. My cross-reference, and what he's telling me is completely, starkly different than what they're all saying, right? So I know that I'm getting my truthful news from this side and bullshit from over here. So that's why I always say to Amy, when we have supper or something, it's like, okay, well, let's go see what they're bullshitting us about. And usually at the end of the newscast, I always leave a comment on there. Thanks for bullshitting me today. Send, and that's it.
Hey. I just wanted to let you guys know I got to run out and get cigarettes before it gets too late. So I'm going to have to wrap up.
Okay.
And love you guys.
Don't go. We're
what?
closing. Don't go. We're closing in like 1 minute.
Okay. I'm here. There it is.
So, guys, our schedule for tomorrow. Thank you very much to everyone today. Tomorrow is our 10th day. Going to start the day off at 8:10 a.m. with Hugh Newman. Then we're going to jump over to Tom Palladino, then Guimaury Legrand, and then after that, Angela LaRue, and then Eric Hecker, and then Rosalind Beth Horowitz, and then Dave Gannett, Ernie Atwell, Sean Morgan, Marlon Cox, and hopefully Leah Capitelli. But if not Leah Capitelli, we have that covered. And that's and maybe Janelle Ware. We might switch that up, but that's just a backup there. And that is our plan for tomorrow. Today was a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you very much for all of your contribution. Thank you to the mods in the Watchers Talk chat room for moderating, sharing links, and keeping an eye on the behavior in there. Everyone was really good. Anyways,
no posters today.
Yeah,
no posters.
None at all. I think we blocked them all.
I think we got them.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you for super chats. Thank you for any PayPal donations. We appreciate that. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. Thank you. A big, huge thank you to Jennifer Koofman today for her film. What was the name of that? There's got to be something more to this, something better than this. I forget. There's just been a long day, a lot of information in here.
Yeah, dude.
Right.
So
just, you know who you are, you know what you've done. And Jennifer, thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. And thank you to Kathy for making that connection happen. So a lot of love to you guys. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. I love you all. See you guys tomorrow morning at 8. Really quickly, Stone, any last words? And really quickly, Rob, any last words?
I love you all. Go ahead, Stone. I don't know. I'm so shot right now. That was just an intense conversation at the end of the night.
Yeah, right.
We were hammering it. That was something else, I'll tell you.
Tomorrow's going to be just as much fun. So
I know.
Hey,
last 2 days.
Oh no!
I don't know what happened. I froze up.
Oh, it looks like we're freezing up, guys. Okay. All right.
All right. Love you guys.
Love you guys very much. And check out Paul Wallace's website. The Echoes of Eden is available on Kindle right now, and the paperback will be available on May 1st of this year. Head on over to paulanthonywallace.com to place your pre-order for Echoes of Eden. And while you're there, put an order for the entire Echoes or the entire Eden series. It is a wonderful series. I've completed all 3 books now, so I'm ready to rock and pick Paul's brain. So with that said, love you guys, and we will see you tomorrow.
Let's go, Brandon.